Last week I hosted a $1,500 first prize Archon tournament. It was very simple. You can sign up with as many or as little players as you want. A maximum of 5, minimum of 2. Lots of teams ended up signing up. Some insane Korean teams, some absolute banger teams from Europe as well. And of course I decided to participate myself as well. I joined up together with Wardy, which might have been a mistake. So we're just gonna not scout every single game. All right, everyone. And go Nexus before core as well, okay? Like we're going hard here. Absolutely no way. Do we even... We could also, on top of that, just a Reaper wall. Like that is uber greedy. That's definitely not allowed.
Reaper wall? Okay.
Yeah, if you Reaper wall with Nexus first, like that is a, you know...
Not allowed build order.
Nah. This is absolutely not. This is something that Hero could do, you know, for banter. It's like that. We don't count that.
But if you combine us together, we're basically Hero anyway, so...
Exactly. I think we're a little bit faster.
And we are having banter, for sure.
We are having a lot of banter. Also, don't forget that, you know, for them, this is the most important day of their lives. For us, it's just another Sunday.
For us, we just get to go cast faster if we lose.
No. This is not the 7. I want that 750. Like
you want the 750?
I want the 750. Yeah. What the heck? What is this?
Why did you pick me as a partner?
Yeah. Well, that will make it even more impressive, you know.
I'd be bloody impressed if we win.
When's the last time you actually played?
Year and a half ago, maybe 2 years.
Nice. I'm excited for that.
Played more than 5 games for sure.
Yeah. I sometimes see you play like an occasional one, no? Like one ladder. I think like 6 or 7 months ago, I saw you play like a ladder game.
Yeah. I like play like 2 or 3 games here and there, but like I don't have any mechanics to do anything properly with. So
no, but controlling the Phoenix, and you have good, you know, you understand what's going on in the game. You have game understanding. Okay, your job is the Phoenix.
To some extent.
Sorry.
Yeah, to some extent for sure. Yeah.
You're the theory guy. You know, when I get stuck, you do the thinking. You know, mentally when I get stuck. There is a chance they're going to build a bunker in between our mineral patches. I think we're just going to risk it.
Yeah, of course.
Like, what's the chance they'll go for that? I think it feels risky to do.
Yeah.
Oh, pylon was a bit late, but that's okay. I don't think they're smart enough to know that I can cancel the warp gate. There we go. Freestyle. Oh, he's playing Twilight. It's like 5 Terrans now going, oh, there's Twilight 100%. We saw the star. We saw the warp gate there going up, guys. Like, this can only be one thing. Oh, crap. I forgot to send the probe back up. See, this is already going terrible, Wardy. Okay, I'm controlling the first adept. Actually, you control the first adept and literally just chase that Reaper around, okay? Chase it, Wardy. I shaded upstairs. I'm not very good at giving away responsibilities. Cancel shade. Oh, it's too good. It's all fun. Okay, go chase. Go play with him. Oh, I forgot to do certain things. I want to play super greedy, but I messed up. Just go chase him. Go chase him.
I'm chasing him.
Who's on the micro? Iba is definitely not on something. This guy is just flaming the entire time.
He's just here to pick up the 300.
Yeah.
Do I take both adepts?
No. I have the one adept. You have the other. Go take this out.
Okay.
Just go chase that thing. Eventually, a Hellion's gonna show up as well. Just make sure that they can't scout this space. That's all I really care about. Like, we're playing uber greedy. Like, we kind of have to professionally kill the game here, you know what I mean? Like, make sure that they can't have any fun at all with multiple units. And the Phoenix is really the perfect kind of unit for that. Okay, he's out here. Okay, we can get him. Shape? I wonder if we will get him, actually. Should we send the Phoenix? I think the Hellion is about to show up, honestly. Okay. Phoenix man, you go across the map with the Phoenixes.
Okay. I've unhotkeyed the adepts. They're yours.
Thank you. You're a gangster.
What's my goal with that Phoenix?
Kill stuff. Don't lose them.
Kill stuff.
If there's an opportunity to kill something, but you'll lose a Phoenix, then don't do it. And I need to get some info as well. Oh, they're playing triple? Triple CC?
Yeah. Triple CC, what's a bio?
Okay, then you can actually kill stuff. Go kill stuff, Wardy. I actually need you to kill stuff now.
I've got loads of Marines.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Seems like an issue.
Nah. I'm gonna put one adept forward, I think. I'm just gonna send more and more phoenixes to you, yeah?
Okay.
No matter what happens, you're just literally just getting more phoenixes the entire time. It's all I care about. There's a random adept that I sent across the map as well. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but... Okay. That's a win for us. Killed that thing. Can I get a couple of gateways? How are the kills looking, Wardy?
I've had an SCV, but they're really good at zoning. You know, they've got Marines. Pretty unfair.
Are they really good at zoning, or...?
Yeah, they're great at zoning.
It's a zoning issue.
There's
There's no issue with the control on the Phoenixes, right?
I mean, the Phoenix have been great.
The Phoenix have
Got a
been
Marine.
great. The movement on the Phoenix has been close to perfect, actually. I haven't managed to spot
I found an opening. I found an opening. I found an opening. Yeah, I forced a stim on 2 Marines.
Oh, that's huge. That is HP that they're not getting back until they get
exactly.
medevacs.
Medevacs, yeah, which is basically cheating. You wrote that into the rules, right?
Wrote it into the rules, Wardy. Okay.
I got another SCV. Phoenix takes so much damage, man.
Uh-oh, they're coming.
Oh,
from
no.
us. I think this might be...
They're
Actually,
coming.
I think we might literally just die straight up.
Yeah.
Okay, go behind with the Phoenixes. Go behind with the Phoenixes. Just pick off reinforcements, you know? And there's more flying across the map. Pick off reinforcements. No matter what happens, pick off reinforcements.
Okay.
And like units that are coming
They're stimming after me.
Yeah, of course they're stimming after. They have no clue what they're doing, dude. This game is technically over already. Oh, yeah. If you can't lose Phoenixes, though, yeah?
Well, I haven't lost any yet.
Okay. Well, that's good. I just saw one go down already.
I mean, I lost one, right? You at least have stim. That's insane. I'm stuck in a corner for sure.
But you can recall if you want. Also, it's actually not that bad to be stuck in a corner. There's another dude coming here. Hello, Wardy? Okay, I'll send that Phoenix back home.
How did I recall?
Why not?
I've done this before.
Oh,
I recalled.
Who's microing? Why are they being so mean? There literally are 5 people and they're getting completely destroyed. Like, what? they -2 Phoenix. Hey, look how happy they are with the -2 Phoenix. Oh my god, they're so pathetic. It's insane. Holy crap. Like, no matter how many hands they have, they still can't micro against my...
It's because they have no other jobs. They have to BM.
Okay,
oh, no.
I'm going to send a group of zealots towards the bottom side. I'll need your Phoenixes over here, I think. I think we might just be straight up, honestly. Nice map vision. These guys are idiots. You probably need to stay at home, no? Yeah.
My Phoenix are back here. There's a lot of stuff here.
Careful. Okay, the flank is coming in from the side. I'm being completely out multitasked here, to be quite honest. Okay, send the Phoenixes in as well.
Don't ask me what happened with the zealots.
Did they die? Wait, where's the Phoenixes?
the Phoenix are dead. We kind of had a moment where like we were attacking our owner simulator for a bit. It was I wouldn't say it was the greatest game and move we've ever had.
I think we might have died. There's like 5 things flying around right now, Wardy.
I think we might be dead as well.
We're down 60 supply in the end, yeah. We definitely lost that game. That was a little bit painful.
There's literally 5 of them and they can't even scale at Jeff.
Oh, good. Why do they talk so much? They're just
because
mean.
They have nothing to do.
I think they're just mean, actually. It's a bit weird, no? This is like if you're playing against Messi and all that Messi is doing is just taunting you while he's outrunning you and shooting the ball in your nuts, you know? It's like, yeah, that's nice as well. We have the rules on our side.
Yeah. We can edit them too. Well, I can't edit them because apparently my account doesn't exist, but you can edit them.
Yeah, we can change the rules willy-nilly if I truly feel like it. Did I really say that BM was allowed? I might have even said that it's encouraged, honestly. That sounds... I might have put in.
I'm pretty sure you just copy-pasted my rules and it says you can't BM. If you copy-paste them, it definitely says don't be mean.
I did copy-paste that. Alright. For a second I thought you built another assimilator, but it was just the gateway building. This is
That's your gateway.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Very cool. Okay. Maybe don't lose 2 processors. I swear that Iba was on the Reaper, and that's the only thing that he did the entire game last day, is get 2 kills on a Reaper. This is unbelievable. He's way too happy.
What a guy.
That. I also forgot that we weren't gonna scout, by the way, so we scouted, but I haven't really seen anything yet either.
I see. Great use of your time.
Oh, I think they're going double gas, actually. That's real nice for us. This is probably one of the best builds against double gas. So just send it
I
home.
pulled that probe back. Is that right?
Yeah, or just hide it over here or something, and then go back in at like 217. Or just, yeah, do 217 actually. I like that. I do like that.
I go back at 217, or
Yeah,
I want to do that.
Just start marching. Start marching at 217.
I'm counting down the seconds.
Please do. This time, hopefully, I'm not gonna lose any probes because I'm an idiot. And it would be weird for them to straight up send it across the map. Usually give some information if they do that. I'm not gonna tell what type of information, but it will definitely, you know, will be enlightened. That's for sure.
They're expanding. Reaper.
Was there a Reaper there, you said?
Yeah, Reaper. Killed the probe.
Ah, interesting. That actually is interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. That's real interesting indeed. No, just all Reapers downstairs, or all Adepts downstairs. You don't have to do anything yet, Marty. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Okay.
You just.
But the Reaper's just there. I thought I could get a hit off, but
no,
you know.
no, it's because it's irrelevant.
Okay.
Okay, now you see the Adept that's about to pop. You can use that to try and attack a Reaper or something.
Okay.
Not sure which idiot is controlling this car, but I'm loving it. Okay, send the Reaper downstairs. Or the Adept downstairs, you knew what I meant though. Very high tier bar. Do you think that's a free car here? I think this Reaper's also dead at the same time, no? Might be close at least. Okay, let's keep 1 upstairs, 2 downstairs. And then I'll get a robotics facility. This has not been the tightest game so far, I'll admit to that. Okay, you can go deal stuff with the, you know, what you're best at. If you can grab a unit, just grab it. I actually also need a scout though. I probably do need a scout, yeah. Just I need a scout more than we need to read. But if you can get it, oh, well, never mind. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Well, no, I'm going now.
Now you're going. I'm going now.
I'm going now.
Yeah.
well, I scouted the Reapers on the left still, so you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, thanks. Oh my god, there's a huge move out. I think we're dead. You probably need to return back home.
Bring the Phoenix back. I'm on my way, of course.
Just don't lose the Phoenixes, please. No matter what happens. Pick
Mate,
up reinforcements.
Drop this.
Did you lose 2?
Cyclone. No, I lost 1. The one that was
another one coming.
Attack.
Just pick up reinforcements. Don't lose any of the extra boys, please.
Oh my god, no, me, I'm dead.
Did you lose one?
There's a Viking cycle, yeah.
You lost all of them? Just pick up marine reinforcements.
Yeah, the Marines were like 4 at a time.
Yeah, but then you don't have to, like, you just... They're not coming 4 at a time. You know that's not true, please. Don't disrespect my intelligence here. I can't believe we're losing this all in. This is so... It's extremely garbage. These guys are legitimately no life. Pick up reinforcements, Wardy. Keep them calming down. Keep them... Like, you shouldn't be capable of losing Phoenixes here, really. It's
one of them is just hardcore full time on the Cyclone. It's impossible.
Yeah. They all have a separate Cyclone, is what I'm seeing here as well. But I think we have survived.
I've lost another Phoenix for sure. Oh, no, I microed. I microed.
How many Phoenixes do we have left right now, Wardo?
3. 4.
Oh, that's not that bad. Continue going. Just continue going.
Continue going
their
with the
control
Cyclones
with the
keep trying to get
Cyclones
me.
actually high tier. Like, holy crap. I'm not...
Well, yeah, they have like 1 person per Cyclone, man.
yeah,
That's insane. There's no way.
It actually feels like playing against one of these AIs.
I killed a Viking.
Huh?
I killed a Viking.
That's very nice, Wardo.
I'm down to 3 Phoenix.
There's a new Phoenix on the way. Don't worry about it, brother.
I'm down to 3 Phoenix. I guess.
You can get these. You can get these. Whatever this is, we can get it.
I really don't think I can. I've got no HP.
Oh, in that case, we don't try, Marty.
Yeah, but I'm a gamer.
No, we're okay.
Oh, Phoenix are really hard to control, man. What the hell?
Okay, there's stuff in the main base. Send the... Okay, I have a Phoenix there. Send the other Phoenixes over too, maybe.
Trying.
If we can get that medevac, that would be huge. Like, I'm actually just getting completely outmaneuvered over here. It's crazy. There's a battery here you can use. This is so mad.
Mate,
It's like units just running around. It's like playing against the 5k MMR.
Mate, I'm pretty sure I've done nothing but hurt the team.
How many fees do we have left, Vardy, right now?
Yeah,
I forgot to GG to all of them. You can do it for the rest of the team. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever been hurt this hard in my entire life, honest to god. This is actual pain. They had an average MMR of 985. Like Terran's pretty good.
Yeah, Terran's pretty good, man.
Can't help it. Can't help it. Terran is just a little bit.
We did try.
Yeah, we did really try our best. Nah, it was a good start. It was a good start, Vardy. You know, we can't always win.
I mean, I actually think we would have been better with Terran or something. I actually think.
No, I don't think we would have been better with Terran, Vardy. I think.
I don't know, mate. The Phoenix play was not it.
Yeah, Phoenix play was
on my side.
Hey, keep. Alrighty, friends. So this is going to be Bumps and Lena here in the bottom right versus the yellow-colored U Hayward, and I think there's one more. What's that? J Money. So it's a Grandmaster versus Grandmaster team. I think both of them are relatively low Grandmaster, but it should still actually give some pretty decent games. It's also going to be a PvP, so we immediately see a 1-gate expand coming out of U, while at the same time Bumps and Lena opening up with that 2-gate. I actually think, personally, that 2-gate might be a little bit better because it's much easier to control all the units in that case. So if you respond with a double adept Stargate opener or something, like you can become really annoying. Of course, Bumps and Lena only have 2 players, so it might still be hard, but we'll see how it's going to, how it's all going to work out over here. Both players scouting early does mean that Bumps and Lena can get hopefully the block on the Nexus. That's actually fairly important in the early game when you play something along those lines. This is going to be way too late. Yeah. Perfectly in time for the block. And let's take a look at the first person here. You can also see who we're first personing. So you can see what everyone is doing. Bumps right now is in charge of the macro. Lena was in charge of the probe and lost the probe. I love that you can see that. Lena also just gave up on moving the camera here. It's like, okay, I lost the probe. There's nothing for me to do anymore. Bumps, meanwhile, is still just going completely ham. Let's see what U is doing. U is in control of the macro, it seems like. J Money Magic is in control of the probe. And Hayward, has a second probe out that is being used for scouting any potential proxies right here. I don't think there's going to be any proxies, but everyone has their own little task. You see that J Money Magic here with the probe in the main? U with the macro. It's also just keeping an eye on the probe. I guess that U is the best player currently. Wouldn't surprise me entirely. But that is definitely exciting. We have this probe going pretty ham as well. Bow, bow, bow. Just making sure to deny as much mining as possible. Should piss off at this point, as the first 2 stalkers should come out really soon. Once again, Bumps in charge of the macro. Lena right now in charge of making sure that the mineral line doesn't get harassed enough. Not has been perfect when it comes to that though. Not has been perfect at all. And double stalker opener is actually kind of bad against 1-gate as well. Gotta wait to see the 2 stalkers. Builds a pylon way too late. It's gonna lose the probe as a result. I think it's gonna be a Stargate follow-up, isn't it? or just straight into a Nexus here. No extra units were built. That means there's also no fake. We have some... Oh, look at them. They're really keen on scouting this location. Like, wait a second, we missed one location. And, I mean, that's true. But at the same time, I feel like if our yellow players would have just scouted the amount of pylons that were around, they probably would have been aware that nothing is being proxied right now. Second gate is on the way. We have a sentry as well coming out. I don't think they believe there's going to be like a robotics facility follow-up or like a 3 or a 4 gate. They're kind of afraid of a potential proxy Stargate. And I empathize with that. I definitely do. Let's take a look here. Lena in control of the units. Bump still in control of the macro. Hayward probably controlling these two. J Money Magic looking with the probe, trying to figure out what's going on. Should not have sacrificed this. That is actually kind of sloppy. Okay, it's going to run out with it. And you still in charge of the macro, of course. Forge Twilight on the way versus Forge. Worker count 32 to 29. So Bums and Lena are significantly behind. Especially given that their Nexus isn't even done yet. They're long distance mining while they're being outmined by 400 or 500 a minute. Which is actually kind of a big deal in the early game here. Basically what this means is that you, Team U, the yellow team over here, can just for free get an upgrade. Like they're just outmining their opponent by so much that it's pretty much going to be free. That's usually not a good situation. Still 7 workers up as well. 500 minerals in the bank. Fast third base coming in clean too. Blink is way too late though. I think the one thing you have to be very mindful of is that if you're opening with a faster third base, you have better eco, and you're getting quicker upgrades as well, is that your blink timing needs to be somewhat sharp. Otherwise, Bums and Lena might have a timing in which they have more stalkers, and they're going to have blink against a lower stalker number with no blink. Battery is going to be super important here as well. Without a battery, life is honestly going to be kind of impossible to, you know, to live. This probe is moving over towards the third base location as well. It's going to get scouted by the hallucination. Let's take a look at the first person here on the micro. I do believe that it's going to be Lena in charge of these units as Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds from now. Stalker count is 2 to 6. There's no battery in position. Despite Team U being very far ahead economically, I think they might be in some trouble. Control here wasn't brilliant. I think focusing on the third base rather than focusing on getting up the ramp is probably the superior play. 6 gateways are going down on the other side of the map. And here, I think the pylon is going to be priority here, as Team U is very close to being supply blocked. Warp gate could be important as well. 2 stalkers stuck, not participating in this fight. Initial force fields are terrible. Guardian shield gets utilized here. Who is doing the defensive micros? That's going to be Hayward. Seems to be the case, as Hayward right now is trying his best to control these units. I think they should be a little bit more careful. They have a lot of production coming in. They have +1 about to finish and Blink as well. I almost feel like that this third base needs to be given up at this point. It is 10 stalkers versus 6. This battery has finished, but there's no probe, or sorry, no pylon with it. And this Nexus now is in a world of trouble. Still no Blink available. +1 is getting closer and closer. I think this base might just end up dying. Here we go. 2 more volleys. And that is going to be it. Stalkers from the back will have to be blinked back. And Team Bumps here, Bumps Uwu, I think they're called, is going to pull back and come home to a bit of an eco lead, but an infrastructure deficit. Down 4 gateways, down a little bit in upgrades as well, as we have double cannons coming up. I think Bumps is feeling perhaps a little bit too confident in this position. Big blink forward though is a mistake. You can't blink forward into a battery. Bumps at the same time also going for the blink, or I guess it was Lena who did that. Both players making significant mistakes here. And I think it's going to work out. I feel like if there was better defensive micro in this case, Team Bumps Ubu wouldn't have lost a single unit and instead would have just been way further ahead, because they're definitely going to be ahead, but they're still behind in certain ways as well. Like, once again, that infrastructure, that upgrade is going to hurt quite a bit. Worker count is 53 to 58. It's mainly right now that Bums and Lena are just out-mining the yellow Protoss here. We have a double adept going across the map. I think this is a good call. Let's take a look at the first person here on Bumps. He's busy with that macro. He's making sure that everything gets built on time here. Stalkers are just kind of sharking around, looking for a third, looking for a fourth base, maybe seeing if they can deal some damage. There is going to be a shade in towards the natural. Who is in charge of that? Is that going to be Hayward? Yes, it is going to be Hayward. And does get in. Let's see how fast Bumps is here with the response. Sees it now, needs to pull away. Cannon dealt a little bit of damage, but these adepts are being controlled very well, of course. Did we just have a recall? Did I hear that correct? I don't think I did, no. Okay, adepts try to go into the main base as a Dark Shrine also gets thrown down here. Our yellow Protoss player is going to be down a base very soon. So we have a robotics facility close to being done for Team Bumps. 61 workers to 61. Income is going to be similar. As we see Lena trying to be very aggressive here with those Stalkers. One Adept left in the main base. Lena now dealing with this. Bumps still only in control of the macro. Literally only macroing. J-Money Magic, what are you doing right now? Have you taken over some of the macro? I don't know. What is you doing? You is also macroing. So we have 2 players on macro. Maybe 1 player on the Stalker main army. And then Hayward just constantly running by these Adepts. Last 2 Adepts did deal a little bit of damage. Dark Shrine is about to finish up, which is going to be freaking huge. Whew. Stalkers here meeting the other Stalkers. I don't think that you wants to actually engage. They're just trying to, you know, kind of distract the opponent. So that this type of move could work out. I think this is a mistake. Bumps, Lena can't attack, can't fight outside of battery range. They're up in bases, as we see, still down in upgrades. Adepts now moving towards the main. How many kills did they end up getting? 2 more kills for 2 Adepts, but a significant amount of time as well as some warp-ins were spent there. So maybe it's okay. Fort base now finally coming down. Shadow Stride on the way. We have 1 DT coming in too. There is a cannon over here already. There's a cannon over here. There's a cannon at the fort. And there's now a cannon going up in the main base as well. They have scouted the Dark Shrine on top of that. So they're very aware of what's kicking off. Bums and Lena here, honestly, with just simply superior movement on those Stalkers. Gonna get a cancel on this fort base. That means that Team U is gonna be even further behind. Observer is now out as that DT gets spotted by it. Might be capable of just barely running out of range. Is going to be close. Next blink not quite available. Here comes maybe a hold position move. Oh, nice control on that DT though. Real nice control on that DT. Stalker's now chasing. The yellow Protoss player thinks that they can fight. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think they can fight. Despite them being up an upgrade, they're down in... Well, actually, they're not that far down. They're mainly down in workers. Hey, maybe they can actually fight, and I saw this incorrectly. Stalker's now being chased. Uh-oh, +2 putting in some serious work. Gateway count is at 10 for you. Only at 8 for Bums and Lena. Super Battery definitely helping out. There are a lot of units just idling, though, on the side. Disruptor about to finish up, too. We now have a Zealot squad moving towards the right, as more Stalkers are just kind of trickling across the map here. Fort base getting closer to being done. No 5th quite yet for Bums and Lena, as they've taken a pretty poor fight. Have 86 workers, which means just pure oversaturation at this point. I think they're in a bit of trouble. Their Disruptor switch is not paying off so far, as it forces them to be way more defensive. Big blink forward out of our yellow Protoss player. And oi, 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 oi. See, the right side is getting cleaned up. I think a 5th base should have been built before the Disruptor switch, basically. I think it would have been much more important. Let's take a look at what Hayward is up to currently. Hayward in control of, so far, small run-bys. It's now going to maybe just... Oh, he's just warping in and reinforcing across the map. Hayward has a very specific task. I think Hayward isn't the most respected player in the team here, honestly. I have a feeling Hayward... He's in control of logistics. You know, he's a logistics manager, Hayward, over here. You is in control of the macroeconomics and J-Money Magic. Really when it comes to the microing and things like that. One logistics manager. That's actually kind of a cool way to look at it. Just having an actual logistics manager. Just making sure that the units go to the right places. I think that's kind of smart. I like that. At the same time, though, Bums and Lena with the much more basic, the basic split of task. One macro, the other micro. Well, that's actually... Oh! Oh, I thought the Disruptor belonged to Team Yellow. Holy crap, I got scared there for a second. It was just more of a zoning shot, if anything. 96 workers, though. They haven't stopped building. So what's the oversaturation looking like? 31 on one base. No oversaturation here. Some oversaturation. No, actually, also none there. So just this base. Double the saturation as necessary. This cannon is going to get hit here. Bumps needs to respond to this. As Lena now is being pulled out of position. Needs to be very careful. New cannon is on the way. This base is vital. Absolutely vital. No second forts for either team. A couple of Disruptors, of course, are out. Here come the DTs once more. We'll once again take out one cannon practically for free and then piss off. This is going to be Hayward, isn't it? I think, no. Oh, this is J-Money. You is in control of the main army right now. J-Money is in control of these DTs. And Hayward is now officially the macro man. Hey, Mr. Macro Man, build some stuff for me. I'm not sleepy. There is no way I'm coming home. Some decent control here. +3 versus +2. Disruptors haven't really helped yet. One Purification Nova finally going to connect. Next one also gets to connect. Are there more Disruptor shots coming in? No, there are one more maybe. Actually does get a decent hit there. 93 workers to 87. Finally, bases are being saturated. This got cleaned up nicely. Not quite sure how. We have more DTs being warped in. I think Bums and Lena are actually doing it. They're getting okay trades. They finally are going to finish their +3. That's going to be big. Huge blink forward, though. Snipes 2 of the last Disruptors. I really think Disruptors honestly don't have much purpose unless you're maxed out and have very good upgrades already. It's too easy to micro against if you're just paying attention all the time. Disruptors are really only good because you can't micro at like 3 fronts at the same time. So eventually they're going to hit something. But unless you have map control, I don't actually think they're so useful. We now see the Robobay being thrown down on the other side. I also think this is going to be a mistake. We have double forge with shields and armor coming down, which I don't think is a mistake. I think that's real cool even. Having better upgrades in PvP when you're playing pure gateway is probably going to be a pretty decent call. This is actually a banger of a game, holy crap. It's really funny because you can see that certain things aren't high level, but the actual multitasking makes the game super intense. Like, almost always these high-level Archon games, or like these mid-level Archon games, end up turning into super fun games. Like, literally just armies running around, left, right, and center. DT's now starting to hit. Observer flying too far forward. One of the two players not paying attention. I wonder if Bums has taken up more tasks at this point. Okay, Bums has the run-by army as well as the macro. Lena on top of the main army, really. It's now going to lose quite some stuff. Disruptor shot coming in will not finish up. Good control there out of the yellow Protoss player. Oh, there's no detection. There's no detection here for you. Oh no, no observer available. And that means that these DTs could actually start working on the eco right now, and that would be huge. Once you start fighting eco, you're usually not in a very good spot. That is a lot of workers going down at a very high pace. This observer is providing a lot of value as well. It's going to make a rotation towards the top side, maybe possible. I think Bums might be overcommitting. No, this is a good move, actually. It's going to be down in upgrades by quite a bit, though, once the shield finishes, but it might just be enough anyway. Recall now is absolutely necessary. This army is going to get caught as well, and I think this will be game number 1. 188 supply to 101. As Team Bums Lena, the 5.3k players, playing like absolute gods. GG gets called. There we go. 1-0 in favor of Bums and Lena here in the Archon for Everyone tournament. Whew. What a game. Bums and Lena bottom right versus you +2 in the top left. Ooh, actually cool. Bums and Lena opting now for the 1-gate expand. So it's going to be a reverse of moves, really, which is kind of high tier. I wonder how Bums is kind of a smart player. Kind of a smart player. So I'm expecting, honestly, him to go maybe Robo behind this. I don't feel like he's a Stargate defender. I could be wrong about that, though. It doesn't smell like a Stargate defender to me. Someone that likes to keep things simple for himself, you know? Wants to get that Nexus down and take it from there. This is legitimately one of the worst maps in the entire map pool, though, to play the 1-gate expansion on. Wait, why is no one microing the probe at home? Look at this. Both players were microing the aggressive probe. their cybernetic score is like 10 seconds too late. How's it even possible in an Archon game? Uh-oh, some communication issues here by Bums and Lena. Both players thinking that they were in charge of the scouting probe. That is not good, because now that's going to be very delayed. Zealot is about to pop out, though, so that's going to be nice at least. Oh no, this is pure chaos. Pylon gets thrown down, Zealot is popping in. Not going to get the hit off, though, as the Zealot will now start working on this building. Yeah, this Cybercore is 13 seconds too late for no real reason. That's frustrating. It also means if you want to build a Stargate, it's going to be 13 seconds too late. They don't even have the gas yet. I guess because they're getting a Stalker and Warp Gate. I really wonder what they're planning on doing here. Probe now moving down. First two Adepts about to finish up as well. Like, despite using a chrono boost, they're still gonna have their first Stalker slightly slower than the opponent's Adepts. These Adepts are also 7 seconds too late, by the way. Both players just forgetting the warp gate for some reason. We have a probe scouting around. I'm not sure why we're scouting with a probe. You're the one that's being aggressive. This is a completely fine situation, though, for Team you and Lena. This is not a wall yet, obviously. There's a huge hole here that needs to be plugged. This is pain. Twilight Council goes down for both players. Holy crap, Team Bums is playing extremely greedy. I think these two Adepts are just gonna kill everything, no? Who's in charge of these? Is that Hayward? Is J Money? Or Hayward? One of the two, maybe both. Kill that, hello! There we go. 2 more kills on those Adepts. Oh, the control here has been absolutely subpar. I think you could have probably gotten 7-8 kills there if you give up these Adepts, but they micro this very poorly. I'm not sure why that is the case, but it definitely was poor micro. Once again, coming out with a fast forward. Honestly, despite the bad start here for Team Bumps Lena, their delayed cybernetics score, their delayed everything, I think they're in a pretty okay position, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not so worried about that. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how this is possible, though. I feel like if you... Okay, yeah, these Adepts are just gonna get like 2 more kills. What? Why are they going in? Hey, this is the thing about Adepts, is that usually they don't get much better over time. So if you're keeping them on your opponent's side of the map, like, you probably want to sacrifice them earlier rather than later. Either that or you save them for a long time. These are now gonna... They're just gonna die. Like, one of them is probably gonna die here. You can't turn around, start fighting 2 Stalkers. Who's in control of these? Let's shame that person. Hayward! Hayward with the poor control here on the Adepts. Okay? This is Hayward's fault. Nah, Hayward should have done a better job. Oh, Hayward. Not again. 3 gateways on the way right now, so it's going to be 4-gate blink. We have a sentry as well coming in, as there is a nexus. Now, this is technically an illegal play. I don't think you're actually allowed to have faster upgrades, less production, and a faster third base all at the same time. Usually you get a slightly faster forge, but then what you do is you delay your third a bit. Because, well, you're just investing a lot of money into an upgrade, so why... You should just mirror your opponent's nexus timing. Like, that's just better. Or, well, it's safer. Of course, if Bum/Lena isn't going to be capable of doing anything, well, then it was fine, and then you actually have a bigger lead, but it is kind of risky. On the other hand, there's just not enough cash here for Bums and Lena. They have a lot of gas in the bank. I'm kind of feeling like a Dark Shrine might be good. Also feel like that Adept Shade should have finished 5 times already, but it's just gonna keep going across the map. Now Blink is done, and that means that these Adepts will be in a little bit of trouble, obviously. I think this is going to be Lena here in charge of these 2 Stalkers, and that's definitely the case. What? This is risky. This is kind of silly risky in a way. Uh-oh. Big move out here coming out of you. +1 is done already. It's not a single battery. I think this is going to be game. I don't actually think there's anything that can be done. Hallucination gets used. Well, game. No, this actually feels a little bit like it's going to be game. Superior Stalker numbers. +1 done. Even worker count. Adepts now should finish. Finally. Yep, there we go. Even though you don't get many kills, you ensure that you get the kill here. I'm so surprised that we aren't seeing a single robotics facility out of Team U every single time. It's so freaking greedy. It actually kind of hurts my head. And I don't like it when my head hurts. There's still no forge though out of Team Bumps, so they're probably just gonna move across the map and try to win. Dark Shrine now, well, just now starting. This doesn't feel good, my friends. This does not feel good. Oi, 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 oi. This does not spark joy, as we call it. We have another Nexus being thrown down, so a double expand. Wants to create some chaos, perhaps with these Dark Templar. Technically should be possible, of course. Technically should be possible. Oi, 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 oi. Create a little bit of chaos. Wait until your double expand finishes. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Profit. The fact that they managed to take map control despite being down an upgrade and having lower Stalker numbers is impressive already. It shows that Team U is too afraid to do anything. Like, they don't want to be out on the map, which is a mistake. They should be out on the map right now. They should be taking map control. They're going to be up 2 upgrades and up 4 Stalkers. Like, it should not be viable for her team Lena Bumps to be out on the map, our Red Protoss players. I love that they changed colors as well to make things a little bit more complicated for me. It's very kind of them. Dark Shrine has finished up right now. Is there an observer on the map yet? Yes, there is one. It's moving across. We have a lot of sentries actually. Could use that for force fields. Could also just use the sentries to tickle those zealots, which is indeed right now what it's being used for. One DT gets warped in. Observer might actually end up catching that, as these double adepts are still looking for something. Force fields need to be good. There's no force fields. Well, these were not good. That was a nice blink forward. Could target down the super battery as well if it ever gets used, and I think this is just simply going to be game. Oi, 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 oi. 12, 13, 15, 16, 17 probes here being taken out. 21 probes going down right now. And that, my dear friends, I think is just going to be it. We still have a DT shooting a pylon here, but even that is going to be taken care of at some point in the near future. There's one DT still working defensively, but let's face it, this game is pretty freaking over. It's going to be +3 versus +0 at some point as well. And even without detection, I think they're still just going to clear everything. GG gets called. And you ties up the series. Final game of this best of 3 between you and Bums and Lena. I hope we're gonna get a similar game to that first one. That one was very interesting. I hope both players just open up with a 2-gate. I think that would be better as well. Much, much better. Because I don't really... usually when it's 1-gate versus 2-gate or 1-gate versus 1-gate, the games tend to not be so interesting. But PvP can actually be really interesting at Archon level when both players just get a bunch of stalkers and start moving across the map. I honestly believe that Bums and Lena have much better unit movement, but because the other team has 3 players, there is like a kind of a secondary force that is easy to, you know, to have a good time on the map most of the time. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to see where this is gonna go, to be honest. I think it's going to be interesting. They meet each other in the middle of the map, they kiss, and then they should start popping off. Pretty high tier. Alright, gate versus... yeah, 2-gate versus 2-gate is going to be the standard setup. Hopefully this time around they're not gonna forget their cybernetics score. That was kind of pathetic last game. If you have 5 people and every single one of them is getting a delayed cybernetic score for some reason. Once again though, look at this. Cybernetic score 126, 126. Yeah, it's a second late. It's not awful, but I'm not a fan of it either, to be honest. Gas mining fairly even, both of them just rallying into the gas after having 16 on minerals. So I'm kind of expecting either a Stalker or an Adept Stalker or a double Adept opener rather than anything else, to be honest. Like I don't think we're gonna see anything too crazy. So we have this cybernetic score getting closer and closer to finishing. You could see a delayed tech, but it is kind of rare to see delayed tech most of the time. It is very rare actually to see delayed tech. I'm just gonna keep this thing open so I can easily turn around. J Money Magic in control of nothing. See, he's not moving the camera. No, wait. He's probably in control of something. Okay, it's J Money Magic who's touching the probe right now. I think in Team U, the player that gets, you know, the worst things to do is Hayward. I think Hayward, whenever 2 people have something to do, Hayward doesn't do anything. So either Hayward is kind of lazy, or he's the worst player on the team. You know, he's kind of there to move the adepts a little bit. Nice block there out of Lena. Well timed as well. I think Lena and Bumps being so aggressive, just overall, like more weight, they just kind of take the map control most of the time. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I have to do some adminning on the side. Give the first person to bump real fast. Okay, Bumps continues moving out on the map here. Like, this by itself is already fairly risky. They can actually skip the battery here. Like, once you see sentries on the other side of the map, you can actually just completely skip the battery. Because there's no way they're gonna attack quickly, and there's no point in having a battery this far back. Like, if you're gonna get a battery, maybe get it up here or something. It might be much, much better. Twilight Council on the way as well, for both players. Next side going down. All very high tier. Let's see what Hayward is up to. I just see Hayward. Hayward gets given the task to scout the entire map with a probe. Here you go, Hayward. You take the probe, buddy. Just go run around a bit. see if there's anything you can find. I feel bad for the guy. Hayward also has big ideas. Oh no. Give him something to do that's useful. Come on. It might be a Dark Shrine. Okay, so it's going to be Blink against Blink most likely then. Lots of units actually moving across the map already. Bums and Lane are feeling this. With a quick move out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Force fields. Oh my god, the force fields were too slow. And they weren't good. Still going to get one sentry, which is something. I don't think you want to commit here. I think that's an... Ooh. Hallucination? Oh, this... yeah, you shouldn't commit. Like, you just have to one go. Once you start fighting in a battery, you're losing. Not how you want to be doing it, usually. There's a lot of cash in the bank for you. The Stalker count is in favor of Bums and Lane. Both players have lost a sentry. I think a third base is a wise call here. Yeah, I like that. I really do like that. Hallucination not quite helping out yet. And neither is that +1. So this worker now is moving over to build a pylon that's going to get killed. Is it Hayward? Oh, that was Hayward. Oh, Hayward, come on, man. Get it together, son. Get it together. We now have a third and a fourth gate. I actually much prefer the setup that Bums are Lena going for the entire time. Just gateways production before forges. And then having a faster third base. So like higher eco, keeping map control. Yes, you're going to lose big fights with like lots of stalkers, but you're only going to be down one upgrade majority of the time, right? It's not like your forge is going to be so late that you'll be down 2 upgrades. At least it shouldn't be. So you just kind of accept an upgrade deficit, and then you can make that up with a second forge later on. They haven't been doing that quite yet, but they could. Hallucination scouted the Dark Shrine, and I think as a result it got cancelled. Yeah, was over here with the emphasis on was. 2 gateways being built in the main. That's gonna bring the total up to 5 there. I think Lena should actually be taking these stalkers on the map right now. Some hallucination, blinking into the main base definitely could be a move. I think they're a little bit afraid, despite them seeing this base already. I think they actually should just be moving out. We have 5 extra gates being added. This is going to be a significant investment here into a push. That also means that while you're building 5 gateways, you're very weak, because all the money that the opponent is spending into units, you're spending into gateways. So, yes, this could definitely be an issue. And I actually think that this thing might be in trouble. If this base gets cancelled again, Bums and Lane are just simply going to win, I think. I don't quite understand how they would hold, you know? If they're just going to be down a base the entire time. Force fields are good. Guardian Shield is fantastic. Yes, being down an upgrade sucks, but having the +2 armor on the Guardian Shield is definitely helping. Guardian Shield now is gone. Stalker count is 11 to 14. Blink forward is always stupid. And it was stupid this time as well. Nexus still going to get taken out. Maybe want to turn around, target 1 or 2 stalkers. You're bleeding out a lot of units here, Bums. Ooh. There's not enough gas in the bank either. And despite having 6 gates and 1k minerals, they can't really produce a whole lot of crap that is going to be useful. They still haven't thrown down a forge either. And now I'm actually starting to get a bit worried. Look at this 1400 minerals. Bums is not doing this well. As the macro maestro, he should be taking care of this. It's going to get a 4th base despite already being up a base. Like, the focus should be on what you're lacking. It's trying to mitigate where you're in which you're down, which right now is going to be the upgrade, which is not entirely brilliant. It's actually the opposite. Wait, they got a probe in? How did that happen? Who did that? Who's in charge of that? I'm loving this little blink in. Problem now being is down an upgrade, soon to be down 2 upgrades. I mean, this base is toast. It's absolutely toast. We see Team U is now attacking, which makes a lot of sense. Because, well, they're all in on 2 bases. These stalkers are picking off reinforcements, which is actually quite cool. I don't understand this. What are Bums and Lena doing? I think they're throwing this game accidentally. They need to cancel this base. There's no 3rd. This is completely all in. Just get an Immortal, get units, start your freaking +1 finally. Okay, and attack into the super battery. That's usually not very smart, but with this much of a stalker advantage, I think it might just barely be enough. Oh no. There we go. This is disaster, isn't it? Maybe with an Immortal? The production is similar. Is really quite similar. There's adepts now in the main base coming from this pylon, which is freaking huge. That's definitely tying up a lot of stalkers at home. Immortal pops out. Can we finally start the +1? For the love of God, bums. How are we macroing this poorly? If all you have to do is take care of the macro. Now we start the +1. There we go. Another immortal. Please get another immortal out. 9 workers have been killed. This pylon is still here. That means more adepts can be warped in. Meanwhile, at home, what is Hayward up to? Hayward on the right side. A couple of stalkers. Having a blast as well. 2 more adepts. Popping on in. 41 workers to 65. Literally all that Bums and Lena need to do right now is survive. If they don't die, they win the game. They're going to lose battery instantly. They're going to lose the battery instantly. That is a pylon that gets taken out. The Immortal is trailing behind. It's 13 stalkers to 23. How are they not just winning this? I guess there's some stalkers at home dealing with this. There's 1 stalker at home. That's it. Big blink forward. I think Bums and Lena are they dead? Pulling the probes is helping out. 3 probes not really fighting. Zealots now coming in as well. And more stalkers being warped in. A 4th base once again on the way. These adepts are saving them. Hardcore. Lena with the adepts, I think that is. Absolutely high tier. Yep. Getting so many kills here. This army is being chased away. It really felt like this should have been over many, many times. But I think Team U is going to end up dying here. As these probes were just having a blast on the right side. These adepts are still going strong. Oh my god, these adepts, they won so much. They actually won so much. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. 17 probe kills. If +1 finishes and you have even 1 immortal out, that is huge. Yeah, there's going to be an immortal out. I feel like the communication between Bums and Lena has been very mediocre though. Because Lena should have basically been saying, hey, as long as we don't die, we're winning. As long as we don't die, we're winning. And like Immortal should be chrono boosted out. Like Immortal, battery per base. Like the only way you're losing is if you die in the next 20 seconds, you know? You're up a base, you're up 20 workers. I don't think they quite understand how far ahead they are. That's a blink forward. That is a blink forward that I actually appreciate. And I think that is going to pretty much be the end. I think it's pretty much going to be the end. I just don't see a viable way to make up the 33 supply that they're down. Even if they're up 1 upgrade, like it's not going to be good enough. They're also down a base. I would love for Bums and Lena to just kind of move across the map and straight up win the game. Oh, these 2 are going to get blasted. Nope. Not quite. What is this? 17, 11. They're literally not ahead in anything right now, the Team U. That means they're gonna die usually. I think a 5th base would even be a cool play, or getting like... Oh, they have 10 gates already, so they don't need more gateways. Like a 2nd forge could be viable, maybe. These adepts gonna get caught. As these adepts actually kind of allowed Bums to move across the map with the main army. What's the actual worker count? 29 workers killed. Majority of that from these adepts. Just go and kill, come on. Oh, this is... It's understandable that you want to play it carefully, especially without a prism, but at the same time, like, this game is really freaking over right now. It's 40 supply to 73, batteries being built defensively. Oh, there's 2 adepts as well. Oh no, the reverse. The Uno reverse card? Is this Hayward? No, Hayward is doing nothing. It's J-Money. Oh, I got really excited here for a second that Hayward was making the plays. Maybe 2 more adepts over here on the bottom side. Could be viable. Would love to see it. Some DTs now being warped in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who has the DTs? Not Hayward. It's J-Money. J-Money! And you need more DTs. Oh, he's just kind of routing them around here. Look at that. They are being spotted, though. Gonna try and route them into the main. Lena wants to attack the Dark Templar. Ooh. Hit that straight on the face. That's nice. Big blink forward. I think this game might just actually be completely over. DTs got taken care of. Even with Shadow Strike, they're not going to survive. Stalker count is 23 to 19. 8 Zealots to 0. 1 Immortal to 0. Come on, just kill. They have no clue how far ahead they are, do they? They legitimately have no idea. Uh-oh, that sucks. 2 workers going down somewhere. Oh, it's that 1 DT. That's just poking in, killing a worker and then pissing off. 3 Stalkers. Of course, once you have +1, you can always one-shot workers. That's what they're gonna do now as well. One shot a couple of workers, blink away maybe. Don't want to really fight in a super battery yet. At the same time, they're pushing in with the main army. Poor macro during this game. Too much flotation of the money, but Bumps and Lena are finally going to secure the victory after a very long, tiring series for them, I can only imagine. Average APM 523 from our teal team, 383 from the Protoss, the Red Protoss team. It's actually relatively low for an Archon. I have to admit that. That's so funny. They did a good enough job, so who cares? More reinforcements moving across the map. Some DTs moving in position. Actually feels kind of scary right now, but if you take a look at the army supply, you know it ain't scary. Salad's moving in as well. Immortal in the back still being useful. GG! And that is going to be it. Bumps and Lena with the victory. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. They'll be advancing on in the bracket. Yeah, I had a game between Bumps and Bumps, Lena, and then there was Team U with Hayward and J Money. And you can see immediately who is like, you know, the weakest link in the team. Because Hayward spent the first 5 minutes walking around with a probe, making sure there's really nothing proxied. When he was done with that, he went for another round. It's like, all right, Hayward, I have a feeling your two teammates don't respect you as much. It's like, felt kind of bad. Then at some point he gets like 2 adepts and, you know, maybe messes up one shade and you see J Money taking over. It's like, oh. Poor Hayward. Was that really necessary?
Archon is where you figure out who your true friends are, man.
Yeah. Once things get serious, then, you know, it's not so friendly anymore. It's like, give me those guys. Like, you're doing that awful. And that's the one thing. At least I didn't take away the Phoenixes from you, Wardy. That would have been real embarrassing.
Mate, you didn't have a chance. They're already dead.
Can't steal it if they're gone. All right. Let's go over the names here real fast, as I think we have Elaser, Lambo, and Spirit in the bottom right versus Hero Marine, Creed, Cuckoo, Battlebee, and Iba in the top left. Now, Team Elaser, I believe, has 2 more members, but 2 of their members haven't showed up yet.
You were meant to be the missing member.
Calazur and Special were supposed to be the missing links. I believe that Calazur right now is coming home from a holiday, so he's on the bus home. So he'll be there soon, and then he can help them out. If they continue on in the tournament, they'll be fine. And I think Special also still needs a little bit of time. Their plan was to actually play Terran, but right now they're going to be Zerg. They actually said that they don't feel comfortable at all with Zerg against Terran, because Terran is much better, but they do believe that, I guess, that this is their best shot, because, well, I guess they have Spirit. I'm not sure why they wouldn't let Spirit just play a TVT. He's also been beating Hero Marine every single time they played in the past 5 weeks now.
Yeah, well, I guess that depends whether Elaser and Lambo like controlling Terran units, man. They might pull a wardy Phoenix out of the back pocket, you know?
Yeah, but Lambo actually has pretty decent Terran. I think he's like 5'8", 5'9", or so. So I don't know, I'm somewhat surprised by that. Who do you think is controlling this Reaper? Do you think it's Creed? That'll be?
I actually have no idea, man. Like, yeah, maybe a Battlebee or Creed. I don't think they give it to Kuko or Iba. I think Kuko and Iba are there for trash talk, and every now and again they, you know, they fix a depot or something, or they fix an AFK worker.
Yeah, they're the cheerleaders of the team.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Just the hype men, you know?
Yeah, well, in the Wardies Wankers, I was the official team BMer, you know, so... See, that's exactly what Iba's doing. Like, that's literally his role in the early game. He did the exact same versus us. You know it's true.
Yeah. That is actually true. Yeah, he literally has nothing to do. It's so funny. They think they're like a big part of the team. You know, if the player, you know, Maximum goes down, he's the first one to go, and we all know it. Cuckoo is the second one to go.
Yeah, you can tell who the real core of the team is. Yeah.
Probably like once you go like first person camera, Cuckoo's like in the top right, or just idling over the base, like moving the depot up and down. Yeah. Poor guys. I'm loving the Viking though. I think that's a good call. You can do so much with a Viking if it's being seriously controlled. Reaper Hellion now moving in. There's a Lyote just chilling next to this base. These larvae were definitely taking a bit of a beating.
Maybe Iba should get control of the Lyote. One player just gets credit control.
Yeah, if you click it 16 times, it dies. There's nothing to do anymore. You know, when at a time in Curious Minds, when there was like a lot of critters that were annoying, all pro players put like the what do you call it, like the repeat thing on left mouse click, so that you could click it really fast and it would insta explode.
Yeah, I remember that actually. As a Viking, it's gonna grab an Overlord already. It is actually kind of crazy how good some units become when you play Archon, because you can actually just like they're never worth putting attention into, but when there's nothing else but to put attention into them, like something like this Viking, it can just push back so many Overlords and so much map control, like for a long time.
Who's controlling the? I think Iba was controlling the Viking. He literally flew into 2 queens. This is the last time they're giving him a unit. I was going through all the cameras. I'm like, what is this? Cuckoo just signaling to retreat. Meanwhile, okay, one more Overlord in a bit of trouble. There's a queen in the main base that could maybe take care of it. Hellion's also moving forward. We'll get a couple of kills here. It's actually fairly frustrating. This is so hard to deal with, dude.
Yeah. When the Terrans have multiple people to actually control their Hellions all the time, it's rough. There's units on the top side as well poking around, but there's queens there at least defensively. So far, the great guys are finding themselves a reasonable defense. Balin S coming up as well, so we're even going to go into Aspire, because obviously Mutas are another unit which if you can just control them 24/7, they're going to gain so much more value than usual.
Yeah. Right now we're on a Spirits camera, by the way. I'm on Spirit's camera, and he's just controlling 3 queens, as well as doing the defense in the main base with the 1 queen and the Spore. I actually kind of like that division of tasks. That seems kind of solid, you know, not too much. Then the other person is probably doing majority of the creep, the other queens, and then someone is just doing injects and general macro. I feel like Lambo is doing the macro, don't you think? Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Lambo definitely is. You can see it with the solid ring.
Yeah.
That's the Archon observing trick. Solid ring versus dotted ring.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Did you actually? Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I completely understand, Hardy.
Cool. Glad. Sometimes I don't know if you ever know what I'm talking about, so when I actually try and explain something, it's always a concern.
I got you. Spire here has finished up now. Or it got cancelled? No, it finished up.
No, that's right, though.
Yeah.
Yep, they're just not making mutas. They have the money to make mutas, though, so it should be on the way soon, as they need to try and stay clear of their supply block as well. Still Queen's playing good defense, of course. I always thought Zerg was meant to be really good in Archon mode, because the amount of creep you can get is just ridiculous. Like, it's so impossible to stop creep when someone just fully focuses on it all the time.
I think, honestly, the most important thing here is going to be to just have the first push, like, not just stopped, but pushed back, so your mutas can go across the map. Because there is a chance that you're just going to be forced to, you know, defend the entire time with mutas rather than being allowed to harass. And if that's the case, it's going to be hard. If you can move across the map, life is actually going to be good. You see as well that the big guys are just moving across the map with as much as they can and just kind of staying off creep, taking out a little bit of creep on the bottom side. But yeah, of course the creep spread is going to be fabulous here.
Yeah. We'll see, you can just send a different... When you got 5 players, you can just send a different Terran medevac with a different group of Marines to someone else, and everyone just gets their own medevac to play with. But they are going to have to split up very well soon with the mutas, obviously. You're going to have to make sure you have enough units defensively and everything, so that'll be important as we actually have a little bit of skirmish in the center, and mutas do try and make a bit of a dive through, and they are going to start putting some damage out as well, so time for the great guys to get some damage on themselves.
Yep. Battle B, by the way, had the top army, Cuckoo the bottom army. I think Creed had the Hellions and probably is doing defensive stuff. Iba was moving around his camera at a very high speed.
I did wonder whose camera it was when your camera started going all the way around the map.
Okay, we have 2 medevacs going into the main. There's nothing really ready. Of course, the Viking made sure that Overlord turned around. That was a really cool drop in the main. It's gonna get a queen and take out a bunch of drones here as well. As the great guys perhaps in some trouble. Mutas at the same time, dealing a bit of damage here in the main. Take out a turret. 2 medevacs will try and take care of that. Fort base now being set up for the Terran players. The big guys are doing okay, I feel like.
No, I think they're doing a great job. They're controlling things. They are staying active with their medevacs as well. Obviously, the Mutas are meant to be good at shutting these Medivacs down, but they've been trying to be aggressive. Now they're going to come over here, so this is where these Medivacs can have a worse time. I think that's very nice to be able to start shutting these down a bit.
A Muta split is something we never really see. I like it. I wonder how well you could harass technically as well, you know, with this. You just have 2 people controlling Mutas. If you have like significant Muta groups, that could be pretty sick. Like 11 or 12. You can almost always find like just a building to damage, which is super annoying. We now, I think, have Battle B. I think this is. Yeah, Battle B is in control of the main army. He's going to start moving on the map quite aggressively. Someone else is dealing with those drops as well at the same time. That's real cool to see. 2-2 is about to finish up. I'm actually pretty afraid here for the great guys. Do they have something to deal with this?
Well, Link Bay meter is not really something to do with this kind of thing in general, so I feel like the Mutas just haven't done enough, right? They're kind of poking on the edges but not doing much else, and you know, it's just not keeping any serious amount of units at home, so this big push is, like you say, kind of going to be terrifying. Valley even feels like there's Banelings ready. There's only 6 Banelings on the map. I think they're dead, man.
I think they're dead too. This looks real bad for them. Mutas are diving a bit deeper at the same time in the main base, as all Mutas have kind of gathered there. It is 2-2 upgrades versus, well, just +1 carapace really. There's not even a melee upgrade yet. Banelings are getting some hits, as now a Baneling flank is gonna come in. Battle B pays attention, barely gets that pickup. At the same time, the Mutas continue fighting in the main base as well. A bunch of workers have gone down on both player sides. A drone, well, a couple of drones will end up falling extra. How is the next set of upgrades looking? It's getting closer and closer, but this drop is just not being stopped.
I didn't realize how bad the upgrades are for the great guys. Like +1 carapace against 2-2. It's that's not a pretty time at all. Their supplies obviously dipping heavily, and they are gonna have the Mutas, which maybe if the Mutas can like find a few good pickoffs and like, you know, swing the supply a bit, that's gonna be at least giving them a lifeline. Whereas before they had not a lot going for themselves, and now they're actually floating forward, and maybe this is the one moment where the great guys can get something done.
Is there enough anti-air? There's 28 Marines. Bailey's going to connect with the SCVs. Depots weren't properly microed in time. Thor's going to get a couple of big shots off, though. 63 workers to 72. Great guys still have infinite creep as well. Don't forget about that. Especially towards that bottom side in the top. The middle lane has been cleared. There's still a 2 Marine squad. I have no clue how they got there, but they're dealing damage. New drones in production. There's 5 base versus, well, 5 as well. I still favor the position quite a bit for the big guys, but the Mutas now with +2 going into the main base, that is 17 Mutas. They can clear turrets relatively quickly.
Yeah, they're dangerous. They can get in, they can start, like you say, clear out a turret, and then they gain some space, and that really forces units to come and deal with them. As right now, there's a little pack of Marines, and looks as though it's going to be plenty, but this keeps the Terran players back, right? So as long as the Terran's back, the Zerg see this as a win, and then jumping on that forward base, deny the 5th a little while as well, even getting Burrow, which is also going to be powerful when you have someone who's just going to be able to watch the minimap a lot more frequently than in a regular 1v1. So Burrowed Banes could be very frustrating.
Hard agree there, yeah. Another thing that's interesting to note as well is that they haven't really started respreading creep. I wonder if that's on purpose to try and make Burrow a bit more useful, or if they're just saying, hey, we now have 1 person on the Mutas, 1 person on the run bites. I think Spirit is on the Link Bane. Oh, that was not good. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah. This is some Terran micro. This is how he thinks you deal with mines. He just lost like 25 links to 2 mines. Like, no, you actually do need to split against those. It's just like the Disruptor, except it's automatic, mate. Like, you gotta take care of them.
Yeah, the Terrans will never believe the Widow Mine is good until they play against it. So, something along those lines. 10 drones go down. That drop in the main was pretty decent as well. And as we have another bigger push setting up from the big guys coming down the bottom. Obviously, they can clear some creep there as well. And looks as though we're going to reposition a couple of these Banes that were previously burrowed. Trying to get something still done with these meters. They are very much just stuck on Ling Bay meter as well. Like, they have no tech out of this for now, which generally becomes a big issue for Zerg the later the game goes.
Yeah. This is definitely an issue. I think at some point you might even want to get a couple of Ghost out. Big Marine hits. Mines.
What a mine. Oh.
Honestly, not that awful. I thought it was going to be much worse for the Zerg. A bunch of these Mutas also going towards the bottom side now. There's 28 Mutas total. I think there's like 18 here on the top side and like 10 on the left. Gonna take out 1 turret at least. I mean, this just seems kind of hopeless, honestly, splitting at this point. But they're still gonna do it. Bane count is at 11, 20 more on the way. They're trying all the rotations. Spirit's micro really needs to improve when it comes against these Widow Mines. He just keeps losing units again and again. Like, he just doesn't split.
Yeah. I don't think Spirit quite understands the split away link control, as you do see.
Yeah.
I think Lambo just took over the link bane there as well, so starts to look a little bit. It's exactly what he said. You mess up too many times, the other guy's just like, get out of here. Yeah, this is completely different to moments ago, although the mutas now sabotage. Beautiful.
That was not it. I think all mutas are now together once more. So, oh, look at these two Burrow banelings. You see that?
Yeah. They're waiting for them. They're trying to bait them into the picture.
Yeah. I almost feel like they're being too obvious in a way, you know?
Yeah. I think someone just did you signal that it?
Yeah, someone was signaling there. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Okay,
yeah, they knew. I think they knew.
Yeah. I mean, Eva's probably just literally in charge of spotting banelings that are being burrowed, so not too surprised by that. This game is way closer than I really would have thought it was going to be, especially after seeing the early game. The great guys are really struggling finding a hole in this defense, though. The creep is also being destroyed. Middle lane of creep is getting back up there. Muta count still at 22, so that's something. Marines now being taken out. Banelings maybe could do something. They can't really. One more mine is going to get blasted. One more mine is going to get blasted. Muta control has been really good. These two drops will probably get blasted due to those mutas. Don't think they can even get the unload. No, there's a boost, maybe. Ooh, Link's in position. Wardy. This is a solid defense.
Yep, there's a complete shutdown. Those medevacs are going to die. 1 and 2. Nice and easy. We lose maybe a bit of creep in the center and Overseer as well. The Terrans have been great at pushing back the creep, by the way. Like, I'm very impressed by how much they've been able to control and contain that. So they just need to kind of get one scan in the center here, and they really would be in a better spot. Although they are going to have a bit of a fight going, as some of these Marines did not get into medevacs, despite there being space. The Terrans not finding the right macro in the middle of the map.
They're actually losing some of these fights right now, which is kind of scary. They will take out this 5th base, hopefully, if they click it. Right? Yeah, there we go. Will get taken out. Bottom side base also gets taken out. So both players losing quite a bit there. Terrans now starting ghost production. We have a lurker then on the way, which I kind of like in a way. Drop heading in towards the main will be units in position as Adrenal is getting closer and closer to finishing up. The worker count for the Zergs has dropped significantly. And I'm wondering if going up to 31 mutas at this point in the game is going to be the call. There's 3 Thors out. They have +2 vehicle weapons. There's ghosts that are popping out. There's 8 here already, 3 more on the way. It feels like the era of the Mutalisk has ended 2 minutes ago. Oh my god. Do you see that split?
Yeah.
Or, well,
no, I did not see the split.
Yeah, I did not see the split.
Yeah, so I saw the absolute lack of... Yeah, no, the mutas are kind of done for. Like, they're kind of past that point. Just going to be seeing the bio still set up in the center, though. We've got more of these units. They did find the scan, by the way, that I was talking about, to really kind of push back the creep in the center. So yeah, it's kind of time for the Zergs to find something like, like the Lurkers, right? A bit more defensive, but with Ghosts coming out as well. The Terrans are just so well set up already.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the problem right now, the main problem that I see for the great guys here, our Zerg players, is that they can't really get rid of these mutas because they don't have anything to replace them with. But I also don't, they're also not going to be useful anymore. So right now there's what, like 56 supply in Mutalisk. That's a lot of resources as well. That is basically useless. Like, it's not doing anything.
Yeah. You see a little cleanup here, though. I mean, they kind of baited these units over here as they were trapped, but then they get freed. And that was actually a big supply swing. 30 supply of the Terran drops.
Yeah, that was huge. I guess that's a really powerful little play that they could use. I think they're going to try to abuse that once more. Look at that. They just keep these banelings over there and then bounce in between the bases. That is kind of difficult to deal with, of course. Oh, get one snipe on a mine. You get a snipe as well on a baneling.
So that was maybe wanting to be a muta, but didn't quite get the touches. GC Bane's going to chase forward here. One Thor is going to have the same medevac pull it back. Wouldn't mind gets a shot off. Still links to chase for a little bit. The Nidus attempt is going to be denied. Units enough there in the main base for the Terrans to say nuh-uh. Just Lurkers are coming out onto the field there. Still working on some upgrades, but soon they're going to be full power, and we'll see if they can be the real kind of turning forces. I guess one thing is these guys, because they've been traded, so...
Nuh-uh?
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 Is this a common thing to say?
Nuh-uh, yeah. It's like,
I
no.
never heard this before.
Nuh-uh. It's like you're really making a point like, nuh-uh. No way. Probably, when I say it, probably sounds like I'm just going like, nah, or something.
Anything from Newcastle. Lurkers are moving in position right now over here at the 3rd base. As the Muta's trying to deny the snipes. Actually doing a good job here. A lot of ghosts being taken out. as the Lurkers are still active. Lurker Muta, when you can control both of them, is actually not that weak. Look at that! These ghosts are being blasted.
Yeah, Muta's able to dive. The ghost is actually really sick. Something you would never really see is a couple more snipes there. Now there's only 3 Lurkers remaining, but some good progress. There's going to be a Terran dive on the bottom side. These units are low HP though. If we can just get enough here to fight it off. I was going to say neither side really has a bank, right? Because they're just so busy trading so consistently.
Right.
It kind of makes it fascinating. Like, any fight can be really deadly because there's not an instant rebuild available for anyone.
Another Nidus attempt here in the main base is not quite going to work out. That single Lurker up top, though, is helping quite a bit. 150 supply to 166. The Terrans continue expanding. If their bottom base now gets shut down, though, that would be a big hit because there's a couple of mules working there. They don't actually have any cash. They're getting quite a bit in income, but this is kind of scary for the big guys right now.
Yeah, no, they are kind of getting put on the back foot a little bit, and especially with these Lurkers, it feels like a newfound resolve on the side of the Zergs where they can actually... They almost have something to fight with the game where they've not really had that for a long time, apart from overwhelming a position or so.
Yeah, still need to be careful, of course. Mutas coming in from the back right now. Really thought these Mutas were going to be useless, but they've proven themselves very worthy. For now, in Big Mine is going to hit as the first few infestors are being produced. Neural Parasite as well on the way. 10 SCVs have gone down somewhere as a hatch on the bottom side doesn't get cancelled. The Great Guy is also not so rich anymore whatsoever. The final Lurker is going to get cleaned up. That brings the total Lurker count now to 0. How many mines do you think have been sniped? Guess.
Guess?
Yeah.
23.
39.
39.
Well, we don't know if all of them have been sniped, but 39 mines have been taken out.
39 died.
Yeah.
Well, obviously I was going for the snipe number. 16
yeah, because
just died
I usually keep track of that. I'm sorry, Wardy.
Yeah.
I should have been more clear there. I apologize for being an idiot.
Okay.
Won't happen again.
I'm used to it at this point after those games earlier.
Yeah. Sure. Fantastic.
Ooh, the fungal doesn't really... Well, kind of gave the Mutas a little bit of a chance to get a couple more Marines, but not too much. Obviously, infests in general around the map can cause some concerns. So we do see the Lingbane trying to make a dive to protect some group spread. The single Widow Mine shot on a single Zergling this time. It's not Spirit in control.
Let's take a look who's controlling everything. Right? Spirit is spraying creep. One more big fungal over here. Very nice. I still think that this is starting to look worse and worse, though, for our Zerg players. That was a nice engagement out of Elaser, I think it was, with those Muta Ling. No Banelings at all in this army. Ghost not quite getting that range on the snipes. I think our Zerg players are in trouble. They're trying to transition into a still very active style with Infestors, Lings, and Mutas all around the map. It feels like they're not quite getting that cost efficiency anymore. And at this point, the big guys have 10 orbital commands. So despite them being on only 55 workers, they have enough income, really. They have their bases set up. There's no mining going on the very top side, 12 o'clock. So if it's going to be a split map scenario, I mean, the big guys are just going to be winning 100%, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, Terran's just way too good in this scenario. And there's no way Zerg trades well enough or finds enough to make up for it.
Yeah, and also I don't see a way actually to go into Infestor Broodlord at this point, right? There's just no resources available this entire time, which is a massive issue. Nidus Network got positioned in range of the planetary. This is... This happens when you put two Zergs.
This is a wardy planetary.
Yeah,
this is a wardy planetary. I would have targeted that Nidus.
Oh, you would have gotten the Nidus real good, mate. You can leave Wardy in charge of the planetaries if these are the Nidus positions, that's for sure. Oh boy. It's quite a banger of a game, though. What do you think the average APM is for the big guys?
For the big guys?
Yeah.
Is it all their APMs added up?
Yeah.
So you got 4 Terran players in eBay? Like 1,100.
It's 1,287.
1287? Oh. I didn't realize eBay's moving around the map counting.
Probably still spamming the buttons as well as a Zerg after all. They just love clicking.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is actually a pretty okay trade on the bottom.
Catch. Yeah. Zerg's getting a little bit of progress as they clean up a little bit. Lingbane Muta still in the center. And Bioforce has to back away from that, be a little bit careful as Marauders, tanks, plus 3 vehicle plating. All the final touches to the upgrades. Again, lots of tanks being made, actually, as we do get another catch here. There's a lot of Terran units getting caught off and going down, and now the Zergs might try and capitalize Meters at the very least are going to chase forward. There's going to be a medevac going down now. A couple of ghosts already targeted. The tanks as well. They're going to make great progress diving into this position.
Yeah, actually, it's not that bad. The problem, I think, is that they also lost their bottom base, and they're probably soon going to lose their top side as well. A couple of tanks, well, not entirely out of position, well, kind of out of position, just not sieged up, I guess. Ghosts now moving back to the top side. I actually feel like that they tried to break there. They got really close, but then they didn't have enough to push through. Like, if you clear the planetary there on the bottom with that push, then all of a sudden that side is so much more open as well, right? And they need to rebuild turrets and everything, but now that they've lost 2 bases during this, and I'm just not entirely seeing a way forward here. The control on that Hydra Ling army is quite good. Yeah, there's Lambo out there. It's doing a decent job. They need to take that bottom side planetary. There hasn't been a single Viper yet, by the way. Which, in a way, I was thinking, how good would Viper Muta be? You know, just pulling in individual units into it?
Yeah. I guess so, but then which units are you targeting? Like the tanks and stuff and so on?
It's just whatever you have, no? Like
Whatever
anything can
you have.
die. Like a Marauder, or like you're just killing stuff the entire time. And you have so much time, so it's easy to consume the correct buildings. This is a good link flank, by the way.
Yeah, this keeps happening where the Zergs are definitely kind of catching the Terrans a little bit, like too many units here or too many units there, so that's definitely been one thing that's kept the Zergs in this.
Whenever I see a move that doesn't make any sense, I immediately go to Spirit's
You
camera
go to Spirit's
and I see him
camera.
looking at the same thing. He's like... It's so funny because you can just... This is exactly what happens, right? When you're playing like reverse race as well, you think you have all these cool plays that would maybe work against you. And then when you try them, it's like, hey, never mind, this is garbage. Like running past a planetary into another planetary with 15 links. It's like, not quite it.
Not actually the play.
Yeah, it's like, who could have seen that coming? It's like it's so funny though that every single time that I've been confused by something, it literally has been Spirit. It's kind of sick. Like, he's obviously a phenomenal player, but it's just, if you're not like the main race, then sometimes you believe that a move is going to have like positive expected value. And reality is insane. And as an observer, it's kind of easy to see. We have 3 brutes now on the way. There's
Some
3
already up as well.
Yeah, I mean, they'll need to push into this at this point. Like, if this base gets mined by Terran, that's, you know, that's over. That's game, 100%.
Yeah. It revolves around this base because otherwise you've just not mined enough yourselves. In theory, they probably need to deny that mining and mine the 6 o'clock themselves still for how badly they've traded. So, but that's something they can worry about later. When you've mined the top, maybe you start to mine the bottom, or maybe even you somehow find a way to mine that base if you push them back far enough. But some combination of that has to happen. So step 1 is, like you say, pushing into that top side base.
Yeah, honestly, the only way that the great guys are going to be winning this game right now is Kalazur took a bus to Hero Marine City and is going to knock him out cold in a couple of seconds, because otherwise I don't think there's anything that they can do in game. You know, there needs to be some outside factors that we'll have to influence at this point.
Strike a couple players down. Fungal with no follow-up, unfortunately. Just nothing else nearby. Now you're kind of fighting in. The medevac's going to lift up. Muse will try and chase. A couple tanks will get some good shots off to start. Let's just unload into the fight. Kind of tells you that the Terrans are feeling good about this. The last few meters, though, are still going. They get one more ghost. These meters have actually been so much better than I ever thought they would be.
Oh, Brute's now vulnerable against these ghosts, but at the same time, this is the one timing that the great guys might actually have. What is the anti-air situation like? It's 13 Marines, 10 ghosts. The rest is tanks. If these ghosts do not get the snipes, this base is toast, and a lot of tanks are going to be toast. There's really not that much mining anymore for the big guys anyway. Like, this is really important. If these ghosts end up dying as well, that would be huge. They're going to just barely get evacuated out. If that one medevac would have been taken down, that would have been huge. There would have been 4 more ghosts. This is a big move here, Wardy.
Yep, denying the important base and also just having this continued push. Thors are on the way. Try and deal with this Broodlord attack. Vikings as well, they definitely see this as the main threat, which, to be fair, it absolutely is. And the Broods are going to play like that as well. They're pushing forward and they're looking for more. They definitely feel like they need it as we push on further and deeper. And the Broodlords continue to get some catches. The Thors cannot stand and fight at the moment, apparently. So, yeah, the Broods are putting themselves in pretty good position, man. On top of this base now as well.
I'm loving the individual infestor micro as well. Makes it way harder to deal with. Usually they're all kind of clumped together, you know, easy to EMP. But here you can see one person is just using that one infestor to try and bait stuff out. So far it hasn't quite worked yet. Ghosts do get 1 or 2 snipes off. I think this is as far as the great guys can go right now. I don't think there's much more they can do. That Infestor does get EMP. That means there's nothing really as backup. One more Infestor will try and move in as an Overseer gets sniped. There's 3 Infestors, 4 Infestors with energy. Big guys might be moving too far forward right now.
Yep, no, a couple fungals will come down, but you still need the damage output. I'm just not sure if it's there for the Zergs. The Terrans have the Thors, although a bunch of the Thors are derping in the back. Now we get a Neural Parasite down as well. There's just still not a lot of Zerg in comparison to Terran and the Thors. Shred the Broodlords, that's going to be GG at 30 minutes. I'm going to see the great guys tap out, and the big guys are going to take map 1.
Wow, that's impressive, Marty.
That was a good game.
That was actually that was a really good game. I think this might have been like one of the highest level TVZs there's ever been. That's so sick. It's so funny how that works now. Like it's literally impossible to beat this. Like it as a one person. So it's like it's probably just the highest level thing. Yeah. What do we have here? We have a Reaper coming out. Oh, this is all very standard. I'm literally zero worried about all of this. What is this thing? Hatchery building a queen. So there's still no added player on. I could check if there's an update yet on where Kalazur is in the bus, but I think he might not have even left yet. I think he's coming out of Belgium and he's going back home. I think he said he'd be home at like 6 or so, which is yeah, it's quite a bit from now. All right. First 4 links versus the Reaper. Who's in control of the Reaper? I want to say Battlebee. I'd be surprised if it's not Battlebee. Battlebee actually has really good Reaper control. Gets 1 kill there. Look at this. He's real quick on that. He's going to be running around for a little bit. Hello?
Hello, what'd I miss?
A Link got killed. Battlebee is very good with Reapers. You know how some people are... There is another Terran that is a little bit lower level. Nico Rekt is pretty good with his first Reaper. Are you familiar with Nico Rekt?
I cast him a bunch.
Yeah. Like people don't know, but there's like people that have this very specific skill. Kalazur also always has been better with his Reaper than the rest, you know? It's like comparative to his skill level. Like he's a good player, but his Reaper control is actually top. Like it's probably like top 3 worldwide or so. It's very, very good.
Huh. Very cool.
Yeah.
But extremely top 3 worldwide?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But single Reaper, yeah? I don't know about how many more
single Reaper.
Single Reaper, yeah. Single Reaper.
This is one of the stats they make up when they have a team that they don't have many other stats on.
No, this is actually true. Top 1 Reaper control.
Okay. Top 1 Reaper control for single Reaper.
Yeah, single
top
Reaper.
3.
Yeah, it's really
top 3
sick.
single Reaper control. Okay.
Yeah.
So someone should have really picked him up to micro the first Reaper then.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
his job is to micro 1 Reaper.
Guys. He just hasn't showed up yet.
He's also in Team Great Guys.
Yeah, it's him and Special that are in Team Great Guys, and neither of them are here.
I thought it was Kalazur.
Wait, what did I say?
You said Kalazur and Special.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Nicorak, no?
Oh, no. I said Kalazur. I said also Kalazur. I didn't say Nicorect.
Also Kalazur. Yeah. Kalazur, okay.
Kalazur is good Reaper control. What? No, you're not paying attention. It's probably because you don't have a...
You're changing topic too quickly for me, man.
Yeah, the British are not used to that. They've been talking about the same thing for years now. That's their blue passports.
Yeah. I love my blue passport. I can't wait for my passport to expire.
So you get a blue one finally.
Yeah. I might just lose mine just so I can get a new one already.
Cheeky $60 to change the color of your passport.
That's more than $60, mate.
All right. We have the Reaper for Hellions. 2-1-1 as a follow-up. Well, it's not really a 2-1-1, but it's kind of a 2-1-1. There's going to be Marines in the drop. That's all I'm talking about. We have a Mine style once again coming out. It's funny because I feel like most of the Terrans in this team actually prefer tank styles usually, but now that they have so much, you know, they know that they only have to control one thing at a time. They're like, oh, I think we can play mines. Ooh.
It's a fun diversion as we drop the armory down already.
Second factory. It's a drilling claws, no?
Factory. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, otherwise, what else do you need an armory for at this point?
Hybrid. Do you remember when hybrid used to be a thing? People just opening with bio into mech?
Bio into mech?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I kind of do.
It's like,
but like, it sucked.
Yeah, but it was fun.
It's fun.
It was
yeah.
genius and innovative and creative. God. Yeah, but it wasn't very good. Most things that are innovative and creative are just not very good most of the time.
That's why they're innovative, yeah.
Exactly.
Everyone else come up with everything else.
Spire here. Halfway done now, so it's going to be some quick Mutaliskers. The creep is looking kind of okay. Not brilliant. It's really just kind of okay. Can queens just hold this by themselves? I'm never sure. It looks crazy, no?
Easy. Yeah, but Transfuse is super powerful.
Yeah.
Like, Queen's fairly tanky against these first Marines, and then Transfusions, very good if you actually use them.
Yeah, who's controlling this, you think? That's Elaser. Yeah, Lynx now needs to move in position. Lost how many queens there? I think 2. Yeah, used to have 9, now 7 total. Fourth base is being attacked by Hellions. We have a Ling run by. That's definitely going to be Spirit. No, Spirit is back to spreading creep now. Elaser? What's Elaser doing? Who's on the Ling run by? Spirit. Yeah. Nice.
Spirit's on the Ling bin run by. Alright, Bane's moved in. Lings defend the Medevacs. Let's see what the Banelings do on the other side, because they are definitely going to get through. But when there's 5 players, someone should be in charge of pulling the SCVs away. And in this case, they are. So they deal with that pretty well, as the Banelings don't do much. The Lings also don't find any entry onto the natural. Just good defense all around. Hellions going to catch these Lings as well. Nicely done.
Actually, fairly nicely done. 130 supply to 148 right now. This is not looking so hot. The creep is very mediocre. The supply is just so high. They're playing 8 racks? How did they get supply blocked? Oh, big Gabe. Oh, big Gabe.
That's something.
Do you see that mine shot? That was 18 kills on the line over here. I caught the tail end of that. The mutas actually pop in over here. Turrets aren't ready either. There's some stuff is being dropped here on the side of the Terran. This is not great. They're dropping the ball a little bit.
Yeah, the Midas were the thing that kind of brought the Zergs back last time around as well. So maybe another opportunity is to see Midas are going to keep on harassing. Marines going to stim in over on this side. We're still killing drones as well at the same time. So you get a couple of overlords there. The Zergs really are being kept back on the macro. The supply just can't keep up. If the Terrans get across the map for one big push, like, it's going to be killer.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 69 workers to 61 right now. They're down in workers. Like these constant mine drops are really doing a number on them. It's so hard to deal with. So hard to deal with. 10 workers did go down. I mean, freaking. I don't know who's on charge of these mutas. I think it's going to be Elaser, right? Yeah, he's doing a sick job.
Yep, these mutas are the best thing that they've had, but even that's not enough to kind of claw back the advantage. Maybe now they're going to find a mineral line opening, but they need so much damage. And they don't just need like one shot of damage. They need to do damage over like a few different fights probably to really kind of level it out. So there's a 30 supply difference. Here's a good fight perhaps as the Marines get surrounded. Not enough mutas to maybe capitalize. Can they get rid of this low HP medevac? It boosts away. The Terran race is so disgusting.
Yeah. If they get that medevac, then you know you're taking out 10 supply at once, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
But doesn't end up being the case. This medevac will get cleared as the Lambo's finding space to drop down a couple of drones in there. Don't forget this was 8 racks. I honestly feel like if this was 4 CC, this would have been so much better for the Terran.
There's only 5 barracks.
Oh.
I just thought you missed.
The extra barracks were just super late.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Oh. Right. I just saw 3 barracks go down. I was like, oh, 8 barracks. I know a lot about the game. That's 8 barracks, right? There's 3 more.
I was like, whoa. 3 barracks is 3 reactors. It's like 8 racks anyway. Yeah.
What do I know?
I thought there was some cool talk I missed out on. Says I actually just
the new definition of the 8 racks is you don't actually need 8 barracks anymore.
You know, I've been so well trained to just trust my co-caster and to back them up. I cast with you, it's like I should really go out the window.
You gotta fact check everything I say, Wardy. I keep you on your toes. Don't forget that. This is not looking too great for the great guys over here as they're being pushed back right now into their fort base. This is already a scary ultimate just by itself, but there's more where this came from. Right? We have an attack on the top side at the same time. And the first game was very good. The second time seems to be kind of running out over here. More Banes are on the way. Not entirely sure where they went for this attack just before 2-2 finished up, but I'm sure that the great guys will appreciate it as the big guys right now are Terran players. They're having a good time.
I felt like the great guys never got off to as hot of a start this game either. Like the creep never really got as far out.
Yeah.
There was a real point last game where I felt like the creep was just everywhere, and that was almost like nowhere to go as the Terrans. But this game's just never felt the same. Mine, bit of friendly fire, but you lost a Hatcher already. The mutas are again on the counter-attacking dive, and they will try and get something done. They will force some units back here, but again, these mutas feel like the one thing that's been the biggest consistent throughout both games for the Zerg.
Laser has been absolutely cracked on these mutas. Like, absolutely cracked on those mutas. Because for a second there, it started looking like if they like take out like a couple of reactors, maybe some production goes down, you might have a future here. And even now, like, supplies are getting closer. Don't forget that last game, the eco looked much better, but their upgrades sucked massively. And now their upgrades are pretty quickly on 2-2. Muta's still finding damage this entire time. We have a 5th base that is going up once more. I think one of the main focuses here should be probably creep spread. There's a bunch of links, just not quite sure what there was. That. Yeah, it was Spirit. Okay, nice. It was an interesting fight. Yeah, it's like 20 links against 12 Marines. I'm like, all right, this is not actually good for Zerg. We are aware of that, right? As the Mutas continue dealing more and more damage. 3-3 not quite done yet. As there's just a single turret left right now at the 3rd base. If these Marines get taken out and then the turret gets targeted as well, that could be freaking huge. Medevacs now going down. That's another 2. Honestly, E-Laser is single-handedly saving this game with his Muta control. At the same time, a big fight as well. Mutas continue poking over here. A couple extra turrets are being added in. I feel like, honestly, that the big guys should just be adding turrets, like, everywhere. Because the only thing that is bothering them is the Mutas. So if they just really double down on that defense and go to a more stable place, that would be good. I think the great guys are getting a lot of momentum here. No 5th base up yet. Wait, is there even a 5th CC? No.
Yeah, and the resources lost is on like 500 different compared to like thousands of different like you might usually expect. These mutas have actually been so good. And maybe the Terrans just getting a little bit too split up at some point. And of course, some of that was forced as well by, you know, a laser being here and there with the mutas and forcing them around, forcing them to defend and stop them from attacking. Now, the Terrans, not as comfortable a position as it once seemed to be. Widowmine here starts off nicely. You're going to see a couple of Widowmines not getting a chance to fire, though. The Medevac's having to load up, and the mutas again are going to go on the chase. They can shut these units down. Again, it's a massive catch. There's just not enough anti-air to deal with all these mutalisks.
Is that game? I think that might be game already.
It might be. Yeah, if Ling Bane just floods this base and there's just never enough anti-air. There's obviously a bunch of turrets on this location. Apparently that's enough to get the Zergs away, but and they've been saved by missile turrets. There's a drop on the other side. It's going to hit big just as the economy's on exactly the greatest. A few drones here.
That was huge. That was huge. That took away the wind out of the sails quite a bit from our Zerg players here. As we have more and more links heading in towards the 3rd base. Let's see, take a look at how Spirit. No. He's just dealing with the drops. It's Lambo in control here, and that means a lot of SCVs are going to end up falling. Turrets. I wouldn't mind if there's a bit more of a focus on also just damaging or trying to take out turrets in these run-bys, because it makes the Muta so much more valuable later on. Like, honestly, a Baneling run-by to take out 3 turrets might just always pay off.
Yep. Yeah, no, just if you get rid of the turrets and then the Mutas can just overtake the game again, basically. Yeah, that would be a probably worthwhile plan. As for the moment the mutas get chased away, a group of Marines strong enough to actually force them back for once. But obviously the big guys are having to go big on the rebuild. The army supply is still okay, so they should be able to hang around, but they do need to kind of get another base up and maybe replenish 15 SCVs or so, right?
Yeah, this is the thing that before, when we had these type of worker counts, there always was 7, 8, maybe 9 orbital commands. Right now, 3 orbital commands total. That means that if you want to scan at any point in your life, you're not going to have that many mules available this entire time. There's an Overlord now moving over to go and poop on that location as well as... Oh, that's a lot of mine shots!
That was very scary. Mutas taking a bunch of splash damage. A few of them obviously go down to the direct shots. Now the Mutas have to replenish and go again. They're going to find a Widowmine over on the edge initially. So just going to grab that. As Burrow comes up, we can potentially start those Baneling plays that we saw before. And the fact that they're going to get these Banelings kind of out of nowhere might be something to catch the Terrans off guard a little bit as well.
It's so funny when you see like 4 or 5 groups of Marines and Medevacs all being controlled individually to perfection. You know, it's like, oh, these Marines are out of position. Like, never mind, there's a guy on top of this. You know, it's like just being kited back and like 5 links go down here. This is so frustrating to play against. The great guys had a moment there where it really felt like they had everything going, but now Hive is done for them. They need to get their upgrades, continue their upgrades. They still have slightly better eco, but that 5th base is now being set up. And if that 5th base goes up, it actually makes the game quite easy here defensively. With the sensor towers up too, I don't really see a way for the Mutas to kind of fly around and to try and threaten in towards the main base.
Nope, I don't really see it either as Mutas continue around the side. It's going to be seen at Bio. Heading up to the upper left, and it's just going to go catch a hatchery. Ling Bane going to go dive further again. This planetary fortress is maybe in some trouble. SCVs at least are going to get blown up by those banelings, so just to be able to grab a bunch of those. And the planetary, though, doesn't die, which is a lot of the time the main thing you've got to get. The SCVs is one thing, but taking away a planetary, a base to mine from, really is a whole bunch better.
Yeah. Is there actually anything defensively at all? There's now 10, 11 banelings on the way. Drones are being taken out. Mutas go for the production, it feels like. There's still so many Marines alive, though. Mutas almost believe they can fight there, and they might semi be correct. Oh, there we go. Lots of low Marines getting targeted down here by these Mutalisks. As Laser once again gets a decent trade, but at home they are struggling. There's a double drop on the right side as well, taking out more and more workers. Lynx need to run into position, but there's no defensive Mutas to eventually clean this up. Laser has done honestly a world-class job here. Like this has been crazy to watch, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 3-3 upgraded Marines are freaking powerful. These medevacs up here are empty, and they are on creep. So they, actually, if they stim one more time, banelings are gonna one-shot. So maybe they can get a cleanup here. The Muta count is falling though. It's declining.
Laser might actually win MVP while his team loses. It's ridiculous what those Mutas have done. As you see, Terran units all over the place. We are going to see the big fight on the left side break out as well. So we're just going to dive in over here, but there's just not enough. The Terran force is too much, and the big guys survive a couple scary moments. It's going to be GG's. And here Marine and Co are going to move on to the semis.
Wow.
So yeah, hopefully they stick to playing StarCraft in the future.
Yeah. All right, Wardy, enough of the jokes. It's the first semifinals. Come on, man. Get it together.
Enough jokes. Yeah.
Bottom right, spawning as our red Terran Archon. It is Bian, Maru, Gumiho, and Riang. Also known as Left 4 Dead. And in the top left, we have the big guys with Hero Marine, Creed, Iba, Battlebee, and Cuckoo. 5 versus 4. Let's see how big the one extra person is going to be.
Is it a fair comparison? Does Iba make up for the different MMRs of all the Terrans?
I mean,
is that what this comes down to?
I don't know if this is gonna... I actually don't know what they will be doing in TVT. You think they're just going to camp? Like, this would actually be the saddest thing. It's like two like,
no.
It's just 9 people camping.
I feel as though last time I watched Archon TVT, it was super active.
In my mind, it will be active because one of the sick things you could do is you can pick up reinforcement lines and like.
Yeah.
You know what I think they will do? You know the Beyond Marine style with like 8 barracks with reactors and just running around like an idiot without a chicken without a head. I think they might do that.
What, the full Beyond style?
Yeah, just because you get a lot of medevacs, you're constantly throwing away units, and you're attacking at like 5 different points. And I think they have really good marine control, all of them. I think this build order is also inspired by Beyond. Like, this is as greedy as it gets. Guess first, no scout.
You think? It's not Beyond Macro, though.
Wait, who's? Yeah, I mean, they all know the build order, Wardy. Like, it's...
I don't know, man. I don't know if these Terrans share build orders.
Okay, let's see. Who do you think gets
I
the
just
Reaper?
point out it's not Beyond Macro.
Surely it's Beyond, no?
Beyond.
Yeah.
Well, if Maru's macroing, I would absolutely give Beyond compared to Gumiho or Ryong. That is not Ryong and Gumiho's strength, that is for sure.
Yeah. It's definitely... I think it's Beyond. I'm pretty sure it's Beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reckon Beyond's the guy that brought the team together, though. 100%.
Yeah, well, I messaged him. Yeah. The other
You
guys
messaged
probably
him?
had no clue. Yeah, I messaged Beyond. Like, hey, you probably want to play this, don't you? Yeah. He said, yeah, of course.
He probably already knew. He was just like listening to a message like, that's nice, but I already contacted these guys before you made the turn.
They were ready. We're called Left 4 Dead. Like, what? How did you know? Don't worry.
Beyond's guy like that, man, though. He's so on top of it. Well, still, these Reaper gets chased away. One Reaper goes down. This is not going very well for Team Hero Marine. I'll never forget the time where Björn was literally like halfway through traveling home, was on a flight, when I was like from Home Story Cup or something, and I was organizing a tournament. He was the first person out of everyone to reply to me, and he was in the freaking sky. Meanwhile, all the Europeans who it's like the middle of the day, they've been home for 3 hours, didn't reply. Björn replied to me so fast.
It's because we see a message from Wardy and we already know what's gonna be. Very often when I get a message from you when I'm doing something important, I just let it sit there for like a day or something.
Yeah,
but
I know
I
you
don't
do.
read it so that I know I still need to respond to you. And then I'll respond like 2 days after, and it was basically, "Hey, I have a tournament tomorrow. Do you want to play?" Yeah, I'd love to, Wardy. And then you respond.
That's because you're my backup
later.
guy.
It's like,
Backup
"Was
guy
yesterday?"
for when I only asked one day before.
It's not the greatest attack here, honestly. He's gonna get a couple of kills, and I still think it was fine, but I guess the thing with Hellions is that you kind of want to get rid of them anyway, right? They're really nice for the first 4 minutes, but what can you really do with them afterwards? I don't think very much. Cyclone's gonna lock onto that Raven up top, but insta move back there out of that Raven. I'm so curious what everyone is doing. It seems like Maru is the macro man. What is Gumiho doing, you think? Is he a supervisor?
Supervisor. Gumiho waits until game 3 when they need a weird build. Until then, he just sits back. I don't know. Maybe he's in charge of the Raven.
I don't know. No one is looking at that Raven up top. Like, okay, it's Beyond. It's Beyond. Beyond's in charge of the top Raven. Ryung has the Hellion that is now trying to scout and is gonna die. Maru was defending. Gumiho, I think, he's just supervising. He's just making sure everyone is doing their job. He's
just calling out.
He's middle management. You know, they report to him and doesn't actually do anything. It's like typical middle management. Guys, the numbers are down. Like, boss, you maybe want to help. It's like, no. Make sure you guys are doing the work. Is he going to interference? No. I feel like that might have been useful, but I guess it would have just been a pickup in time. It's so easy to just insta pickup.
If someone's in charge, then it just doesn't make sense to interference, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Hard agree there, even, Wardy. Hard agree.
Hard agree? Hard agree.
Honestly, it hasn't been so bad yet so far. I've been enjoying this DVT quite a bit. I think it's fun.
Yeah,
I was very afraid it was going to be like some... Okay, they're actually building Vikings right now. This is Ryung, Gumiho, and Maru. Like, Beyond right now, he's fuming. He's like, I want to build net effects, guys.
Beyond clicks on the unit, it's like, hey, this thing can land? What?
Yeah.
You make me a ground unit too? I like that.
Just starts moving across the map and then puts them in medevacts. Idiots. These guys have 2 modes. What the hell?
Whoa, bonus damage versus SCVs?
Yeah.
What?
Guys, this is real good. This is a game changer. Oh, this medevac might be dying here. 2 Cyclones still out on the map. Neither team is playing mech, which does make me kind of happy. There's 4 Marines that now move towards the middle. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with that. I'm kind of afraid that Team Beyond is moving across the map and is going to get the W here, no?
Yeah, they've definitely had a better start throughout, and they do have the few Vikings to help zone, which goes a long way. They're going to get that first Matrix down pretty quickly as well. They don't even need to siege up their tanks. Now it's going to be an auto turret off, and you can just see the Ravens go down so quickly for Team Hero Marine. And now there's going to be 2 tanks still if they can get siege. However, at the tail end, Hero Marine's team is going to bounce back a little bit.
Yeah, but... This is not the greatest bounce back I've seen in my life.
Yeah. He kind of like they hit the edge of the trampoline at least, you know?
Yeah. Broke
they
2
might not have gone
legs, but
directly
there's
back
still-
up.
Yeah, there's some air time.
Broke two.
That was definitely.
Like half that body bounced back up.
Yeah, it's parts of it, maybe. Yeah, we saw something at least. Is there stim yet? Okay, I think there is, right? Yeah, stim for both players. So this should get cleaned up eventually, I assume. Stim is just not being used for whatever reason. Okay, here we go. Now it's going to start chasing, but it might already be too late. This Hellion came here to reinforce as well. It's 108 supply against 82, 48 workers to 69. Liberators are being constructed. Fort base not in position, as a second factory also gets constructed. And we have 5 barracks. GG gets called. Hero Marine doesn't believe in it anymore, and neither do the others.
I love how Hero Marine leads the charge in the GG.
Yeah, he's first out. Yeah. Top right, Maru and the other boys. Bottom left, Hero Marine and the rest of the lads. I have no clue if Iba did anything in that last game. I was so focused on just kind of following the Gumi boys and Maru and beyond that I kind of forgot to check the rest.
There's a lot to watch in Archon, man. Like, there's a lot to see.
It's too much almost. Sometimes I wish that StarCraft 2 was just a 1v1 game. That way it would be way easier to see who is doing what.
Yeah.
Do you ever fantasize about that? You know what it would be like?
I just sometimes wish they put like a limit cap of like how many actions you can do. Just, because I'm so sick of them like fighting on the left and the right at the same time. And how are you meant to watch that?
Just an APM cap.
Yeah.
And if it's like when you overheat. Is that what it's called?
Overheat?
Yeah, like a computer or something. It just shuts down.
Yeah, overheating.
Yeah. If you overheat a computer, then it's the same there. Like if you have too much APM, like you just can't click anything for like a minute or something. You like get a warning first, like APM too high, and then all Zerg players would be blasted. Are they playing CC first here?
Yes. CC first is actually better than you think in TVT. Like, it seems like a complete meme, and obviously like insta-dies to a couple things, but against this, it's obviously just really good, and against some of even the double gas openers, you can actually defend and be in a very good position. Like, it gives you such a huge eco advantage.
You think people are playing more greedy because almost no one is going to proxy in a 5-man Archon team, right?
Because what's the point, right? Like, where's the benefit? Yeah, I guess so. Could be. Could be a good way of thinking about it. We should have thought of that one.
But all-inning?
Yeah, as a 2-man team. And that way, you really wouldn't have needed me to do anything. It might have been the best play.
Yeah, it could have been smart. I like it. There's going to be 2 Marines up here. They're just gambling on one side. They're going to gamble correct.
Yeah.
Look at that. Ooh. Do they get
Beautiful
it?
gamble.
This has to be pretty frustrating to watch. Cancels the bunker instantly as well. What is that question? What?
Beyond's on BMGD. Little does he know he has 1v2 on BMGD.
Beyond control, sorry. Leave the old guy alone. Freaking Ryung is just sitting here. It's like, what are these guys saying? I don't know any of them.
Ryung is like, Beyond and Mary don't even give me a split if I win this tournament. Like, I'm not standing for this anymore. I'm out.
30C on the way. That's very fast. They're up 3 workers already. Actually, both teams just insta throwing down the 30C. Maru, here comes Iba. Iba for a second forgot what he was doing. He's back on the BM train. I think he was a little bit afraid to speak with the Koreans. Like, Beyond really broke the ice here.
CC first is absolutely a Beyond build.
Really?
Yeah. Beyond definitely did CC first, TVT first. He did it against Maru one time, and then defended it, and then killed him at like 6 minutes. It was really sick.
I don't get this joke. Why is he calling him Age of Empire? Is this like an insult for being really bad or something? This is like a joke that the Korean pro gamers have. It's like, rather than just calling people like an idiot or a moron, they call them by bad video games. Oh, you're such an Age of Empire.
Ibis clearly took it very seriously, man. He's Ibis was just sad. Like, clearly it meant something to him.
Yeah. I also wouldn't want to be called an Age of Empire. What the hell? It's kind of messed up.
That's not cool, bro.
It's like too far, dude. Double eBay all the way already for Left 4 Dead over here. As this has been a very calm early game. And
yeah,
I don't really see a way for the big guys to get out of this in a superior position, do we?
No, it's CC first versus non-CC first. Like, team, what are they called? Left 4 Dead?
Yeah, Left 4 Dead, yeah.
Team Left 4 Dead are always going to come out in a good spot.
Is that a video game, Left 4 Dead?
Yeah.
Like a zombie game, right?
It's like a zombie shooter thing, right?
Yeah. That's what I
I
figured.
never played it. Just it's like one of the classics.
Yeah.
It's the kind of game Eba's never heard of.
Yeah. It's actually before. It's like one of these games you could see in an arcade. They're always called something along those lines, you know? Like Left 4 Dead or the Zombie Apocalypse. I'm not sure if it was one of those, but. Two more bears. I haven't gone to an arcade in a while, by the way. I always enjoy going there.
In a while.
Yeah. I used to go.
You went back to the one in Utrecht, right?
Yeah. I think that's the last one I went to, maybe.
The last one.
Yeah.
That's good. I went to the arcade in Glasgow recently, like a month ago. That was fun.
Yeah, arcades are...
Like, UK arcades suck though, especially compared to like American arcades, but like just generally compared to anywhere else, they suck.
Really? Well, what's so good about American arcades? I don't think I've ever been to one.
They're just big and there's just so much. And also, you know, when you get like tokens to like claim prizes, the American arcades actually have like a bunch of like decent prizes. Like even if it's just like dumb shit, you kind of walk away from like, man, I could actually get something. I walk away with them happy. Whereas like tokens in our arcades, I feel like I'm almost always terrible.
Gotcha. Cyclone here dealing with these two Marines, as now it's going to be Cyclone versus Cyclone. I think Team Left 4 Dead is going to get the beneficial trade there. Yep, definitely. We'll keep Watchtower control because of that. Supplies are very close. We have a scan coming out of both teams, honestly. So both now are aware that all of them are playing bio. Armory on the way already here. Once again, pretty close in time. I actually think that... Do you think Hero Marine is doing the macro still?
He's definitely selecting the barracks, but someone else has the barracks selected too, so maybe a bit of each.
Okay.
Maybe it's like Cuckoo's job just to make sure like a barracks is always filled up or something.
Gotcha.
He isn't too busy BMing the Koreans.
This looks scary, no? There's only one tank in a proper position. I think they might just end up dying again.
Altitude's like a rough map to defend on initially as well, because there's actually a lot of open space. You can really like come in from many angles as the aggressor, so it's kind of rough to hold your natural third on this map. Like you kind of think it's going to be okay, but it really is harder than you think it's going to be.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Combat shield finishing up now though for the big guys. Soon it will be there for Left 4 Dead 2 though. 2-2 starts a little bit earlier for Left 4 Dead. The 4CC did get cancelled. The Ravens perhaps in trouble. They need to siege up defensively pretty properly. I'd love to see just a single medevac being sent across right now. That often helps so much, you know, just making sure that there's some counter damage going out. Even because you can't really lose Marines anyway with a medevac. There's nothing that is quicker than that. Like you can always run away from the other Marine. So I think using that as like a multitasking tool, like the third base right now is pretty... Maybe you could get like a couple of workers there. You could maybe deny the fourth base. So we do have the Left 4 Dead team with two medevacs heading towards the top. There is no tank in position right now in that particular spot. There's a turret in the main base, as the big guys are being supply blocked pretty significantly.
Yeah, the macro is not quite spot on, as the medevacs actually find their way in as well for Left 4 Dead. So they're going to get in, they're going to start dealing some damage, and that's definitely going to be a dangerous one. He's in control of the medevacs.
Re-Young is in control of the medevacs,
Yeah, okay.
That's
so far so good.
Yeah, gets a lift on that. He's very patient with this. Gonna take out that turret as well. It's gonna make it easier to come back in the future. Now we'll need to piss off, and we'll do that indeed. At the same time, a bit of an attack here in the middle. I missed the beginning of that. Raven energy a lot lower on the side of the big guys, and that might give an opportunity for Left 4 Dead here. Anti-armor gets used, and this is going to get pushed back.
The medevac! Oh, that looked like the anti-armor themselves, but there was a flanking Raven that set it off.
I was wondering the same thing. Like, that's a real bad anti-armor if that was intended. I was like, oh, wait a second, there's a blue Raven. Anti-armor lasts so long as well, so that actually makes a difference in this defense. The two medevacs still on the left side, trying to find a way in. That turret, I don't think, is in a good enough position to cover the entire left side. As now we have a big push forward, more tanks moving in as well. Tank count is 8 versus 5, 3 Ravens versus 1. And here we go, as we see Left 4 Dead moving forward, slowly but surely. Another interference matrix gets used, as they're very careful with their stims. And I actually think that this is just going to be, well, that was a bit too aggressive.
A little bit, but they're trading very well. They get a CC over there. They're in the main base as well. Each player clearly has a role right now, and they are getting, just winning out everywhere, essentially. It's going to be GG's. Left 4 Dead, Maru and Co. What going to be up to? in a best of 5.
In the top right spawning as the 5 players, the big guys, Hero Marine, Iba, Creed, Cuckoo, Battlebee. And in the bottom left, we have Gumiho, Bian, Ryang, and Maru. Good lord. It's a mouthful.
I already did that one, but you're good.
Oh.
Good job.
Thank you. You know what
You
I'm
actually nailed it by going across the map first.
Very nice.
Very nice.
You know what's interesting is I wonder if in League of Legends they always introduce players, you know? The individual ones. Or did you say team?
I talked about this the other day. It's like a really archaic thing to do it in StarCraft. But like, you kind of like, it's kind of nice at an offline event because then you have a chance to like cheer for each team that you like, right? But it's done in a very different way, I think. Don't know. I wouldn't know. Don't watch League of Legends.
Same. Maybe we should check it out sometime. See what's kicking up there. Oh, they're playing 2 gas now. Once again, CC first. God, what is this?
Jonas brought out the Korean.
Creed pretending like he can read it. Ha ha ha. This is what I do as well. You ever have this in an interaction when someone says something and then you didn't hear it, so you ask for them to repeat it, then they say it again and you don't hear it again, and then rather than just being truthful and saying I didn't hear it once more, you just go yeah, and then quickly move on to the next thing. You never do that?
Yeah. No.
This is very common in my life.
Very common.
Yeah, it happens quite a bit. I'm not sure if it's because other people speak so unclear or if it's because I'm bad at listening, but maybe it's a combination of things.
I see. Maybe you're bad at listening.
I actually wonder how you're gonna defend just like a standard, like 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion opener. Like you have no units, no?
It's surprising what you can do. I don't know, maybe 3 Reaper 2 Hellion does kill you. The smart thing is just to not do it when someone's going to go 3 Reaper 2 Hellion.
Right. I like that.
Yeah, so really they picked a bad choice so far. Yeah, but now they're going to get Hellion out, they play defensive.
This game, no?
Oh!
Never young.
Oh, the Hellion!
Yeah, poor young. These guys getting played. I don't think he got any control here at all. The poor young man. He's getting abused left, right, and center. And Beyond is a bully. I knew it all along. Young Ethan, my God.
Oh my God. Eba's joining in.
Yeah, it's like a kid that's like 1/3 of Ryang's age. Oh no. Alright. Well, that was 9 SCVs that went down. I actually feel like they stuck around just slightly too long, you know what I mean? I feel like if they would have returned just a bit earlier, or just at least would have pushed up the high ground, maybe it would have been even better. But, I mean, they're still in a really good position. It's 29 workers to 24. The Raven is much quicker going here for the big guys. We have a tank already out. We have a Cyclone on the way. Oh, look at this. Iba with the constant speaking.
I think Eba's just wants to get noticed, you know?
Yeah.
Eba's like, Maru noticed me. And
yeah,
like,
Maru just ignores him. Really
I was like, I didn't realize the mascot was allowed to talk, man. Like,
hey, these cheerleaders are allowed to speak as well in game. What's this crap?
Maru probably opened the thing and like muted Eba the moment the game started and he talked. Maru hasn't seen any of this.
Beyond's like, man, this kid is annoying, and Maru just responds with, "What kid?" I'm pretty sure everyone but Beyond has Iba muted at this point.
I just love, by the way, Gumiho is like the silent horseman in all of this. Like, he's on the team, but he's not getting bullied. And he isn't saying anything. You know, like, Gumiho is just super quiet in the background.
Yeah. Transfer Hero Marine. 51 supply to 66. We have 3cc as well here. Way faster, though, for Left 4 Dead. Also has quicker extra production. Now, that all looks like great advantages, but it means, of course, that they are giving something up, and that something might just be safety. They're also sending their first Raven across the map. I think Big Gabriel here is going to move across the map with the rest of the big guys and is planning on straight up winning this game. What are your thoughts on that, Wardy?
Well, that would make sense. Better to end it now than to let Maru and Co come back into it. I do believe they can do that.
Yeah, if there's one guy that can come back in TVTs, it's going to be Maru, so do appreciate that. Both the Ravens going across the map, so there's going to be some counterattack possibilities. In a way that gives a better chance for a comeback if Left 4 Dead does end up holding, but the chance of holding also decreases significantly because there's 4 Marines, and that's probably not good enough.
Still, Major Exaltator goes down. Hero Marine controlling these units, and yeah, Maru says GG, and the boys are going to tap out, and it is going to be Hero Marine's company to take a map.
You know what I wonder, Wardy, is if you have the balls to go for the CC first again, or if you're like, let's play a little safer.
I feel like you may as well just play a little safer because they've been so convincing when they get into the, you know, past the very beginning of the game anyway. I don't think they need a CC first.
You know, the highest tier play is it if the big guys now go for the CC first.
Dragon Scales though, it's like the best proxy to your X map.
No one's gonna proxy on this map. You know it. Like no one's gonna proxy in this tournament.
No one.
No, I don't think so.
I saw someone proxy earlier.
That's an unlikely story. You know that ain't true.
I have VOD evidence.
Okay, well, in that case, I think the higher level teams are not gonna proxy. Both teams. Ooh.
All right.
Two gas builds from both players. Good luck, have fun. Iba's now afraid of never being capable of going to an offline tournament without getting beaten off by a wild pack of Koreans that's just gonna take him out. It's like, this is the guy. Just all team up on him. Nice micros. Look at this. Like, these kids have no shame. Beyond quiet.
They really don't, do they?
It is unbelievable. I mean, this is just their job, though, you know? This is actually Gumiho thought that was funny.
Finally, Gumiho makes his first appearance in chat because they're hating on Björn.
Okay, 2 gas versus 2 gas. Reactor first. It is crazy how greedy they're playing, isn't it? Reactor first. They're out of the Left 4 Dead squad. Scared, yeah. I honestly think that the Koreans are getting a little bit annoyed right now. I think it's too much. I think they're.
Getting to them?
I don't think they're mad. I think they're like, okay, they're talking so much, and like everyone's quiet. Like Beyond's like, we're not gonna lose another map to these idiots. That's like, there's no way. He's busy now. Yeah. He's very busy right now. I think Beyond is fuming, but he's just.
I love it.
Not sure about what Ryung just said, but is it?
It's like a little cheer or something, I think.
Ah, okay. A little bit of a cheer.
I think he's saying be quiet.
Be quiet, ignorant
He's
ones.
literally telling them to shut up.
Yeah. Those who can't play, talk.
Do you reckon this was the strategy at some point? Ibra and Kuku just, try and actually tilt the other team?
Yeah, I feel like this doesn't work. I actually feel like they would do better if they would, not get them a little bit upset.
Because now the Koreans aren't having fun. They're dead serious.
They're not here to have a good time anymore. They came here for a good time, but the good time is over. They're now here to... It's like, all right, we got the $1,500 inside, and we're not going to wait too long for it. Not against these idiots. Yeah. It's going to move across the map with the 4 Reaper, 3 Hellion combination. You know that if this fight doesn't go well, though, for Left 4 Dead, that there's going to be hell to pay. Uh-oh.
That's a horrible fight. Actually, okay, it turns around a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Christ. That was Maru as well on the micro.
This is not a good start. That's actually down 3 workers as well. Like, this is pretty impactful. Like, this is no joking matter. I don't think there's anything more frustrating than losing and having two complete morons. People that you know in their entire life wouldn't even kill a single unit against you, just have constantly going off. It's like if Iba were to play against Maro, he'd be happy if he damages an SCV. It's like
Iba's legitimately not touched a unit in this entire tournament.
It's a cuckoo as well. So I don't know what he's saying, but do you have your? I wish I had my phone on me with the translate. I could translate that. I think he's flaming. I don't think it's that funny anymore either. But the boys, you know, they have no stop. They think it's working. God, I hope this tank deals a lot of damage.
You know what? They're actually making me an anti-hero marine team.
yeah. I used to kind of hope that they would take another map and make it exciting, but now I'm like, no. Gabe, get your people in line, man. You know, it's like you're the leader of this team. Your name is attached to this too. Like, shut the little ones down, okay?
Yeah. That's funny. Oh, well, tank backed off, medevac just trying to get some info. As you have a Raven around the left-hand side as well, so the Koreans are trying to get something. Oh my god. He was having the time of his life.
Yeah. Well, he
I've
actually
never
has a
realized
chance
you could
against
play.
good players at the moment, so...
I was gonna say this is what happens when someone that's played StarCraft all their life realizes that sometimes you can have a game with multiple players and you can like talk to them and stuff. Can you imagine if this kid touches League of Legends? Holy crap! The
It'd be very
toxicity.
toxic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just
So
years of saved up social interaction that he wanted on the ladder. It's like it's all coming out at once. There's like nothing to do. Low ground drop here is gonna take out this depot most likely, I think. Raven is there as well for some backup, so in case something moves in. Low ground CC, that's a typical Gumiho / Beyond move. You can really feel the influence there. Is this tank still flying around? Honestly, they've done a good job kind of getting back into it. Like, that early game didn't look super solid, but I think now it's all feeling kind of okay. We have a double drop heading out. We're playing medevac style as well, so I think that is going to definitely benefit our Left 4 Dead team quite a bit. There's one Cyclone, 2 cars. There's a tank in position as well. I think the defense might be good enough, no?
Yeah, I would think so. We'll see what the Ravens can do as well. Is they're all going to dive in the main base. They really are going to commit. Wow. Defense is not going to be good enough if they dive like that, I guess. There's a tank further back, but that gets Matrix as well, so these units have potential, man. Stemming up and zone out the Vikings a little. And now the tanks get siege really far back. There's only one Matrix available, and this is a great drop. My goodness.
Yeah, at the same time, though, on the other side of the map, we have 2 Ravens that are dealing quite a bit of damage. 8-9 workers going down already. Tanks trying to siege forward slowly but surely. There's a bunch of Vikings at home. I actually think this might be completely okay for Team Big Guys. They're killing a lot of workers on the other side. 3rd CC isn't quite done yet. What happened with the Ravens? They're both still alive. We have one more auto turret remaining. I don't think it's going to be capable of dealing any damage. And these Ravens might actually be stuck. Main base gets cleaned up. 45 workers to 42. E-base are relatively close. What's the production situation like? It is 2 barracks versus 3. I am not entirely sure who's ahead, but there's no Ravens on the side of Left 4 Dead. They've lost 13 workers. And there's 2 Ravens. 2 versus 0. Viking air control on the side of Big Guys as well. If they don't die against the next drop, I think they're in a good spot.
If they survive one more drop, it is coming around the left-hand side again, so looking for something. Work a lead for the Big Guys. There's 1-1 combat. It's actually on the way from both sides. Marist is going to hit that a little sooner. The drop gets seen by the single Marine, so it will now unload early. And that means it will not hit the main base.
This is looking bad for the Left 4 Dead lads, honestly. Hero Marine with one hell of a build order here. Let's take a look at who's controlling what on that side. Battleby. I feel like he's the silent, you know, he's the engine behind this. You know, he just keeps going. He soldiers on. He's doing the stuff. You got Hero Marine behind the buttons, and then the other guys. Well, they're also doing something. No one's really sure what they're doing, but surely something useful. One Marine makes its way across the map. We'll get a couple of, almost gets a kill on an SCV. We have another Marine popping in over here. 61 workers to 56. This rotation is actually perhaps dangerous. The problem is just that not a single push has a Raven with it. So just a single tank is going to be enough to stop most of these potential move outs. These little move-ins, perhaps, that the team Left 4 Dead wants to do.
There's a couple tanks each. Yeah, they were so good at being active early and kind of bring themselves back with some of the harass, but now there's just too good a defense set up, so what can you really do? And like you say, without Ravens to help you kind of break into positions, you are just super limited as well. So it's tough right now.
Yeah, single, what is that? A drop gets sent out? Who do you think is in control of that? Oh no, is that Iba? No, Iba is in charge of spreading Marines, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
Nice.
Cuckoo in
Beautiful.
charge of spreading Marines. Iba is actually on the drop. Iba in charge of this drop.
No way.
Yeah. It's being sent back home, though. This hasn't really achieved a whole lot yet. Struggling to get across. At the same time, we have... let's take a look at the Maru player. So Riyang is doing the defensive movement. We see Maru has the army on top, while also doing the macro, I think. Bian... maybe Bian is doing the macro. Yeah, Bian's doing the macro. So Maru has the top army. And then Gumiho is doing the left side army. Okay, so Maru on top, Gumiho on the left. Defensive movements coming out of Riyang. And the general macro coming out of Bian over here. So I have a good clue as to what is kicking off within those teams.
It's a good allocation of things to do, right?
Yeah.
Just everyone having their own little squad.
I wouldn't have minded though seeing Bian on some units. I feel like his strong suit definitely is the unit control most of the time. Tends to be a bit YOLO perhaps, as Maru busy losing a couple of units on the top side. Wants to engage into this, says, hey, I can maybe trade out a little bit. Does not have boost available, that's why he's fighting. That makes a lot of sense. Now starts boosting away immediately. He really got the best possible trade there. That was actually very impressive. Holy crap.
I was going to say, like, considering how outnumbered he was, he actually traded pretty well in the Marines because he had slightly better HP. So, that actually didn't go as terrible as I thought it was going to. Marines on the bottom side are kind of getting caught. Medivacs don't have boost at the moment, but they are going to start making their way to the main. Now we dive on the right side as well. And the big guys continue to make moves, continue to get damage done so far.
Yeah, they just keep dropping through as well. No, this one gets shut down as the one on the left gets shut down as well. Those are actually big moves, as Left 4 Dead now in a position where they're going to have a minor upgrade lead for like what, 30 seconds, maybe 20 seconds or so. That could actually be quite big, as it might allow the map control in these Marine versus Marine battles. Their fort base was kind of delayed, but it is up right now. It's an orbital, not a planetary. On the other side, we see a planetary going up. I honestly believe that if you have this many players, getting an orbital is just simply better. Because a planetary really is only useful against Marines anyway, right? And you should always be aware of where they go.
Planetary is meant to buy you time to, while you get set up to pay attention, as this little squad here is in some trouble, trying to make the best of it. The Matrixes, though, making the difference on the siege tanks. That was 2-2 there for the blue team, but against the 1-1 on the Marines, as they have a little drop in the main. Also just not going to be able to do enough. We just about get the evacuation off, but it seems like Team Hero Marine just has a little bit too much momentum, and they've kind of had it throughout.
Yeah, there's just 1-2 tanks here in position. Here comes the Raven Interference Matrix. There's one more available now. Uses an auto turret instead. There's still one more available. Still not being used, but perhaps also not necessary. There's almost no Marines in this push, though. But there's so many freaking tanks. The tank count is 15 to 4. We're gonna see a base trade, I think, right now. And I think it's the only thing that Left 4 Dead can really do. At the same time, we have a Marine drop heading over towards the fort. I want to say that it's Iba who's in control, because that looks real bad. No. Might have been... it was Cuckoo instead. Okay. He's gonna send this back now, just barely in time. He's gonna reroute it as the main army continues moving forward. Good control here with those Ravens, taking out that tank. And there's only gonna be one final defense here. The tank needs to siege up in the natural. It might be too late here, Wardy.
Yeah, they're gonna lose a lot in the natural. That means, okay, there's a tank on the high ground as well. More Marines. Is it enough? The medevac's gonna lift up and back away. So that defense is gonna be fine as you break into the natural on the other side. Yeah, the Ravens have been huge, right? Like, the Ravens have had so many things to say in these battles, as it does look as though Team Hero Marine is looking to tie up the series.
Yeah, the big guys are doing a phenomenal job. They're taking out, well, some of the tanks are being taken out right now by this double drop, but at the same time, GG gets called and the series is all tied up. This team,
wow,
Left 4 Dead in trouble over here. Holy crap.
Unbelievable.
Oof. So now Battleby also joins in. This is not
terrifying.
it. A Hero Marine, the only person that understands that he's gonna get shift next time he goes to Korea. His next guy. I don't think Maru is good. I think Maru's not gonna get tricked into speaking by these idiots, right? There's absolutely no way. I feel like Maru is
These
very
guys are
calm.
so below. These guys are so below Maru. He doesn't even GLHF at them, man. Like,
neither does Gumio. It's like none of them GLHF anymore. Beyond said hi. Jesus Christ.
What a team.
All right. Double gas versus double gas. That's freaking poor young man. I feel bad for the guy. He's getting flamed for things he can't help.
I feel like I'd be secondhand embarrassed if I was on Eba's team, though.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. I'm not on his team. And the fact that this guy's allowed to play in my turn, man. Should have had rules for this, Wardy. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I love it. He's just flaming them back.
These guys are having such a good time. I'm gonna see if I can translate it. Hang on.
Please. Korean, please.
He's saying be quiet. It's so noisy during the game.
Okay, we have a factory coming in right now.
If they stop talking, I can translate it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is actually a second. This is what cringe is, I think. I'll block their speech for now.
This is what cringe is.
This is too much.
You actually look it up. You Google it. It just comes up with a replay of this game.
It's like this just hurts me to watch this. It's like it stopped being funny like 3 games ago. It's like guys, it's like no social awareness. Like what is this? Holy crap! It's unbelievable. These guys. It's like, get it together.
These kids have like literally never been allowed to have fun before. They get like the taste of a good thing. They've been like locked up playing StarCraft all their lives. They get a taste of like human interaction and banter, and now they just can't stop. Like they just don't know where to end.
But it's just like one joke. It's like they thought they got a laugh at the start. It's like, oh, we repeat the joke 12 more times. Surely it's going to remain funny. That is how humor usually works, right, guys? They just repeat the same joke 12 more times here. It's like, what? Jesus.
It's funny.
They're gonna look back. They're gonna think back of this 12 year in the future, and you know, their body temperature just start rising because of It's like, oh my god, I was such an idiot.
It's gonna be like their wedding, and they like bring up like embarrassing photos or something. The embarrassing photo. They just play the VOD of this game, and they're just like, "You mad? You mad? Cause bad, bro." Yeah.
Hey brother, are you upset because you've lost the video game? Guys, I got him good, didn't I? Hey, God, Ryung, hello, Ryung, are you still there, bro? Lol. Jesus Christ. All right, get the people in line, Gabe. Come on, man. I feel like Gabe said something, or maybe it's
Gabe's muted them.
Yeah.
I think Gabe just muted them as well.
They're probably on Discord too. Like Gabe is just giving orders at this point. He's like, guys, just. Someone take my Marine Cyclone drop. Someone move to the left with the Reaper Hellion. Like, Gabe is the calm commander, but even he, at some point, he needs to step in and tell them, this is out of line. Second factory. It's going to be a 2-base all-in. Out of... no, it's a 2-base all-in, right?
I would think so. No third CC is just very difficult to play out of if you don't do anything else, as... Eba picked a terrible time to
start crap talking.
To BM. Yeah, great job, Eba. Thanks, Ryung, for killing 4 of our SCVs.
Got like half a Reaper or something, Oh, actually, if this dies, that would be big. Oh, that's close. That's not.
No.
It's
What? Cyclones are so stupid. What the hell is that?
Yeah. They should change that
That
unit.
was
Maybe a
actually
rework.
ridiculous. No, not this rework. Hello.
Maybe a rework, Warty.
No, I'm good, please.
Oh, this is actually a big scout as well. I believe that Left 4 Dead is in trouble.
Yeah, they do have more SCVs though. Maybe they can power up a bit.
Yeah. Wait, both players are just kind of one base or two basing for a little bit. We have a third CC on the way right now. This is...
They're on the way at the same time.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised. Wait, how is that possible? This is going to be a big fight as well, no? Needs unsiege in time. Didn't unsiege in time. That's 2 dead tanks.
Whoever... That's Maru. Well, Maru's holding the units now. I don't know if he was holding them the entire time, but that was not good.
And that means the third CC is Busto too.
Yeah, if they go over to the left-hand side, the third is dead. But they're going to back it up. Ugh. Pain.
That was really important. If that third is gone, it's... I'm not saying it's game, but it ain't good, that's for sure. We have Stim on the way right now. You think this is going to be just proper mech here?
Yeah. I mean, what else can it be, right? Like, proper mech, I guess, once we get some more factories. For now, we're just building tanks. But, yeah, there's more gases. I mean, you could go in 6 gas already as well. It's so gas heavy. Even for TVT.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be mech 100%. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of Vikings out. I feel like this is the executive call here coming out of Ryung and Maru, honestly. Like, Gumiho also played some mech, though, in the past, didn't he?
Oh, well, Gumiho is always known for playing Gumi mech.
Yeah. It's not...
I mean, Gumi made battle
mech.
mech.
In quite a while, though, I feel like. Not in this matchup, at least. Well, I feel like Ryung and Maru, especially Ryung, still throws it out somewhere. I feel like Ryung might be in control of this one. Like, the decisions. Let's have a look, actually. No, Ryung's in control of the SCV, never mind. He's scouting. No, he's actually he's macro. Yeah, he's macro. He's macro. Yeah.
He's macro, Ryung?
Yeah. Ryung is macro. Yeah, I think he's the mech player. It's kind of sick, by the way. I think this says something about how much the other Korean Terran players respect Ryung. Is that in the final game they give him the most important job. That's pretty sick, no? They let him make the executive calls.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And it's very funny whenever you hear them talk about Ryung, like as like a kind of like a strategical mastermind. And whenever you watch Ryung, he's also pretty like he's an intelligent player. It's kind of a sick honor though when you're in a team with Maru, Bion, and Gumiho, and you're the guy they trust the most. It's like I'd be happy with life. I don't think I need any like much else anymore. Like, yeah, that's good.
It's always fun to see how they split up these units. This main army. At least I think the whole main army of the blue side is fully Hirumri. He is the only person he trusts to take this fight. Whoa, you actually get the really good snipes there. The Vikings get a good job, and the Cyclone on the top side also flanked for a Viking too, so that was a cute little combo. And that means that...
Maru and Viking Cyclone.
Well.
Yeah.
It's crazy, no? How good he is with that stuff. It's really sick when you give them like individual tasks. Like, you know how good they are, but it's kind of mad. It really is kind of mad. It's really hard, by the way, for the people who've never played Archon before, especially with other very good players, to not overreach. Because it's so easy to pick stuff away from other people, you know?
Yeah. No, very easy.
Is this PC?
You always like, do I believe it is PCs? Maybe this is Ryung into Gumiho.
Yeah. This is a kind of scary push forward, though. There's still so much energy on that right side. I actually think that if they fight right now, these Ravens are toast. Maru completely destroying this. That's nice. Auto turrets are going to get thrown down, but it's way too slow. Who was in control of those Ravens? Because that was poor. That was real poor. Oh.
This is where Maru types for the first time in the game and puts a question mark in chat. So as we are going to dive forward with the rest of this army, there's a couple of SCVs going to repair. They actually are going to get on the repair of that siege tank. The Vikings landed as well. And that's a disastrous push forward from the blue team.
This is their weakest
especially
moment,
with BC spawning.
Yeah. But this is... Oh my god. This drop in the natural could actually deal some damage. Vikings just barely out of position. Cyclone now moving forward. 2 tanks luckily just finish up. That is absolutely huge. As I think that the big guys are kind of running out of steam. And I feel like the momentum is now starting. With these 2 BCs straight up teleporting across the map, they're going to hide behind the natural. Who do you think gets the BCs? Is it Gumiho?
Yeah. Or maybe Bjorn.
Gumi. It's Gumi, I think.
Gumi? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, no
Gumi
one
is
really
the
is
BC
controlling them. No, it's Maru now.
They're just swapping around.
They have no
And
clue
now it's
either. It's
Maru.
like, everyone can have him, guys. This actually is kind of bad because Vikings are just now in position. 2 Yamato's about to finish up. Need to be real careful here. And I think 1 BC might actually end up dying. This is still just dealing a lot of damage, right? Even if they end up falling. 2 Yamato should be used, though. 1, 2. There we go.
Yeah, he's gonna lose a DC. No, surely.
Did he shoot the same the same Viking?
I didn't see. I was busy watching the BC instead. But I think he might have done though.
I think they shot the same Viking accidentally. I might be wrong.
That wasn't great.
No.
I expected more from the BCs.
At the same time, yeah, I mean, they did actually stop all attacks though. So I think their thinking is like BCs as like a distraction. It's going to force an air battle basically, and that's where they're perhaps most comfortable. Because I think you have 2 of the best players in air battles, or 3 of the best players in air battles, like Gumiho, Maru, Ryang. So if it's an air battle, like I'm not sure if I trust Iba and Kuku more than I trust, you know,
Yeah.
Maru.
I agree.
I'm not sure how good Hero Marine is in these late games, by the way. Do you know about that?
I think he's decent, but honestly, like, it's been a while since I've seen Hero Marine play late game TVT. He just doesn't get there a lot anymore. I feel like people, especially like these kind of styles, it's not common in Europe to get to like Super Sky Tyranny versus Sky Tyranny and stuff.
Gotcha. It's 1 BC still just kind of moving around the left side. It's so funny that whenever I see who is controlling what unit, and none of them are controlling it, it's like, what? It's like, okay. I think it's Gumiho on the BC, actually. It seems to me like it's Gumiho on the BC. I could be wrong.
Upgrade complete.
The Gumi BC. Mara keeps selecting again though, so maybe.
Yeah, I
Could
don't
be
know.
either or. Mara's
Fight-
got it right now.
Okay. Viking count looking pretty solid for both players here. Actually, slightly better for the big guys. And for the big guys, it's much easier to expand as well. There hasn't really been a single Hellion, I think, right? Not 1. 2. 2 Hellions total have died so far, and there's currently 0 on the map. So there's been literally no harassment at all coming towards the big guys. As a big scan on the other side of the map does reveal that it's triple starport already. Upgrade-wise, we have vehicle weapons level 1 finished and ship weapons level 1's about to finish now. There is a Thor defensively. There's 2 Thors defensively, and that should be huge in these fights. Don't actually think... Look at that Viking control. This is unfair. And don't forget, this is better ping as well for the Europeans.
Yep, that's very true actually, as central server is going to favor them a little bit, which in these scenarios when it's actually going to be like 1 person controlling versus 1 person controlling can make even more of a difference, so... There's Vikings looking for each other, sitting behind the turrets and also sitting behind a couple of Thors. Actually going to take this fight here. The turrets got some first shots off as Maru diving in with the... Actually, it's not Maru on the Vikings, but his team dove in with the Vikings at the very least. He loses a CC here. Sorry?
I think it was Beyond. Look at the turret!
Beyond.
The turret on the left!
And the SCV to block the games.
The sprays!
Iba's got to play again! That's Iba, right there.
I think it was Kuku. Yeah, it's Kuku, I think.
Kuku?
Yeah. Iba
Okay.
is he's
Yeah,
just not
to
getting
be
any
fair,
task.
So spraying might be too much APM for Iba.
Yeah, they don't trust him with that.
yeah, they don't trust him with an SCV.
Yeah, it's like, that's a lot of responsibility you got there, buddy. It's a lot of responsibility out there. Okay, 2 battle cruisers now popping out again. So once again, that transition into late game BCs, I actually think that is good. Because you're going to be capable of kind of pulling your opponent apart with that, right? You're gonna make the game a little bit more dynamic. Liberators now sieging up forward. It is 22 Vikings to 25, but the Thor should be big. Isn't the splash much better here to have?
It depends, because sometimes the Vikings starts... Like, it depends if the Vikings are stacked or spread, but I think you want the Thors in single target mode to hit down the Liberators.
Ah, gotcha. This is an
I think they're the
aggressive push
biggest
forward.
threat. Yeah, it is. And it's working as well. Like, they're taking down turrets, they're gaining, they're gaining space on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's 6 space right now versus 4. That 5th CC got taken out. There's 2 backup command centers, though, so that's kind of a big deal. We have an aggressive sensor tower coming out. They definitely have a little bit too much cash at this moment. Viking count still in favor here of the big guys. This could be a good fight. These Thors cannot join in on the fun. as I think we're just going to need that Yamato to come up, or at least that Battlecruiser to tank a couple of shots. That actually turns this fight around. 20 Vikings now versus 15. I think that Left 4 Dead is kind of winning this fight here. And that's big. That's real big.
Yep, especially just the last few moments definitely going kind of their way. Now the BCs are tanking again, so the lesser Viking count is once again going to have a chance to show up, and the BCs can take a moment to shoot down a couple Marauders, and they are going to take air control. This time we have teleports back available on the BCs as well, so they can get out of there, and they are going to go chasing. What a defense from Left 4 Dead. As one Marauder and a Medivac is all that's left on the bottom side from the big guys.
Iba. It's Iba, I think.
It's Iba. He was like, I got this guy, I got a Marauder.
But something that was interesting, by the way, is that I think during that fight, or maybe just before, 2-2 finished for Left 4 Dead, while the big guys didn't have that quite. They only were on 1-1, and that was actually pretty impactful. I think they also forgot their ship armor for a little bit, the big guys that is. So once again, there's going to be a timing here for 3-3 versus 2-2, which could be kind of interesting. There's 2 BCs out. There is a similar Viking count. There's legitimately no upsides for the Left 4 Dead team, though, except the upgrades. That is the only advantage they have in this game. They're down in amount of bases. They're down in eco. They're pretty even in Vikings, and like Thors could be produced on the other side. Production-wise, we have, 6 starports versus 5 in favor as well of the big guys. So if these teams were equally skilled, I most definitely do believe that the big guys here are winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the army supply is great. That base spread is fantastic. Give it a bit of time. Again, upgrades kind of even out as well. I think the big guys definitely a good. But once they get max, like any fight can go any which way. And upgrades for fight for the Left 4 Dead might kind of sway things a little bit, perhaps. Could be a possibility.
You know what I'm kind of sad by is that you have Ryung and Maru in a team, and there's not a single Raven being added into this mix. And surely getting an anti-armor off right now would be freaking huge. At the same time, coming out of the big guys, Ravens would be great to have against these battle cruisers, obviously, and also just for anti-armor. I don't understand why it's not there yet.
It's a very good point.
Imagine having 4 of the brightest minds in the world on your team and forgetting to build a Raven. This is the Terran. This is Terrans in a nutshell. Now you can put.
They all think the other guy's gonna make the Raven. Yeah.
Up and down, and the Vikings just gave up. It's like, all right, not worth my time. It's like, don't want to give Iba something to do here. Poor Iba. Yeah. 2 BCs are out. There's 7 lips, 39 Vikings versus 42 Vikings, and 2 battle cruisers. The first few good shots here are coming out of Left 4 Dead. This is a winning fight for Left 4 Dead. That's a nice split here.
Easily as well. So good concave. Obviously, it's terrifying as well if these Vikings run into Liberators, because Liberators actually will do decent splash. So you gotta be a little bit careful. As we did a pretty good job of that, and now the BCs will come in to clean up the tanks as well. So yeah, follow up here to get the cleanup.
Took a while though for that to happen. Don't forget, upgrade still favorable as well here for Left 4 Dead. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely has an impact. Obviously, as soon as they hit the missile turret line of the other side, though, it's like they kind of get stuck, right? Like they kind of just get stopped, and then we kind of stuck waiting. And it becomes a lot tougher there.
There's no tanks though or hardly any tanks out of the big guys. This is a winning Viking fight as well, because it's 3-3 versus 2-2. Liberators now moving in. Good tiny little move back. I want to say that is this Maru on control of the Vikings? It most definitely is, and he's kind of crushing this fight. I feel like the big guys are just getting outclassed in these fights.
That was such a good fight. Like he pulled the Vikings back the moment the Liberators came into range to fire, and then he split them in 2 groups just before they fired. Yeah. Like he completely minimized what could have been a disaster. Yeah. It was also something he could have done preemptively, but he would have lost shots before then. So he got the absolute most out of those units while keeping them safe. Yeah, maximum really value
is actually mad. Now these fights are going to become a little bit closer though, because +3 ship weapons has finished up. Vehicle plating is also getting closer to being done. That tank repair was actually pretty big. He moved over too quickly to the turret. Needed one more shot to kill the other guy's tank. And now we're going to see What's going to be kicking off? We have a base that's trying to be taken on the left side. We have the 6th base being taken here for the Left 4 Dead team.
Yep, getting into additional bases obviously is nice. They have to take it so much more slowly so far. There is, yeah, a Raven on the way on Team Hero Marine. Love it. Someone thought of it.
Yeah, and also we have 8 starports versus 5. We have superior reproduction here for the big guys, and honestly, if they're getting Ravens in, I can see them winning fights. That is a ballsy landing here, no? It's gonna go for it. It's gonna take out this planner. That is big. There's not that much cash here for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, it's actually huge. Left 4 Dead supply is actually kind of plummeted right there as well, losing the SCVs, but not with a lot of money banked up to kind of rebuild with straight away, so that's going to be kind of costly. That's a big deal.
Resources lost is just barely in favor of Left 4 Dead, but they've just been getting outmined this entire game. There's 9 orbital commands on the other side. Now we see the Korean team moving across the map. That is a lot of Vikings. It is just 2 tanks though, and there are 3 Ravens out. I think with an anti-armor missile, this is game changing.
Yeah, no, anti-armor missile can do so much for you here. Especially if you anti-armor and then you get a couple of lip shots into the anti-armor missile as well, it can be ridiculously good. So I actually think the composition is better for the big guys.
Yeah, I think the big guys have this, honestly. Like if they get it, like just a decent fight. They don't even need a great fight, they just need a decent fight. Right now they are just up. Liberator is gonna siege up, try to take out that tank. That really is one of the last remaining tanks. There's 4 tanks on the map still. 4 Left 4 Dead. 40 Vikings to 39. 2 BCs coming in as well. Anti-armor
here we go.
Misses. I'm not even sure how that is possible.
Yeah. Second one hits a little bit better. A little sad that the Liberator is on around to splash onto those Vikings as they will start a kite back. Well, is this enough of a fight? I don't think it is. I think there's just way too much here on the big guys, as the Thors as well obviously doing so much in addition just to those Vikings. So really kind of continuing to offset that air battle in their favor. It feels as though Left 4 Dead are down and out the comeback.
Oh no. I can't believe that the crap talk actually worked.
I'm gonna the moment I get out of this game I'm muting you before I see it in the channel.
Yeah, oh my god, please don't. Be humble in victory. It's gonna be a bit of a defense here. 8 Vikings versus 13 as these Thors on the low ground are taking a bit of a beating. Planetary still up. I think, yeah, GG gets called. 4 GGs coming out. And that means that's going to be it for this series, as the big guys advance into the grand final. In the bottom right, spawning as our green Terran team, it's going to be Mlem. Is that correct?
Mlem.
Yeah, Mlem. The sound that a polar
bear
makes
in touch with the memes
when it licks something. I think that's it.
Is this specifically a polar bear? I thought it was just like the sound that anything makes when I lick something.
I thought it was a polar bear specific, but
it might be.
I literally don't care.
I actually would never have thought to check.
Yeah. All right. Top left, we have Team Uncreative with 4 phenomenal players. We have Max Pax, Skillis, Trigger, and Goblin. Was that correct?
Pretty much all of the elite Protoss players outside of Korea.
All of them, except Showtime. Yeah, they're missing Showtime.
Yeah. Except Showtime.
Showtime is... Yeah, it's legit true. All of the elite... Are we missing one more? DNS as well, they're missing. Drogo, Shadow. Okay. Oof. You're gonna have trouble finding people for
okay, mate, there's a lot of Protoss players. You can keep on making the list if you want.
Yeah. You definitely could. All right. We have a low ground command center here coming down, as always, and we have a Reaper. I'm kind of expecting just regular Reaper stuff. I think Foxer is pretty decent with a Reaper, but he also is from North America, so he's gonna have ping as we're playing completely on the European server. Of course, you want to give Clem probably the best chance, and thus lower ping probably is better. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Earlier, from what I could tell, Clem did the entire build order up to like 6 or 7 minutes, and then he pretty much always had the main army after that. And then I think he still did a bit of the macro as well. So this team is very much so more Clem plus some additional micro. If you can call it additional micro, really depends how it goes.
Foxer is doing the Reaper now, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, doing the
Yeah,
Reaper,
okay.
for sure. Took a shot from an
Oh, yeah,
adept, so hasn't been going great.
No. Yeah, Clem, yeah, because Clem does the initial macro. For the first, like, 5-6 minutes, he doesn't touch a unit.
Okay, he legit just doesn't touch the unit. Okay, I thought he would
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
touch
yeah.
some defensive stuff. We have an adept going across
Maybe.
the map. This could be annoying to deal with. There's 2 Marines at home. Is there a battery here? No, it's just straight into Stargate as well. I think this is the correct play, right? Surely Phoenixes will be best to have, as this Reaper is going to be defended at the same time. Who's taking control of this adept across the map? That's one man and one man only. It is El Maximus Maximus. Yeah.
I just want you to see how they control the Phoenix in these games and just really note how good a teammate you had earlier.
Looking forward to that war, though. I'm looking forward to that.
Just you wait, man.
Yeah.
These things don't control easy.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't. There's a lot of speed in them. You'd be surprised by the pure acceleration power that these units possess. It's like, it's like, mate, I've been playing this game for 13 years. I think I understand how a Phoenix works.
I didn't. I thought I could just click left on something, it would die, but it turns out you need the other Phoenix in range.
Flying all over the map at high speed and they're difficult to control, Kevin.
Yeah, from my experience, it's exactly how it went.
Yeah. It's like, all right, buddy, calm down. Okay, here come the Phoenixes, already dealing more damage here in the first 5 seconds of them being out than Vardy did across 2 games with more than 15 Phoenixes total. So that's real nice. As 2 SCVs get killed. This is a big start over here. As this adept is going to set in the chase. They're going to get the Hellion as well. Honestly, the scouting, well, they're not going to get any info. They're playing Phoenix Colossus. This is some actual brain-dead tactics over here. Love to see it. He's just playing uber safe over here, believing that with someone continuously on the Phoenixes, that life's going to be okay. I kind of thought that they were going to put Goblin on the Phoenixes, honestly.
Yeah.
But
he's a bit of a Phoenix machine, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he really is. It's going to be Max Pax.
Max Pax's Phoenix control, apart from that, is really good. Like, yeah. I always thought his Phoenix was some of the absolute very best.
Yeah.
Especially in like PvP Phoenix Wars, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But Goblin also, don't sleep on this guy. He understands how the Phoenix works as a concept.
You don't need to sleep on Goblin because usually Goblin's sleeping on himself.
Yeah, true actually. The guy undersells himself all the time. Sad. All right, 3rd base on the way. Honestly, this is not looking great for Team Clem. Or Melem, as they call themselves. I love that there's just an adept constantly shading in as well. It's like there's one guy. Who is this? Oh, it's Trigger. Trigger's just
Trigger's on the adept shade.
Yeah, but it's kind of sick because you get to see exactly where the units are. And then Max Pax, if they communicate properly, Max Pax can almost always find an angle. Like now he's finding an angle that isn't really there in a real game, you know? But he's going to be capable of getting 3-4 workers here, delay that depot. Like this is legitimately sick damage. Meanwhile, the build order at home, who's actually taking care of that? Is that Skillis that's doing the build? Or
probably.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. Skillis with the build at home. I love that so much. Yep. Very solid opener, and there's just so much damage being dealt right now. 8 workers killed. This is phenomenal. It really is.
I kind of feel like this is how the entire series is going to go.
The Terrans just being abused by... Look at this, splitting the Phoenixes!
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you don't think? Like, I think this is just going to be... It's just going to be rough, because... I mean, not to down-talk them, but, like, it is kind of Clem versus the world in this series, and, like, you know, Fox can add a bit of something, Kogan can take a unit or 2 in micro, but, like, when you're going to have 4 top-tier Protoss against you, like, I think it's extremely difficult.
They're very good. They really are very good. Okay, who's controlling the one set of Phoenixes? Goblin has one set, and then Max Pax has the majority of the Phoenixes. That's actually really sick. They're just kind of floating around, making sure reinforcements can be added on. This adept is finally gonna die, so Trigger must have a new task somewhere right now. Trigger... okay, Trigger... I might have the main army, actually. I think he has the main army, and then Skillis is just doing the microman. This is actually so sick. They have the perfect split. Look at these Phoenixes just attacking these medevacs from angles that aren't viable. Phoenix is moving towards the bottom of the map right now as they figured out there's a mine drop coming in, and that is just going to get shut down instantly here. Fantastic play. Fantastic communication, I bet, as well.
Yep. Well, it's just beautiful. Rarely am I impressed by Protoss play, but this is something.
I've seen you control Protoss units today. Like, you should be impressed by the fact that the majority of the Phoenixes are still alive. With you at this point, I doubt there would be more than 2 still up. So,
yeah, you think that'd be 2? That's really nice of you. No, okay, but now, if I played another game right now, now I know how the Phoenix are going. Be way better. I promise you. I've learned.
I'll believe
Next time we team up, it's gonna be a different story.
Next time, all right. Next time, indeed.
Next time.
Look at these 4 Phoenixes, by the way. They're just kind of moving in, taking out an SCV here, taking out a Marine there. Like, this is actual complete annihilation, no? Like, this is insane.
Yeah.
How...
Hey,
like,
this is how I felt earlier. Like, there's just stuff everywhere. Couldn't get anything done. But on the other side.
and everything's just moving individually. It's just game. This is... this is getting owned. Like, this is actually just getting completely blasted. Like, it's not even funny.
Actually destroyed.
Holy crap, this was one-sided. No matter what happens here, Wardy, it is going to be very rough. The question that I have is it even going to be possible? Are they insta-sending out... Oh, they're going for a 1-gate proxy.
Ah. You said no one was going to proxy in this event.
I thought it would be
none
very
of the
likely.
high
This
none
is
of
not
the
like a-
high-level teams.
Yeah, true. This is not a...
None of them.
No. Okay, I did say that, but... even a correct clock is wrong twice a day, Wardy. Don't forget that.
What?
Never heard that? It's the Uno reverse
The
card. on
correct clock is wrong twice a day.
You never heard that before?
Correct clock is wrong twice a day.
It's the reverse one. It's this is really you probably haven't reached that level of English literature yet, but it's very common in like the classics to say something like that. It's a play on an original idiom or proverb. So yeah, I'm well aware of this, but I guess in Birmingham, where are you from? Newcastle, whatever it is.
The only idiom he hears sounds like you right now, honestly.
You are a true idiom. All right. Probe harassment is looking tight. There's no scout coming out yet. You think Clem is gonna scout? I think so, right? He always scouts. Yeah. No, he's not scouting.
Clem hates playing with no info. But maybe he just realizes there's no point scouting anyway.
Yeah, because when you Stargate every game and then it isn't. Oh no. What's the chance we're just insta gonna lose this? I think it's pretty decent.
Pretty high.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I think, yeah. Look how long the delay is on that CC. I would almost be afraid of delaying it for that long because then they might build it on the high ground and your entire build just, stops existing. Like the purpose of the build is just gone.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah,
It's not quite this. That's not quite the semi-final we just saw.
No. Well, first of all, we also have no one just dedicated to bad mannering, so that already is a change of pace.
That's such a really appreciated
The one thing
change
I really
of pace.
miss here is Eva and Cuckoo just flaming people. Oh no. This Marine's gonna get tackled.
What do you do right now? Is there one Protoss player each on a Zealot? You think? I think there is.
Really?
In fact, I know there is because there's different selections on them.
Oh no. Yeah, this honestly was an okay hold. Like,
yeah.
Not disappointed. Problem might be the Stalker. It's 2 Marines, a Reaper, and there's a ramp on this map. Didn't entirely think this one through. If there's no ramp, you can actually kite forever, and if there's no bunker, that's an issue. But now, I actually think if there would have not been a ramp here, this might have still been extremely bad. And I think that CC, it maybe wouldn't have gotten cancelled, but it would have been in some trouble. Like, especially now against the 2 Stalkers. Like, what are you gonna do? No factory unit, no reactor, no nothing. Like, even now, it's kind of difficult, But the mine is gonna come out eventually, and it's gonna secure the ramp. But that's going to be the saving grace in my mind.
Yep. As one Stalker's going to die before then, so one Stalker goes down, one Protoss player just lost his job to the next guy.
Yeah, okay, you're off duty now.
Yeah.
Back again tomorrow.
Right.
I love the Adept here, by the way, because it's going to allow you to trigger a mine if it's there, or just spot the high ground, which is also hugely valuable. Who do you think is in charge of this move? Is it Trigger? I think it's Trigger.
Trigger?
Yeah, he did it well. He did it correctly. Oh no, it's an Umburo!
Who was in charge of the Stalker? Also Trigger?
Probably. We'll blame this one on Trigger. American ping though, so don't count.
American ping, yeah.
Reaper's gotta
Yeah,
get
he has an
1,
excuse.
2, 3 kills. Hoppa! Maybe 4?
Beautiful.
Come on. Another one. Another one. One more. One more, baby. We can do it.
Stalker! Stalker!
Oh.
Oh my god, Reapers. Insane. What a unit.
What a unit. I'm not sure if there's enough at home, though. Mine is halfway across the map. Well, halfway across the natural, I guess. Cyclone on the way as well. SCVs need to be pulled off. Are gonna do just that. There's 5. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think Malem is actually in a very playable position here.
Which is kind of incredible, because this was odd stacked against them. Stalker's going to show up as well. One adept gives itself up to the Widowmine. That's also the one that had the Cyclone lock on. So that's the Cyclone lock on cooldown for a few moments. As the Cyclone locks on again. That Stalker still taking some shots. Obviously, the SCV is pulling to defend. Is absolutely going to help. Cyclone dies, though.
Yeah, that micro was a little bit busted. What the heck? That was nice range on that Cyclone indeed. Tank is about to finish up as well. 37 workers on the side of Team Uncreative. As 4 SCVs have gone down right now.
It's still not pretty. As SCVs keep dropping Stalkers. They're going to realize there's a tank up there. They're going to go for it, but he loses 2 on the way up. We're going to lose 3, 4. All 5 are dead. That was not the dive to me.
I think that might have been Skillis. I think it might be Skillis, yeah.
Skillis,
Skillis was just staring at the fog of war after this, so he might... I think it might have been him.
It's like, can I go back to macro, guys?
So, it's actually Max right now in charge of macro.
What do you think the worst case punishment is when you mess up? Like mini-map duty? Like you just have to watch the mini-map and call things out?
Oh yeah, that's probably the worst. Which,
yeah, you think?
Yeah. It's like counting Marines. How many Marines are 7? I think 2 more got added, guys. The reactor just finished another production round. It's like... No shot.
Yeah, that seems terrible. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's probably worse. Looking at the overall situation, though, I think this is okay for Clem. He has for Malem.
Yes. Clem.
Malem Clem. There's a bit of cash in the bank though for Team Uncreative. I wonder why that is. Dark Shrine, Forge. I like the Dark Shrine. DTs definitely have a lot of potential in this mode.
Yeah, especially if someone can just be in charge of keeping them alive and finding new openings and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the potential.
That would actually be kind of big.
I think the DT is important too because in general the tech is pretty low here from Team Uncreative, right? The blink is very late and Stim's now finishing, so the DTs are just something to maybe help them get back on track and to buy them a few moments where it may just be necessary, so kind of happy to see them. I think they can be cool.
You know what the problem is that I have here? Is that there's not going to be Charge, there's not going to be Immortals, there's not going to be Colossus. So really it's going to be a Stalker-based defense. And now if there's one thing I know about Stalkers is that they lose to every single bio unit as long as there's medevac unit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, these DTs actually need to hold back. Like, if they don't deal damage with the DTs and they don't force the opponent back home, if they can hit pre-charge, which might still be tight, combat shield is 40 seconds away, medevac still need to be constructed as well. But even then, like, there's just not that many units right now for Team Uncreative.
Yep. No, there's not at all. Like you say, like if you give them a bit of time, it's very plausible to have enough and to hold on. But the first Terran push has the potential to be terrifying, which is, like I say, why the DTs are extremely important. They have a big role to play in this upcoming few minutes. And the Prism is out with the first one ready. Viking not on the right side of the base.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that because the Prism has literally been on the right side the entire time this game. So, I'm kind of confused to see that. Prism is just waiting to move in, obviously. It's going to move in the moment the move out actually starts. And there we go. We have a second DT as well. One in the natural, one's going to go towards the main base. There is a scan available in the natural. There's a scan available in the main. There are some reinforcements and the Viking moves in immediately. I wonder if this is going to be good enough though, as turret starts. Viking will take care of that Prism. That's 100% true. At the same time, we have a big push forward. There is a DT on the other side of the map. That is going to get scanned first. I actually think that Team Uncreative might be in a bit of trouble here.
I think if there's the fact that Mlem have not turned around, the fact that this is just a continued push forwards, absolutely the right call, because there's just not the units here. DTs were the one thing to buy time. and they've just not turned around to the DT. So yeah, they're taking damage, but they are straight up winning the game on this side of the map. And Clem's is going to step towards these pros, pretty much wipe out the third base, and he could honestly continue into the natural if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think so too. Charge is going to finish up right now, so he needs to be a little bit careful. This army is also kind of damaged. DT is moving in. There's one scan still available. That's the final one. All tanks caught on siege. Oh, this is not the greatest fight for Team Lem. They're gonna lose all of their siege tanks. Have taken out their opponent's base though. And 2 base versus 2 base is super favorable for the Terran. And it's not even 2 versus 2 because there's a third orbital on the way already.
It feels the Lem have the upper hand for sure. They might get pushed back, but they are winning the war. Like you say, a third CC ready to move out is a big deal. They've dealt with the DTs pretty aptly. Like, yes, they lost some amount of SCVs, but they will recover, and they did so much across the map to make up for it as well. So this definitely seems as though it's working in favor of the Lem team. And yeah, what came down to just that kind of early game from the uncreative squad. They didn't really... They just lost a few too many units a few too many times over, right? The defense just continued to be there, and again, getting back on your feet off of that commitment is difficult.
Yeah, I also think that despite this build being quite powerful and good and all that, I do feel like there were some issues with the build. Like the very late charge was not brilliant. Like it felt like the plan really relied on things doing a lot of damage, and when they didn't, the plan honestly kind of fell apart. So I feel like if you have the better players, you just want to give opportunities to deal damage while still playing an even game, rather than investing a lot in potential damage if your opponent messes up, you know? Because it's less likely that your opponent messes up if they have more players. It's still not over, though. Shadow Stride on the way. Something could be done.
No, absolutely. It's one of those moments where as long as the pros didn't fall over completely dead, there's something of a chance, you know? The Terran army has to get ready to go again. It's going to be a Colossus, maybe, and there is a fight which could perhaps see the Protoss players see some success coming up.
You know what's interesting? Is that there's only 3 barracks total. You'd have thought that there would be cash already for 5, but it's just simply not the case. And now, it's actually
that's probably
aggressive.
the DT damage, right?
Yeah,
because they did lose like 12 to 15 SCVs, and that's probably the difference of just being able to actually add on that next round of production already.
Yeah. Funnily enough, that's actually kind of keeping the Protoss player safe here, because, I mean, if there was just more production, that would have been absolutely fantastic. Now we see a lot of Vikings are being produced. Of course, mines are being added in as well. So that was some nice move there out of the Stalker player on the left side. They're just kind of juggling between these armies. You see that? That is so cool to watch. This is a really nice play, honestly.
Yeah. Very, very good. They're very in sync.
Yeah. They know exactly when to push, when to move back. It is so much easier, though, when you just have one army to look at. Trigger has the right side army, by the way. Skillet probably has the Stalkers on the left. Goblin has the DT. And MaxSpec still has the main control. Also was controlling one DT just now, by the way. So MaxSpec's a little bit of everything. So forward base is now on the way on top of all of that. We have a Ghost Academy, 2 more barracks coming out. That does mean that with all that investment in extra infrastructure, is that most likely our Protoss players are going to get a little bit more time. And with more time, there's always the ability to come back into a game.
Disruptor's on the way up as well. Great unit to try and bring you back. 1-2 big shots can change everything. That DT doesn't quite get the blink to the outside of the scan.
Yeah. I think Clem probably wants to start moving across the map at some point, but he's just not finding the space really to do that. He's just constantly being harassed by stuff. Stuff is being thrown in his face at a high pace, which is very annoying. And at home, there's 2 Colossus, there's 2 Disruptors. I think once the 3 Ghosts come out, that is probably going to be the timing that Clem sends it, right?
If not, then when? You know, like, there's no better time. There's only going to be more and more Protoss tech. 3 Ghosts is more or less enough to hit all the important units to kind of take a fight with.
Honestly,
I just don't think your army gets any better.
I think a single Ghost might almost be good enough, because there's almost no Protoss units. Like half of the armies across the map. Zealot Runby is being sent in. Could split off against that mine. So Clem is trying to move back home. I think this was more of a bait move out, because the Ghosts weren't properly out anyway. It's like saying, hey, what are you going to do when I move out? And apparently this is it. Mine's going to get 1 more DT kill as well. And now Clem is actually just clearing all of those Zealots, and Stalkers are being sent for it. There's 1 more Zealot run by on the right side, but I think reinforcements should be capable of taking care of that. This
is a very good point, right? It's actually very smart. Like, move out, but don't really mean it, and then see what is going to happen. Boom, now he's dealt with some of the threats, and now there's less issues for him as he actually goes across the map. So the Ghost going to find great EMP on the sentries there. They do get force filled in a little bit. The Disruptor finds one Ghost, but still an EMP left as that Disruptor dies, and the Bioforce is just stimming on forward.
Yeah, that Purification Nova, I think, got controlled by someone else. Didn't expect the Disruptor to go in like that, and then actually ended up killing like 1 or 2 of the own Stalkers. A little bit of a mistake there. 4th base is going up right now for Malem. 5th base is going up for Team Uncreative. Stu2 is getting closer and closer to finishing. And they're definitely getting back into the game, but it's still a little bit scary.
Absolutely. It's a slow process, but they are. I mean, again, 4 bases, moving to 5, right? Absolutely kind of making the right calls. They've got the tech units up that they need to survive and to see later stages of this game as well. As we come by, we get a cannon, a couple of those cells start to go down, disrupt a shot, but not quite land there. And there's a couple of Colossi still firing a few more shots forward as well. Not going to find enough just yet. As on the left-hand side, there's also just an army chasing around. It's Max Bax's squad that are able to make a pick off, so doing well there as the MPs come down. Disrupt shot just not quite landing.
Yeah, SCP is once again moving back to mining after being harassed there for a little bit. Clem wants to come in with a sandwich as well. Might get 1 or 2 of these Stalkers, but I think 2 of them might still be capable of escaping here. Also not the most important thing at this point in the game. There's 80 workers out already. I am kind of afraid here that Team Lem is kind of being outclassed. Like they just don't have enough stuff, it feels like. Just getting DT in the natural, DTs at the fort, just killing like 1 or 2 workers and then blinking out, just tanking the shields and pissing off. And it's working like a freaking charm, let me tell you that. There's 1 Disruptor that's now going to fall for free, as I think Clem in control of the main army probably wants to jump on top of the opportunity, has even supply count, has just finished his upgrades, and I think he's looking for a fight, but I'm not even entirely sure if that is possible right now.
Pushing up into these Disruptors seems like an impossibility, but if you don't go now, you're down a lot of workers. Like, we are beyond the catching up part of this for the Protoss players. Like, they are absolutely on control of this. If Clem's team does not find something very, very soon, Disruptors even coming down the ramp a little bit further, so they're confident to push Clem back, and of course, one player can always just keep track of this main army while all of this other harassment is going on, and all the harassment is just going in favor of the Protoss.
Yeah, like the DTs are just looking at just any angle that can get them something without dying. That's going to be good. So you see like a single SCV being taken out or something. It's like, it feels so stupid. Yeah, once more, CC gets stopped from building, but just by a single DT really. At the same time, defensively, something should be possible here. I mean, there's 2 people that could defend while Clem is microing this main army. There's no 3-3 on the way, by the way, for Clem. That is kind of indicative of the fact that he wants to finish it quickly. And he's getting, honestly, a pretty okay fight here for starters. Takes out all of these Colossus. Has even supply, but is up in army supply. Medevacs are running a little bit low, though, and these units are fairly bruised. Maybe there's an ability or possibility right now that that something can be done. Oh, TT finally does get taken out. You saw that?
Good try. Yeah. I'm following the camera. It was funny. Because he's trying to get the SCV filled once, went in again, missed a second time. Yeah. So,
good attempt.
I guess clean up. Yeah. Oh, a little pincer move here from the Protoss force, but Clem is going to be backing away. Clem's team is in the top left as well, so striking in 2 different places. It is going to be... actually, I believe Clem's in control of both of these armies, or at least he was in control of the bottom right. Looks as though someone's overtaken that now. And they're going to pull that one away. It's a very back-and-forth game, but still, and the Terrans just cannot find a proper opening to kind of really barge in with. And now, the major Protoss army is on the south.
Yeah, but these mine hits were big. I don't actually think Protoss wants to go too deep. You see Clem is coming in right now for a flank on that main army. That is actually kind of dangerous. Topside army of Protoss wants to go for a counter-attack, or at least try and secure that 5th base. This is potential to change the outcome of the game. Here we go. Look at this. This is a huge Terran army.
A Protoss army on the left-hand side needs to make a move really quickly. Do something to force some of the Terran units away from this position. The Disruptors can buy themselves some amount of time, but it's going to be trouble now as the Terran comes in from 2 sides. Clem and I imagine Fox in control of these 2 different portions. As they stem on forward, they're going to hunt this down, but at the same time, the base over here is in a ton of trouble, and that's where the Protoss players are at least going to find some value and something back in, to back themselves up in this, because they lost a lot on the right, and their army supply is struggling.
Yeah, Clem starts at +3 right now as he stims in. That's going to be a dead base over here. If the Terrans can secure their main base, I think they might be in an okay spot. There's only 2 robotics facilities producing disruptors right now. There's a DT that's being real annoying. Okay, it's going to get taken out. There's another base will fall as well. Defensively, this is looking okay. There's 5 disruptors with that army. Could definitely, if pushing up slowly, be kind of a nuisance to deal with here for Mlem. But the army supply is just so favorable. Another scan is needed, by the way, here. There's a DT just working overtime, slicing units down.
Getting busy down there. Just having ourselves real chaos kind of ensuing. Some disruptor shots starting to actually land as well, clipping this main Terran force. Units in the main base, the Terran have to back away. That's a lot of Protoss. It's going to be difficult to fight that in any extent. At the same time, we're losing disruptors on the front, and we nearly get a ghost kill. I believe the Protoss have really broken into the main base well and deep now, and that is going to be at least a medevac lift to evacuate. Stalkers blink, they're going to find only an empty medevac. The Terran army is going to load up, actually going to come back home and try and clean up the Protoss force. What a time to back away.
I guess... there's still 2 mining bases, I guess. That's fair, maybe. I thought this was the incorrect call. But I'm not entirely sure. There's a drop on top of disruptors. It's not going to clean up this army very well at all. This is...
Oh! Some of those disruptor shots were very dangerously close to firing, as we do have the Colossi, though, going down now. The disruptors will go down after they fired all their shots, so the Protoss army melts. But the Protoss army supply is still within reach of the Terran. That was not everything they had, and they even have some Stalkers over here right now. We're going to find some Vikings. Going to start this planetary, and I guess they'll get it, but it's going to be kind of costly. Actually going to get rid of the missile turret so the DT can come in and help as well. Very smart. And now we can continue to take that out as Team Lem are going to have 1 base left, and the Protoss are on the doorstep of it.
Yeah, I think Stalkers will go home right now, as it's also the final mining base here for Team Uncreative. It is 59 armor supply to 58.
No orbitals, no scans.
Oh, there's legit no orbitals. Never mind. Well,
there's just no orbitals.
Yeah, that's game.
DTs.
Yeah.
Raven on the way. So we might live a bit, but it means that the Terrans can't do anything soon enough.
GG.
And they know it.
That was close.
Jeez.
It was close.
What an effort.
That was a good game. I give this game 4 out of 5 stars, Wardy.
4 out of 5 stars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Max packs.
Max pack.
Spirit.
You always do this.
Trigger and...
Spirit?
No, come on. Yeah, I'm just losing it. I'm losing my mind slowly. Trigger skill is going max packs versus Liquid Clam Ugly, who is... what's it called? Coconut. And Flow Bio, which is Foxer.
Foxer.
So, yeah. Everyone's familiar with those names, of course.
You're really struggling there.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I haven't eaten my lunch yet, and right now it's 7, so I'm.
It's not really lunch anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be dinner, and my dinner I usually eat at 6 as well. So everything has shifted a little bit.
Oh my god, you're becoming a degen.
Yeah, it's not really a degen. Well, I woke up at a normal time though. That's the issue. Like if I would have woken up at a degen hour, it wouldn't have been much of a problem. It also was because I ate breakfast at like 11. So it's like it's all kind of messed up now. It's what it is. There's a no scout. These guys have no shame at all. Cybernetic score first into just a quick little nexus. I like this though. I really do like this. Clem is in general not someone that proxies a whole lot. So this is an intelligent build. Let's see who took over the macro. I would love for it to be just Trigger. I feel like Trigger has smart builds as well.
Share the macro duties out across the series.
Yeah. I think in a way that's kind of cool, you know? It's like they're not sticking with their roles. They're going, doing whatever they feel like. MaxPax wants to attack an SCV. Exciting. I think it's Skillless though. I think Skillless is doing stuff.
Skills did macro that first game. It was very convincing for them, of course, when they didn't do a wilder start like we saw in the second game.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely Skillless. Yeah. Skillless is touching stuff. Oh, he's so touching stuff. You see Stargate, Adepts coming out. Then he just looks at it. You know, it's so hard to do, man. When, because you always do things different than someone else. Even if both of them are fine, you always kind of want to do things your way. It's like, no, you want to move it over here. You want to move it like this. Yeah. MaxPax wants to defend the gateway now.
And in the gateway?
Yeah, that's what he said. He wants to defend the gateway. He uses like one of these. You know that you have the commands. That if you hold Alt and you drag your mouse, you can like defend or you can signal to retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to defend the gateway, specifically on that structure. Like, I don't know either, Wardy. Like, don't shoot the freaking messenger over here.
Beautiful.
Just trying my best, bro.
No, I was just double confirming what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all good. Okay, let's have a look what's kicking off over here. Skillless, Goblin, Max Packs. I think it's Max Packs on the Adept again. Yep, it definitely is. Second gate on the way. Before Robotics Facility. Almost makes me believe that we're gonna see a Phoenix Charge opener here. Oh, the Reaper dies. No, now I see 4 gas. So it makes me believe that we're gonna see a Robotics Facility opener here. As a follow-up. 3 Adepts coming out. Gonna move across the map as well. The first Cyclone's on the way. Okay, look. Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was gonna be 3 Rex, but it's just a fast second barracks. God, I was so excited. But there's a starport.
You were so nearly right.
Well, if the starport hadn't been built, I would have practically been correct.
Okay. If they're just on a completely different build, you are spot on.
Exactly. These barracks are really fast, by the way. What the heck is that? He's just completely skipping starport units. That might work if Wardy is controlling the Phoenixes, but... Oh! Gets a Phoenix. It might be Wardy.
Thank you. Yeah, that was me. That's why I've been so quiet. I took control for a moment.
It's allowed.
I just thought I'd try it out again, you know, see if it got any better since this morning.
And? No?
Yeah, you know, playing against Clem stuff.
Yeah, it's very rough. Alright, Robo Bay is indeed on the way. So it's going to be Phoenix Colossus once more. We have maybe 3 CCs coming in. He's so much gas. Maybe he doesn't know the build order. He's filling 400 gas.
This, like, 300 gas, we're taking a third gas. Feels like we're about to like build a freaking Raven or something. Only we don't even have the
combat shield as well. But I mean, the starport.
That's so far down the line.
No,
yeah, I mean, he could have built anything
now. Yeah, he can't get medevacs now, right? It's too early. Or am I crazy? Maybe he will.
Yeah, he can get medevacs. I guess so. Just looked weird. Like to have the starport for that long.
Yeah, it's all gonna be right. It all works out in the end here. That's the only thing that matters.
It all works out. We should have never doubted him.
Yeah, of course you should.
Learn to stay in our place.
Yeah. Stay humble.
First round elimines.
Yeah.
Know what we can't say.
To be fair, I played against the big guys. These guys are good, man.
Yeah, to be fair, you seeded us against the toughest competition of all.
You grand finalists.
And the finals.
Yeah,
grand finalists.
85
Maybe that's because they had the best warm-up.
That's also true. 85 Splite to 86 right now, as we see Adept still pretending to shade in every single time. At some point, he's going to forget to cancel. Or, well, maybe not, but it would have been possible. Colossus already out. That's going to be the first one, right? It's actually kind of late. Second one should start practically immediately as the worker count continues to grow. And that is what, 3 workers that just died. This is just the problem, is that every time you make a move away, whether you're planning on moving out or saying, you know, just kind of moving away from a base, you're just going to lose workers. And these Adepts actually could finish a shade as well at some point. Like, that's 4 Adepts. They can definitely one-shot workers, Wardy.
Oh, yeah. They're more than one-shot workers.
Yeah.
So they need to be careful of those. Obviously, that is a commitment that's possible. So just opportunities abound, really.
Yeah.
Because these Phoenix just poking around the edges, forcing a little stim. This time, I think the Adepts, yeah, they're going to commit to it. So in we go. Going to get 2 SCVs. Obviously, lost mine time. That's a third. The bio is so far out, and it's been stimming so much. Now the other group of Phoenix are going to try and grab a medevac as well. I mean, you do have 1 medevac at least getting across the map.
Yeah, it's not being spotted either. It's got to get in towards the main base, but pisses off. Saw just a single Phoenix.
Oh, I saw 1 Phoenix.
I think it should have dropped outside of the third and just tried to kill like maybe 5-6 workers. But now,
yeah,
maybe it can still do something.
Oh. just like this.
Yeah,
that's too close though. Never mind.
7 workers have been taken out. Medevacs being killed as well, or at least being damaged a pretty decent amount here. Almost feels worth it to just pull an SCV into to repair medevacs as they're moving across the map. One's gonna get killed. Where's the rest of the Phoenixes? Okay, there's 5 at home. There's 3 on the map. God, this movement is so freaking frustrating to deal with.
Yep. This army feels like it's never gonna have a chance, man. These medevacs, and like we've nearly lost a second medevac here. Like this is so bad. If we have like 1 medevac when this army gets across the map, this feels like it's gonna be an impossible task. Because now we grab a Widow Mine as well. Just gonna dive in here. And even gonna find a couple of Marines. So the damage just keeps on piling up. And again, we've got two different groups of Phoenix. So the other Phoenix are still kind of looking. They're pinging a Widow Mine, saying, hey, look out, this is over here as well. So yeah, they're so on top of everything at the moment.
You're so wholesome. Hey guys, look out, there's a Widow Mine. If this was news, like, guys, send me a freaking observer, I'm gonna end your life. Like, this is... Guys, Widow Mine, please be very careful of that. Please don't step on it, you might lose some units. It's like, that is not how communication works in a well-functioning Archon team.
I'm like setting up the wet floor sign, like, caution, wet floor. Everyone walks past it anyway. This is why all my teammates lose their units, I guess.
Another medevac gets taken out. I mean, they're actually getting blasted there. Like, this isn't even close. Like, this is legit just complete destruction. Okay, this is...
Complete destruction.
Yeah, I mean, it is, no? Like, you can't... What can we say about this, Wardy? There's a second starport on the way. They've been trying to move across the map for the past 3 minutes, and they've lost 4 medevacs in the process. It's like, well, this ain't it. Not quite. Plus, on ground weapons is about to finish up. The 3rd CC did just land as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gonna get that down as the army is moving into the center. The few Phoenix off over the sides. But just waiting for at some point the pros is gonna pull the trigger on one big fight, and it might be now, man. They just believe that they've got enough. Already starting to chase in a little bit. Colossi getting damage. Phoenix have even still on the left side been getting a couple of chip shots here and there on bits and bobs and reinforcements. So immediate lift on the 3rd CC, and that's the position we're in as the Terrans. We can't even keep our 3rd alive.
Yeah. Hey, this is sad to watch in a way, but also just impressive. It is inspirational to see what Protoss can do if 4 top players control the race. As they're now pushing in forward. Bunker's gonna get taken out here as well. Vikings in the sky being phenomenal. As these Colossus from a distance are shooting. And I think this might just be it. I mean, even if this isn't it, it is it already, right? There's a 5th on the way. It's 2 base versus 5.
No, this is it, man. I'm checked out of this game. It's over.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't believe.
Oh, piss
There's
off,
one
man.
Ghost with energy, maybe.
A what?
There's like one Ghost with energy.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not it.
Yeah, no, this is just not it. All these medevacs, well, 2 of them are empty. 3 of them actually have energy. Hey, this CC is so sad. He's been built at like the 6-minute mark, still been waiting to mine. Isn't even an orbital yet. This is sadness. Yeah, Archons are gonna pop in. There's not enough EMPs available. One Colossus was shooting a reactor. Now it changed to a turret, which is also impressive. But yeah, it's 170 supply to 106. GG gets called. Kalam, Ugly, and Flobio get destroyed. And Team Uncreative gets the W over here. GG, well played. Very impressive. As we have our grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final series of this tournament. In the top left, Team Uncreative with Trigger, Skillless, Maxpex, and Goblin. In the bottom right, as the blue Terran opening up with 2 gas, the big guys, Hero Marine, Iba, Battlebee, Creed, and Suku. Bam, bam, bam. All right. We got ourselves a Terran versus Protoss between perhaps the 2 greatest teams. The 2 greatest teams in this entire tournament. The big guys had a harder path. They had to go through, well, the team with me and Wardy. They went through the great guys and then took out the #1 seed. But let's not underestimate these bad boys. Team Uncreative. Fantastic Protoss gameplay so far. Phenomenal. Magnifique, as the French would say. So you have a quick factory coming out, and you immediately see a change of pace between Team Melem and the big guys. The big guys just have more aggression, they have more power, and more importantly, so far... Oh, no, actually... This is actually a little bit of trash talk, but not a whole lot. The early game has remained very calm when it comes to the speech, and I think this is a good thing. Both teams aware of what's on the line. Now I hear you wondering what is on the line, except of course $1,500. It is the ability to call yourself the first ever Archon for Everyone tournament champion. And that might be even bigger. What is this guy doing here, this pro? Is he waiting to catch this Reaper or something? Like, what's the play here, mate? Second Reaper now on the way as well. Some nice control on that first bad boy. Double batteries coming out. Who's in control of the macro, you might wonder? Who is in control of the macro? We have absolutely no clue. Is it Trigger? No. He has an Adept. Is it Skillless? I think it might be Skillless. Oh yeah, Skillless. It's hard to see sometimes because you need to do some tricks in order to see what's being selected. Now we have a probe down here. Is that the first Phoenix still? Yeah, first Phoenix. Second, third Adept. Skill is in charge of the build order. Once again, back into their Phoenix roots, which are good roots to have as well. In general, just having roots is nice. I have a tree right now that doesn't have roots and it's busy dying. We tried to change its location. And we thought maybe it will re-root in the ground. Just like the trees did with Night Elf, you know? You could take them out and then they'd walk and then they'd root again. So we thought we'd do that here as well. So we tore it out and then pushed it somewhere else. Didn't work, and now the tree is dying at a very high pace. It's not okay, but it is what it is. Two Phoenixes are out, are looking for something, but they've missed it already. They still haven't found what they're looking for, and they're never going to find what they're looking for. They see a Cyclone. I'm going to be confused. This push out is going to be one with a little bit of potential. Who is in control of what? Many units are moving across, but who, what, where, when? Those are the questions that need to be answered. Immortal now on the way. Individual Cyclone perhaps in some trouble. It's going to get lifted here. That individual Cyclone is indeed in some trouble. Or perhaps it's the Phoenixes that are in trouble. We have a turnaround here. We have a turnaround. I repeat, a quick turnaround. There's another lift. That is what? 3 lifts right now that were being used to get 0 kills. That means that these Phoenixes are going to be way less useful than ideally they would be. Cyclones outrange the Immortals as well. Look at this. Look at this control here that we're going to see right now. Look at this absolutely fabulous control. 1 Cyclone per person. That is what we've seen before from these players. And that is something that we might end up seeing once again. Reapers in the main base. Uh-oh. Pylon is being connected to. It's not quite over yet. Reapers pissing off as well. Phoenix is meanwhile on the other side of the map going in for a counterattack. Scout the 3rd CC. This is empty. This battery is empty. It is no more. This is a huge army. I think here that with those 3 seconds... Look at this control. Look at this individual unit control. It's mad. Now, the problem with having this many Terrans in a team is, of course, that everyone is spamming the F2 button, so that could still be an issue. But look at this. This Cyclone just isn't being shot at. It's unbelievable how sick this control is. Another battery now finishes up. Has the super battery been used yet? Not quite. Is there a super battery available? Yes, there is right now. And it will need to be used. Like, at this point, right at this moment, super battery needs to be used. Right? Surely. Oh, big shot there out of that Immortal on top of that Cyclone. That was actually pretty impactful. Cyclone's going to back itself into a corner. 6, 7 Phoenixes out on the way. Oh, Medevac in some trouble. Or Phoenix is in some trouble. 1 Phoenix goes down. 2 Phoenixes go down. Medevac gets traded out. But that is a trade that I am okay with. 51 workers versus 49 as Team Big Guys here is really doing a number so far. Uh-oh. Are they though? 1 Cyclone. It's gonna get taken out. There's a tank here for backup. 3rd base insanely late. 3rd CC already done. Double E-base. Are they around? No, just single eBay. What a build order this has been so far. 52 workers to 54. Phoenix is now getting a little bit of damage on as the Vikings are looking for something too. They're smelling. Is there an opportunity? No. No opportunity. For now, at least. Tanks almost get a kill there on that Stalker. As the command center starts moving into position. Forged Twilight on the way. There's 7 Phoenixes out. Vikings being controlled by a beast of a human here. I don't quite know who that is. But someone that's very good at the game. That is all I know. Oracle. Orbital command moving forward. Phoenixes. Ooh, look at this. Tanks slowly but surely just kind of leapfrogging, creeping forward. We slowly have that creep forward. Triple lifts now on those tanks. Phoenixes being targeted down. That is a lot of the assets that the Protoss army has are in those Phoenix. But at the same time, There's only Marines left right now. This seems to be somewhat working out. One more shot on those Immortals, perhaps. Is it going to work? Cyclones connecting with the Colossus as well at the same time. And that means that at least one Colossus gets taken out. The next one very close as well. Force field, can it save? I am not so sure. There we go. This Colossus gets taken out. 66 workers to 59 as these two Cyclones try to get another lock on. What an absolutely insane fight that was. With some great micro. Really. Chef's keys. Beautiful stuff. This is gonna get cancelled. That was a tech lab. It's gonna just drive over here onto this already ready tech lab. There's 3 tanks out. It is 65 workers to 68. There's no real threat to this fort base yet. But that is at least for now. Second eBay, as well as an armory on the way. Templar Archives gets constructed in the main base as well. What do we have over here? A natural. You have a third. You have a fourth. Seven more gates. Going very hard into this kind of charge lot Archon setup. It's kind of crazy to see here. That is kind of wild to see, guys. You will love to see it. Is this the last Phoenix remaining? There's literally one Phoenix remaining. I wonder who's in charge of that. Trigger. maybe Goblin. I think 2 people are in charge of the same. Okay, it's just Goblin. Goblin is flying around. Goblin wants to attack Hero Marine. Goblin wants to attack Marine. 3 Zealots just moving around. Honestly, this setup actually looks like it might have some potentials. We see a major camp here coming out so far out of the big guys. Zealot run-bys being set up. These 2 Zealots will get taken out. Weren't being microed at all. There's a lot of armies moving on the map. It's the big guys. I think are in control of this game, actually. 3 more barracks coming out as well. 4 CC already done. That is a 5th Nexus, sorry. Here comes a push-in. Could perhaps kill some stuff. Is instead just going to back off. Good control. It's really crazy because individually, I really do believe that our Protoss team is much, much better, but it just works so well, these Terran players. You know, they know exactly when to do what. I feel like they're communicating well as well. They're really doing a good job, and it's impressive. I definitely am impressed. I definitely am impressed. 11 Marauders, 38 Marines. 2 upgrades on the way. These are a lot of Marines. I don't understand how their macro is so sick. Like, how do they have so much freaking supply? It felt like... I mean, it was okay the early game, but it wasn't this brilliant, right? Was it? Was it? Or was it? +2 is about to finish up. Once ghosts start being added into these armies, that would be freaking huge, because then you have the ability to break these sides kind of easily. You have 1 Cyclone that's now moving forward. We have a double mine drop as well being sent in. Hoppa. There we go. Target the workers, target the workers. Oh, that is big damage. 15 workers being taken out. Battery in some trouble as well. Mines are going to be picked up. And they're just pissing off. Look at that. There's just units everywhere. I can't even keep track of what fights are happening. Ship weapons on the way. 2 more starports. We have the fusion core. Here comes another army moving in right now. That's just a single zealot. It means this robo is going to be in some serious trouble. Well, it's just freaking dead. It's more than just serious trouble. Is there blink yet? No, there isn't. Man, this was a crazy... Look how many units they're just moving at all times around, just looking for stuff to do. At the same time, the main base is also under siege by a prism here, but that's going to be taken care of. These Marines will still continue running away. So we have a major attacker on the top side. There's not enough ghosts. I think Macro Man in charge here is not focusing enough on the ghosts yet. I think the ghost is absolutely key in this army. As these tanks, Marines, and Marauders now moving in. The defensive setup is okay. Zealot's looking to get a run-by in. We have this double medevac drop as well, trying to to just kind of move into position. There's nothing in this natural base. As this fight continues on as well, there's a lot of Marines in the far back. Mines dealing okay damage. That's good target fire. We have a flank coming in with this drop. What a crazy fight here as the mine burrows doesn't quite get the shot off. Into the main base it goes. Cannon gets constructed. At the same time, the big guys with a lot of damage here. Fantastic gameplay, honestly. Really fantastic gameplay. We have a single Liberator now being sent in as well. That's going to be difficult to deal with all of this lib harass, of course. Just going to be controlled individually. Here, having more players definitely is better than having less players. As the big guys right now, even in bases, but more orbital commands, more command centers just being constructed all around. Is there advanced ballistics yet? 8 seconds away, 6 seconds away, 5 seconds away. Advanced ballist. Well, why would you siege it before advanced ballistics? Why are you like this? +3 is about to finish up as well here for Terran. As we have an 8 Marine drop heading towards the bottom side, is being controlled properly, and we'll need to kind of fly away for now. Ship weapons level 2 on the way. This medevac gets blasted. This Liberator can't be reached right now, so a Phoenix gets constructed. Can it be hit here by a Stalker up top? I don't think so, no. This is a crazy good position as there's so many freaking ghosts here. The question is, how good is the anti-disruptor micro? And who is in charge of all of that? I'm not entirely sure who this is, but so far it hasn't looked super tight. There goes one EMP. I think a base trade might be a worthwhile attempt here. Liberators and, 5 different bases at the same time. They want to fight, but I don't think they have to. I think a base trade would be good. Who's in control of this? I think it's Battlebee, right? Is it Battlebee? Oh, it's Battlebee. Yeah, Battlebee's in control of this army. Hero Marine still doing the main macro. Just take a look at the first person here. Just pure focus on this army. But the problem is against disruptors, you can't fight like this. You're either going to need Liberators or you need the base trade at this point. Like, you can't allow your opponent to just push in right at this moment. There's too many Marines in this army as well, I believe. Which is a mistake against the still existing Colossus count. Liberators sieging up defensively are hopefully going to deal a little bit of damage. There's a lot of ghosts in this army. More lips on the way right now as we have a prism flying around. It feels like slowly but surely they're getting the grip back on this game. Protoss Force, that is. Big purification. I'm just having a lot of trouble just keeping track of everything, honestly. We now have an 8 Marine drop here in the middle. I think sometimes F2 gets used and that kind of ruins everything. These ghosts are in the wrong position. I think a split up army needs to be the case here. We're gonna get I don't think a surround is good. I actually think you want multiple armies on the map at all times. That was a real nice pickup there out of the big guys. We have this planetary on the top side as the DTs are trying to move into position. I think that's going to get spotted. I think that should be spotted here. Hello?
Mineral field depleted.
It's not getting spotted. Okay, well, that's a mistake. That is a major mistake. I am not quite sure why that is the case. Big hits there on the cannons as well. Oh. These DTs should be in going to Protoss Heaven right now. 8 Marine drop being sent out. Might get a deny on this base. There is a Warpin available. It's all going to be DTs. At the same time, this base is also being taken out. This is what I'm talking about. You need these split armies. Protoss cannot deal with split armies when their disruptor count is this large. DTs are going to take out a planetary topside, but there should be plenty of bases available as well. I actually think building too many Liberators in a regular game is really good, but in a game of Archon, I'm not quite sure how useful it's going to be. Now, this drop is very risky. It's very dedicated. At the same time, we have an attack here moving forward as well. Is they going to be capable of dealing damage? I am not so sure. DTs are in position, will perhaps help out. Colossus being sent back. I don't think you can quite fight this. It's 5 base though versus soon to be 6 again. Prism coming in with a quick pickup. There's still 5 DTs available with plenty of scans, of course. So this is all going to get taken out rapidly. 167 supply to 200. I really didn't think that Terran could do it after watching that clan game, but having 5 very capable players here is definitely helping out. Holy crap, this is pretty crazy. 3 more barracks as well on the way. I really, wow, I'm really surprised by this. Liberator's now sieging up in an aggressive position. Ghost EMP's going to connect as well. Oh, do we have +2? Yes, there's +2, but the super battery is helping out. Lib's still getting a pretty decent trade over here. We have what? 8? Yeah, 8 barracks right now. 3 more on the way. Is going to bring it up to 11. The income is still healthy too. This Observer is providing a lot of value right now. So another Liberator gets the siege up. Will piss off immediately as well. DT's just running around looking for damage. Are they going to find it? I'm not so sure. We see a big push forward. Battlebee so far been doing a great job at controlling this army. He's going to take out 2 of these disruptors. Stims in. We have a large scan forward as well as these DTs try to come in with a flank. Stalkers coming from all sides, and we have expansions going towards the bottom side. I'm not quite sure if that's going to work out. What is this? What is this called? Rapid reignition system. Reducing the cooldown of the medevacs as well, and increases the movement speed of medevacs, of course, too. So we're going to see a real speedy medevacs over here right now. As well as more afterburners usage, perhaps. 66 workers maximum. That means that at all times there's a massive army on the map for Terran. And with the help of orbitals, the eco is also going to remain pretty darn stellar. Like there's literally just fights happening everywhere. And I would love to see some more individual Liberators being sent out to try and deal some damage. But perhaps it's not even necessary, as this push might just be the final one. Like, there's 134 supply left against 199. And that means that here the Terrans, I think, are going to set up shop to take the first W in this series on Grassfen. The first big map here for Team Uncreative. GG gets called. And the big guys win the fight. This is impressive stuff. Holy crap. That was truly sick. Wow. I'm loving it. I honestly really like this aggressive approach that they're going for. Aggressive approach. Triple C, the good luck, have fun. Very nice, Iba. Look at you. A changed individual. You know, within a tournament, a lot can happen with a person, and she has just grown as a person today. Reading the room correctly here. That's also important. Either that or Gabe said to quit, you know, to cut it off. But I believe we've seen personal growth here today from our resident 14-year-old. That's impressive. Ah, poor kid. All right, I don't think we're gonna see a scout this game, honestly. I ain't feeling it. Last game, who was in charge again? Was it Skillis in charge last game as well? I can't remember. It wouldn't surprise me if... Oh, if now they're switching it up into Twilight Council. That MaxPack says, hey, let me do the thinking, okay? Let's see how we can fare with a... I'm actually really curious who's in charge right now. Is it MaxPax? MaxPax has this probe under control. Okay, it's not MaxPax in control. It's just he's using the probe. MaxPax in control of the probe. That's gonna be some solid probe micro. I can feel that. Sees his second gas, gonna piss off here. He's gonna maybe attack this a couple more times. I do like that. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Have a good old time. Have a good old time. 7 at the score, about to finish up. It's very early. 158. I like that as a timing. No warp gate, so that's going to be Stargate after all. Once again, Stargate. I mean, I think it's the correct call, but it wouldn't have completely surprised me if we would have seen some type of... some type of something. Some type of Twilight. Maybe a DT drop is not even that bad, because you have individual DT control. That could actually be powerful. But then again, DT drop against 2 gas is not that common. I think Stargate against 2 gas is probably by far the best. Here we go. On that Reaper control. Who do we think that is? Not Hero Marine.
Add-on complete.
Not Cuckoo. Cuckoo hasn't controlled anything. Not Creed. It's Battlebee. Battlebee on the buttons. So I feel like the order of command here is that Hero Marine is first, then Battlebee is second, Creed is third, and then you get Cuckoo and Iba. That's the... You know, the order of people that get, you know, just importance in the game. Which is kind of exciting. Hellions being controlled separately, by the way, not by the same person, obviously. That would be ridiculous. If you have 10 hands, then you probably want every little thing to be done separately. I wonder if they do the mineral stacking. So if you shift click in front of a mineral patch and then right click, you remove the acceleration, and you can also do it on the way back. I think it has an effect of like 7% or 13% or so. If you do it for every single worker. Now, if you have 5 people, you could all pick one far away patch, and then one guy just does the regular macro. Could have a little bit of a boost in money. Wonder if they're planning on doing that. It's just going to be the exact same build again. They're very keen on that particular build, and I also kind of like it. It's a good build order. It really is. Running around with that feels good for sure. It really does feel good. Phoenix is looking for something. Just really looking for reinforcements, and I appreciate that. Rather than saying, hey, I need to defend at home with these units. Oh, that's a dead Stalker if they're not afraid. That could have been, if they're not careful. That could have been bad. That could have been real bad. Phoenix is still just kind of moving around looking for these reinforcements. It's not going to find them as they're all waiting for a bigger setup. This is moving back and forth as well. Here we go. Gotta try and get a kill here. Are they going to get that? I don't quite think so. Maybe they will. Wow. It's definitely going to get that. That is big. Taking out a Cyclone is going to make this push much, much weaker. So I guess 2 Marines and a Cyclone is not safe to move across the map against Triple Phoenix. You're going to need either 4 Marines or you're going to need a Viking with that a little bit earlier. So now we're going to perhaps get a kill here on another side. Well, never mind. Scratch that. It's going to be a Phoenix that bites the dust here. Continued Cyclone and Viking production. So once again, moving across the map. That is perhaps a adept. Big boost forward here. It's going to catch that adept for free. No damage being dealt. Stalkers tried moving on the map a little bit. Robotics Bay is also on the way. And this is the problem, really, is that the third base can't be thrown down. Like, nothing else really is an issue. But the fact that the third base can't be built yet, that is actually a problem here. You just have these constant dances between the Cyclone and the Stalkers. I love that no adepts are being built anymore because they're really not that useful. Third base now gets constructed. This is good control. This is actually good control defensively out of Protoss. At the same time, the Phoenixes are dealing damage. Now looking to perhaps kill a Cyclone. I think they might end up getting that. Repair was too slow. It's gonna get dropped just barely. Barely before it ends up dying. Immortal does get shot. I think this army needs to start moving back right now. Cyclones perhaps should try and deal some damage. These Marines in trouble. Cyclone maybe in trouble. Vikings in trouble. Everything and their sister is in trouble. That's going to be... Oh my god. One more Phoenix that gets taken out. The end of the day, if we look at this... it's not even that bad here for our Protoss player. Or for our Terran players. Like, it's not great. It's not as good as last game, but it's not awful either, you know? This is playable. I think this is playable, yeah. Just as 2 tanks out. Viking, Cyclone still on the high ground. So that's defense that you have. Yeah, Colossus Immortal now moving out though. Oh, that's going to be hard because Stim is quite a bit away. There's 2 tanks, but there's plenty of Phoenixes. We saw what an army like this can do to a defensive army. We are aware Viking in trouble. Might end up dying. Not quite. Not quite. Cyclone's trying to poke in forward. Looking to do something. They're just getting kited here by Stalkers. This is great control, honestly. This really is great control. Moving in, moving out. Moving in, moving out. Moving in, moving out. It's like Archon yoga. Ooh, there's 2 force fields available. Could actually catch something here. Tank moving forward. Slowly but surely. It's kind of leapfrogging here. Fort base immediately on the way. Before extra gateways. Phoenix is looking for a medevac that gets split off here. Tank still in production. God, Protoss is powerful. Ain't that right, guys? Ain't that right? Tank's now moving in the defensive position, looking for something. Not quite going to find it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Single Hellions, not going to do any damage, hopefully. Nope. It's going to get taken out here. So this fort base is an issue. There's a lot of things that are an issue currently, actually. Last game, don't forget that the Phoenixes got taken out. And that was a big thing in allowing the Terrans to start moving on the map. Now, with the Phoenixes still around, that makes spotting these armies much, much easier. And also cleaning them up significantly, you know, more pleasant. Medevac on the way to dying. Not super feeling this. If both of them would have died, that would have been pretty big. This gold base is now on the way. That's a 5th. And that should get cancelled here, right? I don't think you have the ability to just walk over there. Like, this is... It's not necessarily that you don't have the units. You just don't have the units in that position. It's different. This is poorly controlled, but does the job. This is a big setup. There's a lot of tanks here. This is actually kind of scary. How many tanks is that? 5 tanks. There's 3 Cyclones, 3 Vikings. Phoenix count is at 6. Problem is going to be Archons. Like, once you get 5-6 Archons, this army is a joke, I tell you. A joke. Not a funny one. How did the Terran get ahead in supply? I don't understand that. They were losing this game. This felt so nice for toss. What the heck? How good is Terran? Huh? How good is Terran? This drop's gonna deal some serious damage if it's being microed by a serious person. I need to pull back those Marines. This is fightable. Pull back the Marines. Marauders in front. Okay, there we go. Marauders are moving up in front. At the same time, we have a minor drop in the natural as well. 5th base once again being constructed. I think this base should be toast. The Colossus dealing way too much damage. This is not being controlled correctly. This 5th base should die right now, that's for sure. Is there a 4th base on the way yet behind this? Yes, there is. 193 supply against 170. No, Vikings not being controlled there for a second. Cyclones were hanging in the back. Not being very useful here either. We have a Zealot run by coming out, trying to pick off reinforcements as this is boosting back home as well. We have it. Oh my god, this was such sick movement. Drop a single mine here? No, it's just going to be Marauders, Marines. He's gonna go for the big engage into this. And there's going to be some damage, but at the same time, this base took a lot as well. 18 workers being taken out. I think a drop into the main would have been correct here. I still think a drop into the main is going to be correct. I still think a drop into the main is going to be maybe a bit too slow. I mean, there's Phoenixes out now. You're just gonna lose them in that space. Like, this is silly. Why didn't you just move into the main? You know there's Phoenixes. A blunder here coming out of the big guys. A blunder, blunder, blunder. Dropping on top of this would have at least kept 1 medevac and a bunch of units alive. And now you lost a lot of kind of just map control that you possessed earlier. Ghosts are being constructed. And mines need to move into position. Without Ghost, 4 Archons are serious. If there's no if there are Ghosts, though, these Archons will pop like freaking balloons. I just don't think there's enough defensively here. I don't think there's enough defensively. Ghost coming in as the fight has already started. There's no quick reinforcements, though. So that could perhaps be an issue. But this is such a powerful army. I think the uncreative team is going to win. Just straight up with this push. Losing these 2 medevacs in the dead space was very big. If that would have at least bought a little bit more time, you're looking at a situation in which the eco is so much better here for Protoss than for Terran. GG. Yeah, this is what a blunder really, and the Ghost being too late as well. I think that transition could have started a bit quicker. Score is going to be 1-1 now, so we'll head into our 3rd game. Wow, game number 3 here in this best of 5. It's in the top right. Team Uncreative, or the Uncreative team. In the bottom left, as the blue Terrans, we have the big guys. The big guys are having a good old time over here. Let's see if they can make it happen. Really felt like they kind of got back in control despite not having a great early game. Sometimes I'm confused by how Terran builds work, but they got like a big power spike there towards like the 160s, 170s or so. I don't quite understand why that is. Like, why did they have so much money all of a sudden? I guess it is because Terran doesn't need so much production for a very long time, maybe. So you're saving a lot on production because you're really just on 5 barracks, like 1 starport, 1 factory. Protoss gonna add a lot of gateways, like extra production structures. Maybe that's why. I'm not sure if that's the case. It felt like the supply should have stayed even for quite a while, and then all of a sudden, pew, through the freaking sky it went. If anyone would have pulled ahead that far, I would have expected it to be the Protoss. Yeah, the average APMs are pretty funny to watch as well, by the way. Like in the early game, not so much, because no one's doing crap, but I actually kind of wonder what it was last game. I didn't check that. I should have. Oh, it is what it is. I am not perfect. Once again, a 2-gas opener coming out of the big guys. The factory also gets thrown down. Second Reaper. So the standard opener is just Reaper, Hellion, and then into 4 Marine, Cyclone plus Medevac type of move out. It's very similar to how tank drop works in TVT. Like you play Reaper, Hellion, and then instead of the Cyclone, you get the tank. That's just how the build order works. So it's cool to see this being becoming more popular in TVP. I'd seen it quite a bit before. A lot of Koreans use it to clear the wall on the side. But here we see an alternative usage, and that's just flying around with Cyclones like your life depends on it. Because, quite frankly, their life does depend on it. Starport is going to be constructed here as well, as this Reaper is having a good time dealing at least a little bit of damage. I assume that was Battle B once more. It's going to now try to pop into the main base. I wonder if that's going to be viable. Nothing up there. Ooh. Wants to piss off, doesn't want to lose them yet. I wonder what the plan is going to be then. Is that a second second battery on the way? Yes. Note that the location of the battery has changed over time. This actually could be kind of big if he runs past. I almost feel like if he would have run past instantly, he perhaps could have killed 4 or 5 workers here. Because that battery was done way too late. Now this Reaper is going to get shot at by that Adept. One Adept will fall as the Hellion stays alive. One Reaper dies. So, an okay trade, but ideally you deal a bit more damage. If you can sacrifice the 2 Reaper Hellion for 4 or 5 probe kills, you probably want to do that. You probably want to do it. So it's going to be the 4 Marine here with that Cyclone, another Cyclone on the way, and then Viking production starting behind it. That has been the setup every single time I've seen them play against Protoss so far. And it's going to continue being the setup that they have. Actually, I saw them play a triple CC once as well, which was kind of an okay move. It at least managed to beat Wardy and myself, so make of that what you will. How good am Wardy and myself? Pretty decent. Hellion's gonna get picked up. I almost feel like that's a waste of energy here, because you know you're gonna need that energy at some point. It's better to pick up Marines that are reinforcing. That Hellion was pretty low anyway. Holy crap. Dude, Cyclone range is so sick. I hate that unit. Freaking 15 range. How's that okay? Legit the largest range unit in the game. 3rd CC gets built much earlier this time. So, this is the brain of Hero Marine. This is some good thinking. He says, hey, these guys are going to be real afraid. We're just going to be focused on denying scouting. And they're probably going to over-defend a little bit here. So, you see they're just kind of running around with small groups of units. I wonder if 4 Phoenixes can clear this. I wouldn't want to fight this if I'm a Phoenix player. I would not want to fight that. Yeah, it's too many Marines. With the Medevac there as well, it's kind of scary. Nothing in the main though that does not spark joy, at least in my mind. Needs to pick up. Yeah, needs to pick up quickly. Cyclone plus Viking does show up. That is scary. That is a dead Phoenix. I think honestly that this game went pretty freaking well here for the big guys. Like they still have the opportunity to start moving across the map right now. They cleared what? 1 Phoenix. 3rd base was super delayed. Robobay was quite quick though. Let's face it. Let's face facts. The Phoenix count is large as well. Which is nice, but is also bad. Now, why is it also... Oh, Raven. Oh. Okay. So like some Raven tank follow-up? Yeah. No, I'm digging this. Yeah. That's looking very good. 2 turrets on the way. 3rd CC could probably start moving in position. They're afraid of that move out that the Protoss players have been doing every single game with that immortal Colossus type of stuff. If they try to do that again and the Raven shows up though, that could be a problem. That really could be a problem. Matter of fact, popping on forward, looking for something. And already, right now, we see Terran moving into a position where they're kind of pulling ahead in supply. There's no 2 extra barracks yet though. You see that? No 2 extra barracks. Almost makes me believe that this push is going to hit a bit earlier rather than later. So like, I'm talking stim combat timing rather than a timing with like 150, 160 supply. This looks different. We now have barracks 4 and 5 on the way. That's a lot of Marines. Marauders do start. There's a lot of gas in the bank. Holy crap. Templar Archives as well gets constructed over here. Cyclones. I'm gonna maybe try and catch one of these Phoenixes. With 3 Cyclones, you definitely have some potential for killing 1 or 2. I also think you could probably fight... Well, being out on the map is scary. Look at the supply now, starting to rise. 122 to 110. Phoenix is just in one group, flying around, looking for something. Looking for damage. Looking for a lot of damage. They're not gonna get it, as these turrets are well positioned. Everything is well defended. Now the question is, how are the Terrans going to do this? How are the big guys looking at a move out? That's fake. That's fake. That was bait! And the bait worked. That's a Phoenix for a Marine. You know what we call that? A good freaking trade. A very nice trade. 2-1 is going to start behind this. This is going to be a major push out here. We have a big push towards the left. We have honestly a decently sized push towards the right. Just to get map control, really. And then reinforcements can move either direction. So there's full vision at this point for Terran. Look at the lack of vision that Protoss has. Complete lack of vision. MaxPax wants to defend the Colossus. Why'd you want to do that? Colossus defends itself. 161 supply to 137. 78 workers to 69. Nice. As armies are starting to move across the map. Phoenix is kind of ping-ponging between the 2 sides. Not quite sure what to do here. Ravens being pushed back here. Of course, that's actually kind of dangerous, though. Like, I think one person is just controlling the Raven. Oh, they're gonna go for it. Cyclone's a bit too far forward, maybe? No. Gonna take out a Phoenix. Almost take out a Phoenix. There's 2 interference matrices. Is this a fight they can take? Salad run by pops in. There's enough defense. I think they're gonna go for it. I think they're planning on going for it at some point at least. Oh, Raven may be in some trouble. No, it's gonna get saved, at least for now. This needs to start rotating towards the right side. There are some units out here as well. Ghost Academy finally goes down. It's a little bit late once more. I feel like getting that Ghost Academy before the extra barracks start might not be a bad call. There's plenty of gas every single time anyway. Now we have a big move towards the right side. Loads of mines on the map as well. This is going to get cleaned up. There's going to be a prism towards the main. Raven managed to fly towards the right side. It's of course very helpful in denying vision as well. Let's not forget about that. It's the first time in my life I've seen Cyclones being useful as well, by the way. For such a long time into the game. It's kind of crazy if you just have nothing to do. Now it's control Cyclones. Phoenix is in some trouble. And that's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, and that's going to be 3 and 4. I think that felt like it was on purpose, but I'm not sure how great that is. Viking pushes this back. 5th base now on the way. We have DTs. Now those are, well, Zealots going into a planetary. I've seen brighter moves in my life. We have a move out here. That means that this army now needs the base trade. This observer should get taken out as well. I think this base is toast. I think this base is absolutely toast. Tanks can siege up. I don't think this army can defend. Just gotta try and jump on top of it here with an interference, maybe. 1, 2. Tries to go for it, and it's gonna get a couple of zealots for free. At the same time, bottom side army is also moving in. Ghosts have arrived to this force as more and more mines are burrowing in. I think this base is really toast, by the way. There's no ghost here, though. You know what's a sick move? Is picking up and jumping in towards the main. Yeah, it's the correct call here. I do believe in that. There's no space available for warpins. Recall needs to be used. Okay, Colossus can walk in. That's kind of nice. If he gets a +2, that would be huge. Upgrades is... yeah, that is massive. Ravens still around as well. Holy crap, Ravens are good. Constant detection here. Now, these units are going to be stuck in the dead space, and they're kind of keeping a lot of army really busy. I think this base is gone. It's going to make it 4 base versus 4 base. Again, Interference Matrix gets utilized once more. And these zealots are going to get completely out-kited. Oh, wants to take out that low Colossus. Doesn't quite get it. A little bit too risky there. Viking now moving forward. Should target the other Colossus. We have a flank coming in as well. We have a new attack kind of setting up here on the right side as this is going to evacuate. 5th base and command center should probably start turning into orbital command. More drops being sent out as I think the Protoss players just want to win the game right now. They're like, hey, if we don't get the W in the next like 3 minutes, we're just going to get outplayed, like out-multitasked. You have the double drop heading towards the middle. There's still a drop on the left side as well. Should try and take out this 6th base perhaps. So we have a Zealot army moving in right now. Holy crap, what a game this is. Holy crap, what a series. As this is going to try and take out this... was this the 3rd? Was it the 4th? I can't even remember. This base is really low and should get taken out or at least force a recall. Run away or boost into the main base. That's going to be the case. Boost in towards the main. Up on top of this high ground. Come on, drop the units. Hello. It's kicking off over here. Good defensive setup up here. I don't think this is enough though. This 5th base is definitely in trouble. Getting a 5th might be hard. Zealots around everywhere. This also got cleaned up finally. +3 on the way. I think in order to create space, you're gonna need to move out with either ghost or... there's not enough ghost. The problem really, once again, is the complete lack of ghost that we have in this army. So far, 2 have gone down, and there's 1 around still. It means only 3 have been built. It's simply too little in a 13-minute game. Like, you put 1 ghost in this army, and this army is almost unbeatable to any gateway unit. But without the ghost, then all of a sudden, zealots by themselves are honestly pretty okay. Anti-armor missiles definitely going to deal some decent damage as well. With the ghost there, you just clean that. Like, you absolutely clean that. At least the zealots, maybe not that 2nd army. You have a move towards the right side right now. I think there's being some macro errors here. That's the problem. There's not enough ghost. We're lacking ghost. That is the main issue. Liberators trying to make their way across the map as Marines secure this watchtower. There is a Void Ray already somewhere. Double drop towards the far right. This base is now being taken out as well. The Protoss players, well, actually kind of getting rinsed here. I did not quite expect that. I guess just 1 EMP. That's telling you, Ghost, man. This unit is ridiculous. I think this is completely gonna get cleaned. Holy crap, that was a bad fight. We have more units moving in right now as this planetary could be in some trouble, but at the same time, yep, target down those zealots, and these zealots are going to be in trouble. Big EMP connecting there. Liberator does get taken out. 144 supplied to 138. We have a base trade scenario. This base needs to be repaired. Perhaps needs to even be lifted. More Marauders moving forward. SCVs being pulled off the line. There's only 2 Colossus left. They're going to get targeted down by these Marauders. There's not enough anti-air to deal with the Libs, or at least the anti-air isn't in position. 116 supplied to 113. This game is insanely close. We're 1 supply apart. 15 minutes into the game. And it's not because both players are maxed. No, both players are, both teams are extremely close to almost having nothing. Their eco is balls. Their armies suck. Now DTs are getting warped in. Shadow Stride has completed as well. So this army retreats back to the safety of a planetary. And as long as this planetary stays alive, I think the big guys still have an opportunity to win here. As long as this planetary stays alive. Oh, GG. It dies, and there we go. I think they underestimated their position still, but I understand that. There we go. 5th base gone. No chance of winning anymore, and just too little ghost. Too little ghost here in this game. All right. A little bit Disappointing, honestly. The lack of Ghost. I'm telling you, it's the lack of Ghost. More Ghost, more fun. It's the ultimate unit. That Raven, though, I think is gonna stay in. That was super valuable. Like, crazy valuable. Just denying all scouting for free, I think, is a big thing. So we're seeing the Chrono Boost being used here on the Nexus. I'd be surprised if we see a different build order. Like a... just something else. It would surprise me. Like not a double gas. Really? So this is kind of indicative of where they think it went wrong. So the Terrans, the big guys, probably believe that it went wrong in the early game. In my estimation, that's not where it went wrong at all. I think it went wrong in the later stages of the game. Yeah. Interesting. So we have a different analysis of that situation. They didn't feel... I felt like their position was really good throughout. Like, complete control of the map. The only thing they struggled with was getting a 5th base, really. I think they were too slow as well with using Liberator Harass, which was used phenomenally in the first game. Like, just great Lib Harass. I love that so much. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. I'd be surprised if we see a change of pace here coming... Oh, actually... Against a 1-gas opener, now that that's been scouted. Do they switch paces and maybe go into Twilight? No Warp... Okay, there's Warp Gate. I think it's gonna be Twilight. It's probably Max Packs then, in Control, isn't it? Yeah. Max Packs in Control is going to be 4-Gate Blink then. 4-Gate Blink for Team Max Packs, or Team Uncreative, I think is it's called. Wow. That is kind of crazy. I'm really quite surprised by this. Because I don't think 4-Gate Blink necessarily benefits a whole lot from having, you know, having more cooks in the kitchen. Like, it is super early game focused often. If it's 2-Gate Blink, even then, I don't know, I don't enjoy... Well, there's not going to be a robotics facility. No, there is. Blink now starts. Reaper pops in. Did it get the scout? Didn't get a confirmation, but it is a change. And we see single Hellion into Tech Lab here. I think Hero Marine is very intelligent. I think he'll know what's up. He's gonna swap. I think he'll swap. Yeah, he's gonna swap. Oh. Oh. Oh, never mind. Really? And either this is a misread or... Well, it's just a misread, I think. It's gonna play 3-Gate Blink. So not 4-Gate Blink. Not super dedicated, not super committed. The Cyclone really surprised me. Really did. Just don't quite understand it. Cyclone's also gonna get scouted here, which is kind of frustrating. Because now that you scout the Cyclone, you know you can move across the map for free. It's impossible to have a Cyclone at this time and to also have a Mine Drop coming out, especially if there's a Hellion first. Hellion did just spot what's kicking off, saw the lack of a 3rd base. One more tank. This is a really quick transition, by the way. I actually don't really like the build order that the big guys went for. Yeah, the fact that you have to build a bunker on the high ground, that usually tells you it's not great. Cyclone is in position trying to scout. So, hello? It's completely out of spot. Completely out of position here. Ah, tank pops out on the wrong side. I think this is just game. I think, yeah, this is game. What a terrible way to end this series. Holy crap. What an absolutely awful way to end this beautiful tournament. And that is why I love this game so much. Oh my god, I can't believe that this is the final game. This is how people are gonna remember it. They'll think of the Archon for Everyone tournament. They'll say, how did it end? Right. Did a 3-gate freaking blink. Unbelievable. This guy's ruining my life. What a terrible ending. But an ending nonetheless. Alright. Well. My dear friends. That is going to be it. Congratulations to team... Oh, should we call them maybe? I think we should probably call them, shouldn't we? Winners interview, please. Yeah, we're gonna get an interview. Come on, come on. Okay. MaxPax needs a break. All right. GG's. Thanks for playing, everyone. Thank you. I was a fat kid for the 500 bits. Thank you, Harstem and Static. Mainly Static. He put up all the funds. The rest was relatively easy. Vardy basically did everything. Thank you also SecMT for the Twitch Prime, and thank you Goose Goose with the Twitch Prime. I was a fat kid with a Twitch Prime as well. Very kind of you, buddy.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, we're missing 2 of our star players, so...
Yeah.
Really? I hear Goblin and
Currently-
Trigger. They sound like the star players to me.
Hello.
I did okay.
Yeah,
the
we are
Goblin
the
didn't,
observer
or-
people and the probe micro people.
Sorry?
I did the probe micro, Trigger did the observers, and yeah.
Very nice. No,
I also
saw,
did one adept.
Yeah, I saw the Adept. It was the first game, no? The Adept?
I don't
Or
remember.
was it against Clem? I remember against Clem. It definitely being
Yeah.
there. Yeah. Very nice. Did you guys practice at all or no?
Nah,
Well, then-
we don't need practice. We're Protoss players.
I was actually kind of impressed. I thought that you guys were losing game 2 and 3. It didn't look very good for you all.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are kind of not in the greatest spot.
Yeah. In game 2, I think... for game 3, there was just 2 little ghosts. This guy built 3 ghosts total in the entire game. Or 4 or something.
This guy?
Yeah, that was probably
This
big.
guy.
Oh, I don't know who it was. I think it was Big Gabe. But
Probably Gabe.
Probably Gabe. Everything else was really good. Their build was sick to watch. It's like with the Cyclone stuff. And then in the second game, I think if they can buy like 10 more seconds, they're up like 10 workers or so. And I think they had a 5th CC already done as well. Like they actually looked really solid that game. And also there, they had no ghost. Every single time they just got ghost played. But I mean, you guys played phenomenal. Who decided to go for the 3-gate blink in the last game, by the way? Was that Maxi?
Hello.
Not really.
Oh.
Thanks,
3-gate
Ghost.
blink.
MaxPax was actually against it.
Really?
I don't think I played 3-gate that last game.
He means 4-gate blink, right?
Wait, it was 4
Yeah,
games?
I was 50% against it and 50% for it.
Gotcha. Who controlled?
So you were
Which is the thing.
indifferent.
Okay, I'll ask individual questions. Skillet, who controlled in the last game?
MaxPax, of course.
Oh, MaxPax?
Right.
Oh, very nice. And who did the macro?
MaxPax. Okay, so MaxPax was doing macro and build, and but when he had got his stalkers, I started doing macro, but I pretty much just got a Nexus down, and that's it.
You guys won with the first blinking. So, okay, what was the general task division in like the Phoenix games? How did that work?
I was macroing, and yeah, everyone else was just macroing the armies, I guess.
I was main army.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I was playing only Phoenix. Then I would split the Phoenix in 2 and give the control to Goblin.
Yeah, I saw that too. The games against Clem were really sick. When he was moving across the map and he would just constantly try to turn around to catch Phoenixes and he lost like 3-4 medevacts. It was very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Thank you.
welcome. Anything else you guys want to say? Any big words?
Yeah, shout out to the captain for hosting. This is actually really fun. Hopefully another tournament like this happens again and we can bring back the crew and take another match.
Would be sick. Do you know yet what you're gonna do with the money, Trigger?
Nothing, probably.
Oh, okay. That is exciting. You know, you could have invested in more land to grow more garlic. Who knows?
Investing in Bitcoin.
Invest in Bitcoin.
Invest
right?
in what? Sorry.
Sorry?
I mean, what did you say? Invested and what? What was the triggers you invested in?
Oh,
Garlic.
I said Bitcoin.
I said
Garlic.
garlic.
Harstem said garlic.
Yeah. Because
What's that?
garlic is the thing you can put on food, or you can spice it with garlic. It's like white.
Garlic bread, for example.
Yeah. Like
Oh,
garlic in
I
Danish.
know it.
Vuurlok.
Yeah.
You heard of that? Vuurlok?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, that's what it is in Danish according to Google. Because all right. I have no more questions. Thank you for playing, and send me your PayPal. That's all. All right.
Yeah, thanks. And,
Congrats. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Bye bye.